Alright, Goat World. I'm not who you were expecting, more than likely. And that's okay. I'm just here filling in for the time being to help bring you some content. Oh, well, this is terrible. Why would you want to look at me, looking at me, looking at me? So, right now, we have 128 people signed up for GOAT today. I am very excited to watch some games with you and do my best to commentate them as well as I can. So, we are a couple of minutes away from the tournament actually starting. If you have questions, which I'm sure some of you will, feel free to use this time to ask away. Please let me know if I'm too loud, if I'm too quiet, if something looks off, if, whatever. So, yeah, let me know. Does the audio sound okay? I tried to work this out a little bit yesterday. A bit quiet. I could try to adjust that on my end. Let's also get the chat over here a little bit. Let's see. Turn myself up a little bit. Hopefully that helps. Is that a little bit better for everybody? Yeah, I decided to dress nicely today. I thought that I would try to help you guys out by being as professional as I can. Audio is a bit low. Let me see if I can adjust that some more. So this, I'm pretty much maxed out. Hopefully this is a little bit better. If you're listening with headphones, it's probably going to be pretty loud. If you're listening just through the TV or through a monitor, there's not much I'm going to be able to do after the adjustment I just made, just so you know. So hopefully that's enough that you're able to hear me. My apologies if it's not. But at this point, it's sort of out of my hands. So we're at 136. That should be 8 rounds of Swiss. I believe we're doing 6 rounds today. The rest of the rounds tomorrow, if miraculously we get up to, 257 players within the next minute. I don't foresee that happening. So yeah, after round 1 is paired, we're going to look for a fun match. And we will do our best to see what today brings. I'm excited to see. I saw some people commenting. Thanks, Anthony. So I'm excited to see some hopefully innovative decks. A couple of PWCQs ago, we had a really cool Stein deck that brings out King Dragoon into Horse level 6 that can, hopefully destroy a monster and bring out level 8. It uses Cold Wave, which is amazing. It's a very underutilized card in today's GOAT meta, along with Cyberstein, honestly. The decks that play Stein, they're usually like an RNG style deck, and this Horus Stein deck sort of forgoes that as much. It's not as random. So, yeah. The host username. I have a lot. On TikTok, I'm KHugs2. On YouTube, I'm Real Kenny Hughes, but I often my usernames are usually just my name. I'm very, very basic. But yeah, if you want to find me on social media like Instagram, TikTok, it's KHugs2, YouTube, and Twitch would be Real Kenny Hughes. Because once again, I'm pretty basic. So we should be starting round 1 very soon. Just waiting on the staff to make sure all the ducks are in a row, and then we'll actually start this. I'm sure there's going to be, it looks like Fox just said about 2 minutes before cutoff, so we should be starting soon. Hopefully we hit 150. That's 11 players in 2 minutes, though. It's not impossible, but that would be nice. So are any of you playing today? And if you're playing, what are you playing? If you don't want to say that, I understand. Before a big tournament, you don't want to give away your secrets, but it's also fun to talk about these things. Yeah, JDZ is okay. I can confirm that. He's a busy fella, and that's why I am here today, because I have a little bit more free time to do something like this. Not saying that he doesn't want to be here. He's just a busy guy. Geisty's playing a rated match. Alright, for now, let's go in there. Let's see what's happening in this one. Oh, we got a Chaos. Yeah, is this game 2? This might be Turbo that's sided into the Metamorphosis Scapegoat package. It looks like it's a pretty stock normal Turbo list just with those things. And what is Geist playing? It looks like the same thing, perhaps. This might be a main deck Chaos Control, though. When you see cards like Creature Swap, there's only so many side deck spaces, right? So you have to prioritize which cards you can really put in. The Charizard in the background is a gigantic blanket. I don't really want to pull it over. Let's see if I can sort of tilt my monitor a little bit. And it's just a gigantic throw, like a big blanket. I thought that would be fun to have in the background. I got that from a friend a couple of years ago as a gift, and I'm very thankful for it. It's a warm blanket, too. I don't have a Yu-Gi-Oh! Based one yet, but if I did, I would want Dark Magician, of course. It is. The fire keeps me warm from Charizard, of course. I do not have a Lorcana blanket yet. Maybe at some point in the future. My favorite Disney character is Stitch, of course, from Lilo and Stitch. But I also like that frozen shopkeeper, the yoo-hoo, big summer blowout kind of guy. He's pretty cool. Oh, Blue Eyes Blanket would. I have a couple of pop vinyls, and I have a Blue Eyes White Dragon pop vinyl. I should have busted that bad boy out for this. Warrior, Chaos, and Reasoning. So you're inevitably going to see Chaos today. It is the most popular deck, and it's also one of the highest performing decks in the format, if not the highest. So there will be Chaos Turbo on the stream. I will try to find matches that maybe do things that are a little different. Different strategies, different win conditions, but you will definitely be seeing some Chaos Turbo today. It's pretty inevitable. Right? Yeah, of course. JDZ is busy today, so I am stepping in so we can have some beautiful GOAT format coverage. And let's see. It looks like... Did they start this? MMFU starts. Let me make sure. It looks like round 1 is underway. Okay, let's make sure. Here we have some matches. Let's see who we can find that we might want to watch today. This is Dale. Like Dale Bolito's playing today, maybe. We got Tango. We got Michaela. Grump is in. There's a lot of familiar faces in this tournament today. And we're just going to try to randomly find one. Well, let's close our eyes and do this one. Alright, so we're going to watch Rick Saw and I'm FBN. Let me see if we can find Rick here. Oh, they might still be waiting. But that's who we'll watch. Every time someone asks... This is I am not JDZ. Yeah. Just want to see good players play them. That does, I will say, in these tournaments, you get to see people play as nearly as perfectly as possible. Maybe not every round, but the matches that I've played against the GoFormat.com people in real life have been some of the best matches of Yu-Gi-Oh! I've ever played in my entire life. So I'm sure that... you will see some amazing plays by some amazing players today. I hold no qualms about that happening. So let's see maybe if Rick is up, and we're going to go in. I should probably message them and let them know that they're going to be on stream. Hey, we got Warrior, it looks like. At least we have a Don Zalud coming down from Rick. Maybe I should have said something a little bit better than going to watch your match, but hey, I'm new to this. This is the first time, right? Hey, what's up, Wes Fowler? Hope you're doing well. Void, if you want to see some spice. Hey, Void, I will write down your username, and next round, or after this round ends, if you're still in, or playing in the round, I'll come check out. Oh, thanks, Rick. Last season, I was actually on Rick Saw's War League team, and we regrettably got second place. I only played a couple of the weeks of the season. I was a reserve, but it was a fun time. A good group of guys. JDZ still. JDZ is fine. I promise. He will be back in the future for sure. I don't know why, but that made me laugh. Yeah. Who's on first and what's on second? I that's a joke that I laugh every time, especially the Laurel and Hardy version of the "Who's on first" joke. I really like that one. I'm not gonna get into some clandestine part of comedy though. So here we see Burn, and FBN does the age old Just Desserts Chain Secret Barrel Chain Ojama Trio. So that is going to do a decent chunk of damage. What is that? 2,000 from the desserts, and then another 2,000 from the Secret Barrel. So we're going to see Rick already at 4,000. And depending on this face down, it could be a Koala, it could be one of the jars, a Sangin. And if he's playing like the Big Shield Gardener version, well, doesn't matter if it's the Big Shield Gardener version. This is certainly going to be dead. This is a great turn for Rick. They're able to get a card out of FBN's hand. Oh, it was a Koala. If it would have flipped, that would have been nice. Koala is a very solid card, but here you can see it's weak to, of course, Swordsman, Nox, all of those kind of Exiled Force. Yeah, see, there we go. JDZ is in the chat, just so you guys can see. If I chat, it will be as my YouTube account. So just know JDZ is here. So we have Swords coming down, which is going to be met with a Dust Tornado immediately. So that was not the protection that FBN needed, and I guess now we have to, Rick will have to decide, oh my gosh, with a Pot of Greed follow-up and a back row, this one is going to be rough. Even if he has, I don't know what he could top deck here to stay in this game. I know he's at 66, but like a Just Dessert, back-to-back Just Desserts maybe is the only thing. And there's a chance that Rick has at least one Solemn Judgment down. And so even with a Just Desserts, just being able to solemn the kill shot is going to be huge enough that, where are we at? 23, so that's 3 attacks at the moment. If he has a Ring of Destruction, it's less. I just changed my hair a little. Yeah. I also grew a beard. I sneezed one day and it all came out. Yeah, the mill against Burn, it's probably correct to mill. I think against Turbo, Reasoning Gate, those kind of decks, you can get lucky with the mill, but you can also, hit some Dead Nobleman across outs or Sakuretsu armor. Well, Sakuretsu armor, it's not going to be in the main usually, but against Turbo, I feel like Donzalug milling might not be correct, but against Burn, I think it is. But Rick is a very experienced player, a lot of hours in you. Oh, that was a pretty good Space Typhoon there. So I feel that Rick knows what to do here. I trust. And we're going to see Don connect, putting him to 600, another back row. And this has to be like a Set Heavy Storm with a Panda kind of thing to stay in that one. Hey, Rob Cedar's in here. Hey, what's going on, Rob? Welcome. So that was a quick first game by Rick, even though, as you saw, FBN came out swinging with a Just Desserts barrel and a trio. Pretty much the best opening combo you can get in Burn. He even had the Morphing Jar. It's just, you're playing against Warrior, and they have 2 Reinforcement of the Armies, and then an Exiled Force and a Swordsman, and 2 Nox. And if he plays Mind Control, he has that too. So that one did not go in FBN's favor, unfortunately for him. So just to go over it again while they're siding, today we have 139 signed up players, 140 I lied, for that should be, once again, 8 rounds of Swiss. So I believe, I could be wrong, I'll have to check after this round, but I believe it's 6 rounds of Swiss today, which I will be here with you guys for all 6. And then tomorrow we will have an additional 2 rounds of Swiss, followed by a cut to, I believe, top 8. Once again, I'll have to make sure on that and that it's not top 16, but I'm fairly confident it's top 8. And here we have FBN going first. I'm going to take a second. If you guys are familiar with Wolf, Wolf is the Panda Burn player that I know, and he does a pretty good job at playing that deck. And he's like on my in real life team. I've had a lot of experience playing against this deck, and let me tell you, it is a doozy when it goes off, and it goes off a lot. Now, does it have the explosive turns of Chaos Turbo or even Warrior? No, but it's pretty strong. Just being able to create a lock with Ojama Trio sometimes is enough to win a match. Bottomless Trap Hole came in. That's a good card. Solemn Judgments as well. Oh, wow. Does he have a Nightmare Wheel, a Sock? No, he just got a Panda with a Swordsman. What an attack there. Now, a devastating card for Burn to see is Delinquent Duo. Obviously, they need pretty much every single one of their cards. So, this is an interesting heavy. It's going to be a -1 heavy. What does he have? Oh, Chain Secret Barrel, and then summon maybe a Lily? A Lily coming down would be very strong. Oh, that's better than Lily. Okay, sure, of course. So that's going to put in a bunch of damage. Was that 2450? And Rick is at 3550. He only has a kinetic, or FBN only has a kinetic soldier in play. But Rick, he has the double rotas, the Exiled Force. He might bring in Smashing Grounds. It's pretty good against Panda. It's pretty good against Soldier. And there we see the Exiled Force come down to handle the Soldier. And we're going to see a back row set and pass it back. So now the Panda Burn player is going to have to go into the tank. Not too long. Summons a rat and attacks. And there's a Torrential Tribute met on the summon. So I would have read that as a Sakuretsu, assuming that he kept in all 3. Sangan is a fine draw. Just being able to chunk out, piece out some of the damage is going to be nice. And right now we have a 4-card to 2 advantage in favor of Rick. Ooh, but he has a back row and a set monster. Set monsters are very scary in Burn. The best case scenario here for him is a Desk Koala. Worst case is all of the other ones. So, yeah, today, once again, for those of you just joining, I am not JDZ, of course, but my name's Kenny, and I'm just here as let's say a substitute for today's tournament. That way we can have some awesome coverage, and we're starting off strong with a Warrior versus Burn match. And then after this, if they're still playing, I'm going to check out Void's match. Void said that they're playing some Heat today, and so I'll have to check that one out. Oh, and there is a match that I really want to see. I just got a deck list, and this is a deck that I have played a lot, and it is one of my favorites. So I will have to try to find that match. I might have to push Void the next round, because if this deck is still playing, I'm very excited to show you guys this one. Alright, so FBN is... It's FBN's turn, right? No, it's Rick's turn. I looked away for a half a second. It's just, if it's a jar and he doesn't have a way to handle it, it's pretty brutal. The best case of the two would be Cyber Jar. You don't really want to give Panda a full grip while you have to discard multiple cards. Be prepared for the coup of the century. I love the, I guess a lot of people know it now, but that Jeremy Irons, the voice of Scar, sung the first half of the song, and then he oh my gosh, Mataza the Zapper! What a day! We're already starting off strong round one with Mataza the Zapper followed with a knock, and it was a koala. That was best case scenario for Rick either way. I guess with the knock, you'd rather it be a jar, but I can't imagine he's gonna have something to stop this Mataza the Zapper. That is amazing. But really quickly on the Be Prepared song, so the voice of Scar sung the first half, and then he got sick, and like his voice died, and so they brought in Winnie the Pooh, Jim Cummings, to do the second half of the song, who can apparently do a pretty spot-on Jeremy Irons impression while singing, and of course in the follow-up animated anythings, Jim Cummings has been the voice of Scar. But yeah, the Mataza the Zapper completely. I wasn't ready for that. So if this is like a typical burn deck, you have to look out for Nightmare Wheel here. But if he has it, he has it. You definitely just bring in the damage, try to go for game. And just like that, Rick Saw has won the match with Mataza the Zapper. We're definitely going to have to check out Rick later in the tournament. He still had a Mobius too, and a Preemie. Oh wow, he was dealing with the business with the Ring of Destruction. Yeah, Rick was in control of that game. All right, well played, Rick, on your win. And now we're going to try to check out, let's see, Jeremy Crispin. So you won't be able to tell yet, maybe, no. But Jeremy is playing a very interesting deck. And this one I am very excited for. And it looks like it's about to happen. Anytime you see a heavy come down on a turn like this, you know something cool is going to happen. So here we have Manju with the 10,000 hands, who is going to find a certain spell or monster. White Dragon Ritual. That's right. We're going to bring out the Paladin of White Dragon in this match, which, of course, if you don't know, it's when it attacks, it's essentially Mystic Swordsman level 2. It just kills a face-down monster. And then you can tribute it to get a Blue Eyes out of your deck, or I believe your hand. But the Blue Eyes can't attack this turn. Oh, well. Of course, the downside, you're playing with cards that just, BLS Sork Banish, your Raigeki Break, Wing Blast it back to the top is huge on those kind of monsters. But it's a very, very fun deck. Okay, so we're going to have a set monster come down. So, what is this? Becky style? Or Beck style? Oh, so there's mind control taking over that Sanyan. How much damage can this guy do this turn? Jeremy's going to be doing some numbers really quick before figuring out what he has to do. So we are going to see that Paladin come down, which once again, just so you can actually read it. So at the start of the damage step, if it attacks a face-down monster, you just destroy the face-down monster, and then you can tribute this card and special summon a Blue Eyes from your deck or hand. It just can't attack. So he's going to banish the Sangan. Great play. We're going to see a 1900 attack followed by a tribute. Almost... He might keep it, actually. It is a level 2. It's like a stronger Mystic Swordsman level 2. So it might be worth actually keeping the Paladin. You're not in any danger right now, unless he has, like, Lightning Vortex. Which, I feel like I'm one of the only people that plays that. Uh-oh, did he not take the damage? He did not take the damage. He definitely attacked before he left the battle phase. Alright, so he's going to keep the Paladin. We're going to see... Ooh, that's pretty brutal. Tribe had to make sure that he wasn't a warrior. So you will have to discard multiple to clear the entire path. That'll definitely kill that guy. So we're going to have a Tribe come down with a Serpent, which is pretty nice. Doesn't look like that Becky style has any back row, though, so no traps. Yeah, so there are a handful of... If you like GOAT format and you want to play online, join the GOAT format Discord. The information is on our YouTube channel. Just click around. You should be able to just click the main icon. Make sure you subscribe, like, comment, all that stuff too. Really greatly appreciated. So if you like playing goats online, the goatformat.com Discord is the best place to go. They have tournaments every Friday, and then once a month at minimum, we have another event called a PWCQ, which qualifies you for the World Championship that is usually held around October. Then, if you like in person playing, there are several events across the United States held by individual stores that also typically give out a World's Invite. I only say that because not every single one of these events that you would go to in person will have that as a prize, but as Not Dan L88 mentioned, there is a June 14th Goat Grand Prix in Detroit, and then the next day there's going to be a cash tournament at the same store. I believe. Oh, he tried to add Serpent back in main phase. Well, yeah, you can't really do that once you click. You have to pay attention to your clicks. Misclicking, to little things might be acceptable, but I agree with that one, especially if you stay in main phase for longer than a half of a second. Which even then, some people don't like it. The duo is going to clear out the hand, and we're going to have 4 cards to 3. Oh, that was a nice hit. He hit a Chaos Sorcerer. But there are several events. The next one coming up for Go Grand Prix in person is in Muncie, Indiana, and I believe, I'll have to look at this really quick. It's in March. I believe it's March 15th. I'll have to check on that one as well. But I'm pretty sure it's the third. It's the teen weekend in March. That's what I should say. Okay, so 3 back row to 2 back row. The game stalled quite a bit. That was an excellent Tribe Infecting Virus. That is one of the issues with this deck. So if he grabbed out a BLS, or not a BLS, a Blue Eyes White Dragon, it would have died to the Tribe, just like the Paladin died to the Tribe. Ooh, what a top deck. Pot of Greed. He has Light and Dark too. And what traps is he out of? So just Ring and Call. So he could still have Mirror Force. If he probably plays Torrential. But those are the kind of things that you have to look out for. Gecko gets flipped. And if Becky has Raigeki Breaks or Wing Blast face down, this might be a tough match for Jeremy to come back in, at least this game, I should say. So April 12th, Cleveland has a tournament. I don't believe that is a Goat Grand Prix, though. The Atlanta and Livonia are. So if you see Dan's comment in the chat, the Cleveland tournament is a case tournament, yeah. Oh, Muncie's also not a Goat Grand Prix. I thought it was. Okay. Well, thanks for that clarification, Dan. I thought it was. In the Discord, once again, if you're in the Go Format Discord, you can go to the Events tab, and there will be event pages for those tournaments, especially the Goat Grand Prix made some point within the next coming week or weeks. So just keep your eye out for that. We post new tournaments, probably once a month or so for the upcoming, next couple of months. He's going to try to bash the Manju into the Deco, which, that's probably a fine trade. He's so far up on advantage that... Okay. So we're going to see Tribe attack into the Serpent. And I don't believe he shuffled his hand, which I'm not one to actually look for that. I just happened to notice it this time. So I don't believe this is a Sinister Serpent face down. I do believe that is a flip effect, and it could be any of them, honestly. We have a Magician of Faith gone, so, I'm reading it as more than likely a Gravekeeper Spy, but it could also be a devastating one like the second Magician of Faith to get that Pot of Greed back. And, oh, it was the other Deco. So, the odds were a little out of favor for that being a Deco or a Magician. There's only one of each left versus the the 3 spies and the 2 assailants. Either way, we're going to see a Mirror Force come down. The Deco replaced itself with a card draw. Tribe has already killed a guy with a Sinister Serpent. Oh, a Solemn is going to meet that. So what is his face down that he's protecting? Probably... yeah. It's an interesting Mirror Force there. It didn't necessarily stop anything or help protect. Not saying he shouldn't have done it. It's a +1 Mirror Force, but I feel like if you hold the Mirror Force another turn, because he has... Are you hoping that he doesn't draw Heavy Storm, maybe? Is that the issue there? I guess he does have 16 cards. Oh, so this is an interesting time. He passed through draw phase. He didn't ask if he's going to hold priority and draw, so we're going to see how that goes. That's something that is easier to do in person. It's a lot easier to communicate in person. Oh, sure, Zacharoni and Cheese. Welcome to the stream, first off. My name is Kenny. I'm filling in today for JDZ. And, yeah, that's pretty much the story of it. I know the format pretty well. We're going to see that Becky has wrote the... Ooh, probably the Sork is going back, right? The Manju... Do you really care about Manju, Paladin, Snatch? Yeah, he has the combo. Oh, he doesn't have a Dark. Yeah, good call. Now his hand's dead. He has a Snatch Steal, but doesn't do a lot, honestly. Oh, wow. Alright. So he has the Serpent Bag in his hand now at the end. He didn't wait for him to attempt to bring it back. So we're going to have a Snatch Steal on the Tribe. Or a Geki Break on the Snatch Steal. It's an interesting sequence. Yeah, so I usually play in person. Online, I've only ever played Goat. I haven't played Edison or Tengu Plan or Perfect Circle or Dad Return. My favorite format of all time is Teledad. Mostly because I had an extreme string of success in the Teledad format. I unfortunately did not play in a single YCS or SJC. There were SJCs back then. But yeah, Teledad is my favorite format because I had the most fun. It was really fun to have a Stardust Dragon, 2 Dark Arms, a full set of back rows. One of them's Crush card and you have a Sangan out or a Malicious or something. That was a lot of fun. Goat is up there. Also like Perfect Circle format quite a bit. But the ones that I play exclusively in person at this time are Goat format. And I actually go to a lot of the GGPs. If you go to GGPs this upcoming season, there's a pretty good chance you'll see me. Ooh, that's going to be good. Sook on the BLS. He's doing his best to make a comeback here. That's good. Sook the Preemie. Sook the Preemie reflip. But I do like Goat quite a bit. And of course, Edison is a fantastic format as well. I love Gladiator Beasts. They have a very, very huge place in my heart. I did go to Orlando GGP. Yeah, I lost at Table 2 in the last round to Insidious. If you guys are familiar with Insidious, he got the best of me, and then 2 weeks later, he beat me in a PWCQ to knock me out as well. Maybe 3 weeks later. So I'm 0-2 against him lifetime now. Yeah, so I did go to the Orlando GGP. Am I coming to Atlanta? That'd be fun. I hope to. I haven't been to Aaron's shop yet. Yeah, this is an incredible duel. And the kicker is, once again, Jeremy is playing Paladin of White Dragon, which typically means he's playing Blue Eyes White Dragon. So him drawing, if he draws a second Heavy Storm, he's going to be in a good spot. He has to just swing. He's going to swing into a destruction card more than likely. Then again, oh, a Goat. Okay. Something to give Becky another turn. Yeah, I met Aaron at Orlando, and oh, he brings his own tribe down. That is nice. Let's see what happens here. But yeah, Aaron is very kind. I'm very excited to hopefully make it to Atlanta this year. That's the plan. But you know, life happens, and so we're going to see how that goes a little bit closer to the event. That's in April, and I'm very excited to hopefully attend that tournament. So after Becky, I keep saying Becky or Beck, uh, so I'm gonna keep saying Becky. As long as Becky just draws decently, I think they're in good shape. But Jeremy is, you know, pounding at the door. This tribe was a scary card to clear out all those goat tokens, and we're gonna see what this attack brings. He's still going to be attacking in the 2 back row. Oh, that's a... What a brutal card. What a brutal card. Becky has all the stall cards. I assume one of the face downs is a trap dust shoot. There's probably a third dust shoot down. It's been down for a while. I think it's been down since the first one was activated, so I feel like dust shoot, chain dust shoot would have happened if so. So that actually might not be a dead dust shoot. We didn't see a space or a dust tornado, so it doesn't seem likely it's that. This is the new one, and we have another monster. Is it another Reaper? Yeah, so we're seeing an interesting Blue Eyes White Dragon deck playing against... Oh, space, the new one. Is it Mirror Force? Mirror Force gone? Ooh, Regeki Break. Alright, so the last card in hand is another Thunder Dragon, is that right? Yes. So I joined in, those that didn't see, round 1, game 1, we watched Burn and Warrior play, and they finished their match in about 7 or 8 minutes. So I joined in the middle of this game. Oh wow, Blue Eyes got the match! Unbelievable, he won with... Wait, how did he win? Am I missing something? This would have put him to 50. Okay, hey, whatever. Good job, Jeremy. Good job, Blue Eyes White Dragon. We have a Blue Eyes White Dragon deck at 1-0. We're going to try to find another cool deck to check out in this one. Let's see. Who could I find? Let's see, Void. If Void is still playing. Void said check out my deck, but it looks like I might have missed Void. I'm going to try to check him out next round. We'll see if Angel is still playing. Nope, Angel is out. Angel has a pretty cool deck. Is Bluetooth playing? Looks like Bluetooth is already finished. I have a string of deck lists in my inbox, and I'm going to go through and find somebody, hopefully, that's still playing. Is this it? I don't know what this is, but I'm going to join this one. Are they in the tournament? Let's see. Alright, I actually don't know if they're in the tournament, so I'm going to leave. But we have a relinquished in the agents, so I sort of want to watch this one. But I don't think they're in the tournament, so unfortunately I'm going to leave it. That one looked very promising. Let's see if we can find somebody that is... Let's see, is Michaela still playing? I don't think it's that Michaela. Yeah, that's a rated duel. So we've had a couple of really good matches already on the board today. You can message me, Kenny Hughes, my Discord. It's just my name, all in one. Oh man, hopefully Vaughn's playing. Oh, Vaughn's playing, great. So Vaughn, if you guys are familiar, plays in a host of the online tournaments, and they play exciting cards like Dragon Zombie. The card is pretty brutal to play against. My friend played Burn in the last PWCQ and got beat down by it. Turns out that card does not stop level limits or gravity binds. So that is an exciting card to see hit the table. A very exciting card. Oh, we have another really cool one. Let me write down this one. This is somebody to check out next round, along with Void. Yeah, Dragon Zombie. Who knew? The unsung hero. And if I remember correctly, I believe Vaughn top 8'd right? He top 8'd that PWCQ last weekend? No, he did not. I thought he did. He was performing well at one point. I helped out with that one in the tournament, and I think he was playing near the end. Oh, Apoptosis is playing a pretty cool deck too. My buddy is a huge fan. Okay. All right. My favorite was going up to JDZ at GGP Orlando and asking him if he would sign a Jerry Beans man based on that conversation he had a while back on his stream. Or I guess on this stream. But that's funny. And we have the Atlanta Go format joining in the chat. That is who runs the GGPs in Atlanta. It's Aaron. He is a wonderful host. I would suggest checking out his, in Facebook. I'm sure he has, Discord, YouTube channel, everything. He's a wonderful stalwart of the goat community, especially in the southeast of the United States. So be sure to check him out. And if you are in Atlanta, I believe it's April 19th or it's April 26th. I never remember which is which, but it's one of the April weekends. And if you're in Atlanta, be sure to check out that tournament. It's certainly going to be a blast. He has incredible prizing and a very well-run event. I say that, and I haven't been, but several of my in-person friends that go spoke volumes about how well his tournament was ran. So I have trust that this year will be no different, and we'll have another very successful, very fun Atlanta GGP, which I hope to attend this year, as I mentioned earlier. So here we have Vaughn bringing out his floater, Emissary of the Afterlife, which of course can grab his his trump card, his dragon zombie card. Oh, he's gonna flip Desert Sunlight on something good. What is SSBM playing? That's wanting to need just a Magician of Faith to get the pot of greed back. That's exactly what it is. I didn't catch, once again, I only knew what Vaughn was playing because the deck list was sent to me. So I have no idea what this match was. We joined this one and they're already in game 3. We see a Decree and a Tomato though, so this is an interesting deck on SSBM Army's side. And we have a decent number of cards in hand. Now with the Thunder Dragon, if he has a card destruction, he's going to draw a lot of cards. Is that guy a dark also? Oh my gosh, Dragon Zombie is so strong. Ooh, a Graceful's coming down. So we had Desert Sunlight into Flip Magician into Pot of Greed, getting Graceful Charity. It's going to just let Army extend hardcore. He's probably going to ditch at least one of the Thunder Dragons, if not both. D-Mock. This is an impressive deck. I wonder if he's going to have Premature Burial for the Dark Magician of Chaos. That'd be pretty brutal. First Heavy Storm to clear out these, though, right? We have 20. Oh, he's just going to run out of Chaos Guy. It's 8,000 to 4,000. And we're going to see a Chaos Guy hit. He's going to certainly use priority to clear out this Emissary, right? Yeah. He's leaving him in attack position, which is interesting. Usually, so when you see Mirror Force gone, I think it's correct to always put Sork in attack. You could argue that you'll take the damage from BLS. Maybe if you're at 3,700, you don't do it, but otherwise he's bigger than nearly all the monsters that are played in Go format. A lot of people put him in defense when the Mirror Force is gone, and I'm like, well, that might not be correct, because now I can die to Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke or something else. Is Charizard my favorite Pokemon? Yes. Yes, very much so. Regrettably, before the Charizard base sets spiked to whatever they are now, like 400 each, I had a collection of 25 of them, including a first edition German and a Shadowless, but I sold those when I needed money to move. And then they shot up about 10,000% in value. But yes, Charizard is easily my favorite. I actually have pop vinyls, and I have this thing that I got as a gift this past Christmas season, holiday season. I haven't put it anywhere yet. I don't know if I want to open it just to get the statue out, but I feel like it would. You're not supposed to open those things. So, yeah. Weeping Bell is pretty cool too. One of my best friends, his absolute favorites are all poison Pokemon. So he's a big fan of. That one might not be poison. That one might just be grass. I've only ever collected base set Jungle Fossil for the cards, and I've never played the video games. So, yeah, I don't have a lot of knowledge on Pokemon or like what their types are. Sometimes I hear Dragonite's a dragon. Sometimes I hear he's an ice. Sometimes it's maybe a fairy Pokemon. I don't know. No, I've played a handful of in-person games with decks through base through fossil, but I wouldn't say I play those formats. I don't have a Pokemon deck or anything like that. Like 2006, somebody still had their decks from then, and we played a handful of games so I could learn how it works. That's my extent of playing Pokemon. Let's see if Matt Uber or NB are in. So NB9 is. I'm sure Matt Uber is. No, Matt Uber's not. Alright, so back to this. We have a Preemie coming down, and it's probably going to bring back the Mobius, but just because it gets over this guy, he doesn't even have to banish. He can do some damage. Does he have lethal? No lethal with the face down monster. So we're going to see Army go to 1600. Oh, my apologies. The Chaos Sorcerer banished. It's reading comments, it looks like. And, yeah. Energy removal. I do remember that one. That one seemed pretty brutal. Back then, I feel like people used plus power a lot. Yeah, so he did have 3 Thunder Dragons at one point. It looks like those are all gone. That's pretty much the only cards we know he has. Oh, we have a Trunade hitting. He's at 39. So what does that open with a Trunade? Okay. So he books his Chaos Sorcerer just to bolster his defense. Not maybe take damage from that. No, Mobius stays. Thank you. A lot of people, yeah. It's an equip spell, and so if it bounces back, it doesn't, also Premature Burial doesn't literally specify. Is it Cyber? Morphing Jar. Okay, so this is Empty Jar. Or the Empty Jar Chaos deck, which did well months ago. I do recall this deck a little bit. Ron Control. I've never heard the name Ron Control. Okay. I dig it. That's new to me. Okay, it's Ron. Ron Weasley. R-O-N. Oh. Okay. R-O-N Control. Let's see. What's the reason it's R-O-N? I'm not going to look into it. Yeah, I guess what does the abbreviation stand? What is the acronym for? Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll start calling it RON Control. Yeah, so it gets to do this trick, which is play Dark Magician of Chaos in Empty Jar, which of course lets you recycle either the draw spells or your Your books, I guess. You need both. Not an acronym. It was pioneered by Ron 5. Oh, this is the heavy slump deck. Okay, yeah. So I played this in some online tournament. It might have been a PWCQ. After there was a guy that placed really high with it, either at a GFC or a PWCQ, and I saw the list and I was like, that looks really fun. And so I played this in one tournament. I didn't like how it played, so I never played it again. But it's good to see that this is still a live deck. That's a pretty good mind control. So I don't. Oh my goodness, double mind control. What is this going to be? Magician of Faith would be so brutal. Is that lethal? 58-82. Wow. That is lethal. Unless he has Karibo, which, nope. Well, I don't know. Sub, you can't really say that yet. SSBM. Wait. SSBM is Super Smash Brothers Melee? It was summoned and you killed it with Mobius. Oh, and the prematured Sork? You have to type all caps. Okay. Alright, thanks, Dan, for the history on that. Because honestly, I've seen the deck, but I didn't know that that's what it was, and it stands for ready or not. That's a cool deck. So this should be lethal unless I'm missing something. 58 and 24 once again is 82. So unless Vaughn is slow rolling a Karibo, this will be game in favor of Army, which he didn't concede, so we might see a Karibo here on the DMOC, which would be absolutely wild. Or he's just wanting to make sure that it is in fact lethal. If a Karibo comes down, you guys are going to hear me scream. Okay, Vaughn finally hits him with the GG. Yeah, so that is, we've had a lot of cool matches today. First round, or once again, first game, we have, Burn and Warrior, but it was a little, Rick was playing turn 1 Summon Donzalug, which you don't really see. He just basically won because he had Mystic Swordsman level 2 in timely places. Second round, we got to watch a Paladin of White Dragon, Blue Eyes White Dragon deck win his match. And now we get to watch Army defeat Vaughn with Vaughn playing Dragon Zombie and Vaughn playing DMOC Jar RON deck. We haven't seen a... Yeah, I was going to say Zacharoni and Cheese. We have not seen a Gravekeeper Spy today. We haven't seen a Night Assailant yet today. So... I know I mentioned that we're going to see a lot of Chaos Turbo today, but so far we haven't seen much. Let me check and see how things are looking over here. Alright, thanks to Spooky for hooking me up with a decent number of cool deck lists to check out over the upcoming rounds. And there are some spicy ones in here I'm excited to see. Let's see... Okay, Asim, I saw your message. I'll check this out if I can fit it into the upcoming rounds. Let's see here. Alright, let's see. How much time is left in the round? 7 minutes, about a minute ago. Alright, so we still got a little bit of time. We can check out another match here. Let's see who we still have. Let me refresh just to make sure. We got... Oh, let's watch Jinzo Dude. Michael Kalish. Hopefully that's not doxing. I realized after I said it. Jinzo Dude is he plays at a handful of the in-person events that I go to. So he's also from the same state as me, which is nice. Um, let's see. So we have a water deck. Wait, I just noticed this is actually who one of the names I wrote down to check. That was coincidental. So we have a Nightmare Penguin water deck with chain energy playing against who I assume that Jinzo Dude is playing his normal like chaos type of deck. Usually it's chaos turbo. Oh, he has a counter for the heavy slump. Going down to 3,500 with a chain energy in play. Um, yeah, that's a bit much. When I play in person, do I try to go high rarity, cheapest, or whatever I have? So, honest to you, I have the high rarity that you can get, and I have other just nice foil versions, like, the secret rares from the Bonanza set or the quarter century sets or whatever. Um, he had a second heavy slump. I looked away for a half a second to answer the question. What a card to have! Wow. A second heavy slump is nuts. Shuffle, draw two. 8 cards to 2 with a chain energy in play. This is going to be a tough comeback for Jinzo Dude. That is a wild second heavy slump. Wow. That's amazing. Jinzo Dude, I'm sorry you got double slumped. Bananakin, I'm very happy that you had a double slump because that's pretty cool. So yeah, if I travel somewhere that I'm comfortable with the players around me, I will take like my high rarity deck. Funny enough, it fell out of my bag in Detroit the last time I went, and Dan L88 was very kind enough to find it, which would have been not a great loss on my part. So now I've started to take the common versions of the deck. So like when I flew to Florida, I took the commons, not because I didn't trust Florida, but because I didn't want to hassle the TSA with a deck that's worth more than it should be. Yeah. So yeah, the answer is all of them. I have a common version of the decks. I have a rare version of the deck that you can rare out as much as you can. Yeah, all the way up to the highest rarities. I do need one more trap dust shoot. I only have 2 of the champion pack ones, but with the secret rare coming out or whatever in April, I'm not sure I'll try to pick up a third one. Yeah, so this is a pretty cool match here. We have the heavy slump hitting Jinzo Dude pretty hard, and honestly, Bananakin, if he happens to get a Sinister Serpent here, the match is all but over. Just being able to spin it and constantly make him reset a monster. You have him in a bit of an Abyss Soldier lock until he draws. With chain energy, I'm not even sure what he could draw to get out of this. Yeah, this is an interesting. I mean, it does. He saw into the heavy slump only to get heavy slumped anyways. It's pretty brutal. Once again, it's awesome to see, but when you oh, the chains for turbo makes sense. That would make sense. Honestly, seeing it in action, like if you get a solid board state with the water deck, namely Abyss Soldier, and this might not even be a water deck by itself. This might just be a control deck that plays Abyss Soldier. Actually, I have the list, but I'm not going to spoil it because that's not fair. But I do want to see for my sake if this is a traditional water deck or if he's really just playing like the Abyss Soldiers and like Sinister Serpents. Maybe like Mobius or something, Well, we saw Nightmare Penguin, didn't we? Yeah, so we know he's playing more water monsters than normal. Alright, this is likely Mike Jinzo Dude's last turn. Unless he draws incredibly well. Like Heavy Storm. Heavy Storm, Pot of Greed. Or MST, honestly. He has to kill the chain energy. He can only play 2 cards. Oh, he hit the swords. So he has a good, like a chaos monster? Oh, Breaker. Okay. This is an interesting. Oh, that's how he had to do it. I just realized. That is pretty brutal. All right, well, hey, the chain energy's gone. Now we have a chance to see how this match goes, at least for a second, anyways. Bananakin Skywalker does not have lights or darks, it looks like. So at the moment, I don't know if he's. Well, we also have a Golem Sentry, which, if you're unfamiliar with this card, is one of the flip flop kind of cards, like the camel and the scarab and the locust, and I guess Guardian Sphinx. But you can reset it after it's face up, and when it flips face up, you get to return a monster your opponent controls to their hand. So it is a very strong card because of its defense, and it doesn't see a lot of play because the decks that it typically goes in doesn't get to play lights and darks. And lights and darks, as we know, make the world go round. I don't know what that is. Thank you, streamer, for commenting that. So here we yeah. So Jinzo dude will be turn 0, and there is there's 4 total turns. You have turn 0 finishes their turn, and then you have turn 1, 2, 3, and then after that you check life points. Whoever has higher life points wins. And, if it's a tie, then the first difference in life points determines the winner of the match. For example, if Jinzo dude plays an upstart and their opponent gains 1,000, the opponent would win because they now have higher life points. Sonic Flare message. Gravity sounds like we're in the same club. I'm gonna wait to open up this next message just in case it's something wild. So yeah, I'm gonna check that when I take a very brief bathroom break after this round ends, and then which it'll be pretty brief. This is going pretty smoothly. We started about an hour ago, and we're already wrapping up round 1 really quick while they take their time to make sure that they know the end of match. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches left out of 70 total matches. That's pretty good. Oh, all right. So I guess I I realized that he might have been asking me. So yeah. There, yes. Okay, correct. Jinzo dude, that is the end of match procedure. Okay. So right now, Bananakin has declared an attack on Breaker. That has happened. And he's going to get his search, which might be a Nightmare Penguin. Just something with a lot of defense. Maybe a Golem Sentry. I think Nightmare Penguin has the same, and he's a little bit more flavorful. So that's probably what I would go for. But then again, he might have something in He might need a Sinister Serpent with another soldier in his hand. We'll see based on what he gets. A Golem Sentry, so he's just looking to turtle up, just build his defenses, and hopefully not lose via life points, which this is turn 1 now for Jinzo dude. So Jinzo dude will have the current turn and the last turn of this match. That is a pretty good card to draw. There are certainly worse ones than Graceful Charity. Sometimes this can get awkward when you draw Sork, BLS, I don't know, an X. It doesn't matter what the other card is. So we have a Spy go away and a Night Assailant go away, and the Night Assailant will get something back, which might be Dekoichi just for the attack points. You're not going to be able to get over the Golem Sentry at this point unless you have a Chaos guy, which maybe has Nobleman. Nobleman set. Okay, so that's pretty good. Solemn Judgment comes down, which is huge. That puts him at 3150. So now we have a match that's very doable life points. He just has to draw. What if this is a BLS? Wouldn't that be nuts? Well, I don't think it is. He didn't snap play BLS. So does this say when it flips face up? Flip summon specifically. So he could attack it with BLS and attack again without issues. So this is a tough choice for Jinzo Dude. So maybe this turn he's not able to deal with the Golem Sentry, but just... Okay, so that's a set card. Could it be a Ring of Destruction? It has 800 attack. Is Ring going? Ring is up. Let's see. Turn 2 of 3. So this is Bananakin's last turn. He just has another set monster. That is probably enough unless he top decks. Quite literally, yeah. He had to draw a BLS there. That's pretty brutal, but hey. Heavy slump. Heavy slump. One Bananakin that match. Put Jinzo Dude down to only 2 cards. He had 8 in his hand. And it wasn't just a heavy slump. It was 2 heavy slumps. One of which forced Jinzo to Solemn Judgment, the first one, because that is an incredibly brutal card to play against. What a match there by Bananakin. Congrats, Bananakin, and good luck in the next round to both of you. Let's see if we have anybody left in this tournament. In this round, I should say. So that one just finished. Let's see if Oracle is playing. Looks like... Oh, wait. I'm in advanced. Yeah, Oracle might be finished. Let's see. Fungus Among Us. Alright, it looks like Fungus Among Us is also finished. Pikatron. Alright. So this is likely the last, if not one of the last, matches here today. And for those of you just joining, I'm not JDZ, no matter how much you want me to be. I'm Kenny, but I'm here today to hopefully bring you guys a fun GOAT format championship. This is the 23rd one. It's a little wild to think there's been 22 other ones, and I think a couple of European ones that aren't numbered. So we're very excited to bring this one to you today. And we've had some interesting matches already in round 1. We've seen water decks. We've seen Blue Eyes White Dragon decks. We've seen a Dragon Zombie Emissary of the Afterlife deck. We're at another Desert Sunlight deck. So, let's see. This is like... Oh, this has some interesting cards. Thunder Dragon, Lily, Kaiku, Exiled Force. This is the kind of stuff I like to see. It's like a toolboxy kind of deck. Which, with the release of Elemental Energy, the set after Cybernetic Revolution, those toolbox decks started to perform really well. Just being able to grab your level 2s, your Blade Knights. It wasn't really Warrior, but it played the main Warriors, right? And I like playing those kind of decks. They're not as consistent or as strong as like the Chaos Turbos or the plain Warrior decks, but they're really fun. So we're gonna Pikatron's gonna try to push through a bunch of damage. He's going in to attack. The Mirror Force is gone, so that's huge. Do we have a Sakuretsu or a Book of Moon or something to stop this Sork? I don't know which turn this is. I went into this one just now with you all. Don't start playing Mickey. Hey. Mickey is pretty fun, I will say. I played it when the second set was out. I only played when the first 2 sets were out. And I just never... So my local scene where I am is pretty dead unless you play Magic the Gathering or Pokemon. And I like both of those games, but they're not my games that I want to play in person all the time. Like, those are the games I would play for fun. And I like to play things really competitive when I go to card shops. And I like to play fun with just my friends. And so I don't really go out to the card shops here. Because there's one Yu-Gi-Oh! Local nearby, but they only play advanced format. I don't know what the heck's going on in advanced. So, I I just don't go to the card shops nearby that often. So we're going to see a card destruction come down. This has to be close, unless they have a time extension for a judge ruling. Very close to the last turn of this match. And, ooh, Breaker on the Snatch Steal. Wow, that could be huge. Is that enough though? What is that? 2,300 points of damage if it goes through for 3,600. Is this going to be? Did you just let the attacks go through and win by 100 life points? Once again, I don't know which turn of the match this is. I assume they're in the end of match procedure. Yeah, it's harder to find Time Wizard events. Now I'm not saying that they're impossible to find, but where I'm located, I have to drive an hour and a half to go to the closest one. That's a little bit too far for just an average local. If it was like 30 minutes, I probably would do it weekly, but yeah, an hour and a half is a little too far. Upstart comes down. I see Pikachu gain 1,000, um, which if you don't have lethal, you have to try to go for it to try to get a BLS or a snatch steal of your own or something. So we see this one gets won by Pikachu on via time. Oh, he was so far away from the next Chaos guy. He had a dust shoot for the 20 cards in hand. So that's going to be match. Pikachu gets that one. And I believe that was a 2-1 win. Not that it matters on the win count. And let's see what the bracket looks like. We had the Pikachu match, and I believe that's it. That's the only one we were waiting on, right? Yep. So we should have another round coming up shortly. I'm going to take a very brief break, just like 3 minutes. And maybe 5. Probably not 5. Probably 3. So stick around with me. I'm going to be right back. And yeah, here we go. right. I think we're back. I hope we're back. So let's find another match. So we're here in round 2. Those of you that are just joining, I'm not JDZ. My name's Kenny, and I'm filling in today for the streaming. And we're going to find a fun match to look at. So Void mentioned in the chat that he wants to be seen. That they want to be seen. And so I will look for Void. See if we can get Void on the match here. Just to make sure that this is the right one. Right? Yeah. Okay. So, they're already in... Oh, they're doing 2 out of 3. Okay. So, we're going to have a Reasoning Gate deck, maybe. Ooh, with Toon Table of Contents. Against... Well, we don't know yet from Void. We have a Sanyan in play and 2 back row. So, not a ton of info here. The suit's actually pretty comfortable. So I'm a bigger guy, as you guys can tell. So I have to get, I can't just like go to JCPenney and get a suit. So I had to get one that was made for me, which that means that it is very comfortable. I am wearing pants. Are they suit pants? That's to be determined. So I don't wear this thing often, I'm going to be honest, but I do wear it when I want to, I don't know, look nice. And I want to give you guys a really good first impression of me. So let's see. So we're going to see Metamorphosis come down for 1,000 eyes, which is going to take the crane, and it's going to kill 1 single token with a Scapegoat in reply to the attack. So we're going to have a Scapegoat deck on the bottom and a Scapegoat deck on the top, but the one on the top probably plays Monster Gates. So we're going to see if that comes down on this next turn, or if he's just going to sit behind a wall of tokens. So that's going to give Ohms his Sacred Crane back. Graceful. Sacred Crane's not a bad discard to that, honestly, especially if you get like Premature Burials, Call the Haunted. So that's and it's also a light. So we have a light and a dark. That sets up a Chaos play, which could also set up a, well, with this many zones, I don't think we're going to see a Dimension Fusion this turn, but it is a possibility. Hopefully the audio is okay. Thank you, Derek. So yeah, we have a bit of a board lock state with a handful of goats on each side. We have a Sork on the likely Reasoning Gate. This could be the Dimension Fusion version, because you see Tomb Cannon Soldier. Well, it almost certainly plays Dimension Fusion. Decree coming down. Ringund is going to be replied with to hit the Sork. So we have a Decree now. That is going to temporarily shut down Void. Void is playing the Metamorphosis build, so it's not sure how many traps Void is even playing with. That is a way better Dimension Fusion. So this Dimension Fusion will let Ohms draw a card, and if they need to, they can get rid of some of these goat tokens to build up the board. They have not normal summoned. So here it's hard to not call 8, I feel. Just because Dark Magician of Chaos alone likely... The creator is pretty good. Man, if he has another light and dark with another defusion, oh my gosh. Oh, could we have a defusion come down for the creator? Oh, not an attack position. That's interesting. That's really interesting. Mother Grizzly. Okay, so we have a water deck. What is Mother Grizzly grabbing? Itself? Is it? Do we have more Nightmare Penguins? Is this just going to be the day of Nightmare Penguins? I will show my pants at some point, maybe. Wow, that is a wild card to see. Wasn't expecting Mother Grizzly there. Yeah, today has been really good. Every match, we've had Chaos Turbo a couple of times, but even the one Chaos Turbo wasn't even really Chaos Turbo. It was the RON deck, right? The Ron deck, which is like a Chaos Turbo mixed with Empty Jar. maybe the best way to. It's a heavy slump deck. It's actually a heavy slump deck. But Mother Grizzly, we've had Nightmare Penguins on the play, Dragon Zombie, the normal monster. It's been an interesting day so far. And we're only in round 2. Still have at least 4 more rounds today after this one. So buckle up, Goat World. It's going to hit for 3,000 direct. Oh, not quite. It's going to meet goats. That was lethal otherwise with the Toon Cannon Soldier ability. But now it's not. So 3 goats protecting Void at the moment. Void is going to try to get something going. He's looking down a very nefarious now Decree, Swords, and BLS. So a Snatch Steal is good because it can start, either it just hits the BLS or, oh, that's pretty good. You got rid of the Serpent. Okay. See, I'm a fan of maybe even holding the Serpent in my hand or setting it as another monster. The only reason you can't set it as another monster, but, oh yeah, you can. But the reason I mention that is sometimes that forces like a bad attack, a bad play, because they think, oh man, it could be a Magician of Faith or something, right? So we're going to see a second reasoning come down. This one doesn't call 8, and DMOC is still in play unless I'm missing something. So we're going to see what happens here. DMOC, yeah, that was an interesting 6. With the Royal Decree, I'm not sure Jinzo, but like Blowback Dragon, I guess is what Ohms is afraid of. But right now, that is going to be... Oh, not quite. Wait. That is lethal, right? With the Toon Cannon Soldier, Defusion, and Creator? Oh, he can only play Defusion once, though? Is that enough? I don't know. We're going to see. Ohms is doing the math. I could do the math, but I'm feeling a little bit lazy right now. So he's going to grab True Nade to reset. Oh, get the BLS back. That's huge. That is certainly lethal with the Toon Cannon Soldier. Right. He doesn't have a dark. You can sack the Toon Cannon Soldier to itself. Pop, pop, pop. Deal 15, put him to 26. Replay BLS. Pop, hit 2 tokens, put him at 1 token. 2 tokens, actually. Maybe it's not lethal. That's still a pretty good play. As a BLS again. Ohms does. So those of you asking about JDZ, he is just busy today. He wasn't able to do the stream, and we wanted to make sure that a stream was happening for today's tournament. So here I am in place. Hopefully, by the end of this tournament, you will at least have a well-commentated tournament and feel comfortable and maybe, hopefully, very slightly, if not minimally, entertained. I'll do my best. And if you guys have any suggestions, for example, it says round 1, even though this is round 2. Foolishly, I edited that on the original overlay instead of making it an editable overlay to go on top of the overlay. So that is going to say round 1 for the rest of the tournament. Maybe after this round I can create something in Microsoft Paint or something just to put over it, just so we can have something that doesn't just say round 1. Yeah. No, Alessandro, I did not think you were rude. Everyone has been, if you go into the history of the chat, there's probably been about 50 of that. Where's JDZ? So yeah, just JDZ is a little bit busy today, so I am here as his substitute. So this is a pretty good board state. We have a BLS in hand for Ohms. DMOC in play. The DMOC is going to just crash into that. We don't have lights and darks for that BLS at the moment, since it got bounced back with Abyss Soldier. So the BLS is pretty much dead. If this dark leaves the field, it gets banished, so that doesn't even matter. But we have 1,700 to 2,600. We have an in-phase Decree, which looks like Void is also playing Decree. So this is going to be interesting siding. Are they going to keep their Decrees in? Are they going to change and bring in some other traps? Are both people going to take out Decree? Are both people going to keep in Decree? This is going to be an interesting side deck for sure. So is that the third Metamorphosis? That is the third meta this game. All Alright, so Swords is finally over. I have a couple of goats for Ohm. He has 13 cards in deck. Void has, with the Mother Grizzly was very flavorful. This is an interesting Metamorphosis style deck, which I'm happy I started this one. Void was in the chat before the tournament started and said, check me out. Or maybe after I'd already launched up the first game. And I told Void that I would do it, and here we are, and he didn't disappoint. Oh, that's a pretty good heavy. At the moment, he still has to deal with the Thousand Eyes Restrict, and playing monsters without killing the Thousand Eyes is going to be an issue. But he might bluff with this. It might be another Sacred Crane that's face down. If I had to guess, just to get that Thousand Eyes to use its ability. Forgive me. Excuse me. I wish that he would have flipped it up, flipped it down, just so we could see what it was. But that's what I'm assuming it is. So at this point, unless something drastically changes on Ohm's end, this is going to be a 10-turn clock where he's just going to mill, where Ohms will mill themselves out. And it looks like that's what Void's game plan is now. So 2 reasonings are gone. We have the defusions, 2 of them are gone. Spell economics, one of is likely one of it's gone. Yeah. Once again, Void doesn't really need to do anything. The only thing is quite obviously another spell economics, another defusion likely wins Ohms this game. This is game 1, right? Yes. So he has to look out for that. Void does. Otherwise, I'm not sure that Ohms has a way to win this. Demok, if it would get heavied, it gets banished. Yeah. Whenever it leaves the field. And where it says this face-up card, that doesn't imply monster only. Now, if it was a face-down and got heavied, it would go to the graveyard, I'm pretty sure. I've just never seen a face-down Demok be taken, and I've never seen a face-down Demok die. So I'm pretty positive that it would go to the graveyard in that regard, since it specifies face-up. But, yeah. Okay, so a Stein is the... oh, he's going to just take a goat. Which this one blows my mind a little bit, that it actually does get equipped with the goat token. To me, that feels a little weird. Oh, and he's going to bring the damage. If this isn't a torrential tribute, this is going to be a pretty good turn, and that looks to be exactly... not exactly, but very close to lethal by over 500 points. Yeah, so Mother Grizzly is likely going to be attacking for game here unless Ohms has a Karibo. Ohms has a Karibo? Okay, he did not have a Karibo. DNA, my name is Kenny. I am JDZ. So I'm just a substitute for JDZ today. Oh, Void's in the chat. Well, good luck, Void, and good luck to Ohms. That was, I don't know if you were watching when Mother Grizzly hit the table, but Mother Grizzly was unexpected. So, they're siding here. It's hard to say what they're going to bring in. Like I said, the decrees... With both people playing them, it's hard to say how that will go. Let's see. So I do have a lot of deck lists. I need to see who I'm going to check out after this one ends. Probably this deck. I really am a fan of this. So I think that this is one that should also be seen by a lot of people. I'm really hoping that they did well in round one, so they at least stick through for round two. All right. So we're just waiting on Ohms here to submit, and then we'll get going with this second game after Void got the first one. It was close. At one point, I thought that Ohms might have had lethal with the Toon Cannon Soldier, but it was off by a couple hundred life points, and they weren't able to get it done with the Dimension Fusion Toon Cannon Soldier shenanigans. We're going to lead this one off with a reasoning. Let's see what this one hits. We're going to look for 8, and we hit a Jinzo. So, what? Do you guys see this? What just happened? Why do I see 2 Jinzos? Where did this second Jinzo... Who's hiding this Jinzo from me? Maybe I need to refresh Dueling Book. This is one, you can't even have 2 Jinzos, and I'm pretty sure that when you play Goat, like, it specifies, like, you can't, like, even... You don't lose 200. Okay, let me refresh. Alright, we're going to refresh and go back to Void's game, because I don't know what the heck just happened. And they were talking about life point loss, and so now I might have... Maybe Dueling Book glitched a little bit. Let's get Void's game back up and see what happened. Okay, yeah, missed a lot there, apparently. I don't know what happened on my end. That was definitely a visual bug. We had a Jinzo in the graveyard, a Jinzo in play. And like I was mentioning, Dueling Book doesn't let you save decks that are illegal to play in tournaments with Goat. Like, you can't, like, join a Goat format game with, you know, like, Change of Heart in your deck. As far as I know, anyways. Maybe you can. Maybe I'm just lying. I don't know. Let's see what this Gatling Dragon does. Hoping to kill at very minimum 1. 3 would be acceptable. 2 is probably ideal. So yeah, he got both. That's going to put a dark and a light in the grave. And with a limiter removal, that would be game with a Chaos guy. Let's see what Ohms has and brings to the table here. Right now we're looking at 46, Dimension Fusion, 7,086. That is lethal unless Void has a Karibo, which it doesn't look like Void had it. We're going to go to a very quick third game. That was an impressive sequence of cards there from Ohms, as they're able to take down Void in the second game. Now Void gets to play first. Maybe he'll set up some Mother Grizzly shenanigans in this first game, which I still am not sure, other than Sinister Serpent, and that is enough, honestly. Getting your Serpent in rotation is amazing. What the Mother Grizzly grabs, other than itself, you know, is Void playing Little Swordsman of Eiley or Nightmare Penguin, or, you know, something like that. It's hard to say. Let's see here. So Void's going to take the play. Let's see how this next game starts. Starts a little bit slower, more traditional, old school Yu-Gi-Oh! A couple of back rows and a monster set. Why are so many people watching? All right. High Ohms. All right, so we have a Dushu come down. That is pretty good. Looks like that's the only monster. Was the Sacred Crane. He's just doing a shortcut, putting it back, and letting him look at his hand. Either going to type it out, just memorize it, take a screenshot, something. It's hard to say what people do nowadays. But rest assured that now Void, with that knowledge, is going to play a little more tight around that hand. And so we're looking for 8 here. And That one can't be summoned, so we get to skip it. Oh, both Sorks are gone. That's huge. Into a Toon Cannon, which could be what Ohms needs. This deck, where it could just win with a Spell Economics, Demock, and a Dimension Fusion. Like those 4 cards by themselves win the match. In this case, it would be the match. This is game 3. Let's see here. Void is going to enter the tank for a second and just think out this turn before summoning an Assura Priest. I like it. If that was sided in, that's a pretty good side card, I feel. You just really want damage. It can kill all the Sacred Cranes. It can kill the Goat tokens. It can kill the Toon Cannon Soldier. That is a great card in this match. And more importantly, it has 1700 attack. It can just be summoned and deal some damage. I am not JDZ. Yeah. This is a visual bug. And maybe I am JDZ. This is a Snapchat filter. We're going to have an in-phase Scapegoat. So that either lines up a play with some Toon Cannon Soldier or more than likely Monster Gates, which I don't think we've seen in this match yet. Going straight into battle. I like it. Flips itself down. That makes sense. Okay, so that's just going to be an in-turn. So the in-phase the Scapegoat didn't do much with it. Flip summon Sook into a Torrential Tribute. That is pretty brutal. Summon Breaker, and we're just going to see him go to 44. And we're going to see how Ohms responds to this. and a bear. And a beard. A bearded bear. Majestic. I like it. Picasso. So Snatch Seal is going to come down and take that Breaker. Space is going to come down or be replied with to kill that Snatch Seal. Keep that Breaker with its counter. And put Ohms in another tight spot. Remember, Void did get to trap Dust Shoot, view his hand. So Ohms' hand, there's some number of it likely still around. First things first, Breaker hits the book, reflips itself, hits for 16 down to 28. And we're going to have a Breaker in a back row against 3 total cards. And there are a sequence of 3 with over 2,000 life points that are good enough. Monster Reincarnate. Do you have a monster? Oh, Demock. Oh, man. This could be interesting. If he has a premature burial. Nope. Just sets the Toon Cannon Soldier. In-phase Scapegoat is an interesting one here. So meta isn't... Oh, creature swap. Huge. So that's going to take that face-down Toon Cannon Soldier. We're going to take 16 down to 12 this turn. A Ring of Destruction would win it for Void. But Void is in an incredibly good spot. Yeah. That is a tough one. Yeah. When you're under 2,000, when you're at 2,000 or lower, it's really difficult for this deck to win. Good game for Void. Great match played by Ohms. That was just a tricky one, a difficult one. But let's see what else we have going here. Congrats to Void again on the win. That is a pretty cool deck. He has some Mother Grizzlies. I'd love to know, Void, do you only play Mother Grizzly to replace itself and get Serpent out of your deck? Or do you have some maybe some hidden spice in there? If you don't want to tell people about it, please do not feel like you have to. But I am curious if you have anything else for the Mother Grizzlies. Maybe, can Aqua Spirit come out of that? Or is it like Gigantes? I can't remember. Okay, let's see here. Well, it looks like the match that I really wanted to see is not playing. So let's see if Gulaz is. Oh, wait. What's his name? This is Zalugon here. Alright, so we got this one. So this is an interesting deck that I saw with notably these 2 cards, which are very cool. Skill Drain, and it's more than likely a Skill Drain, like a, I don't want to call it stall, but like a burn deck. So Grizzly or Serpent. Okay, so it is like just to either replace itself, thin your deck. Additionally, it can just get your Serpent out of your deck, which is fantastic. Yeah, that makes sense. So one interesting note about the Skill Drain, now Zambira is a 2100 that gets to do whatever he wants. But right now we have a Big Shield Guard saying otherwise. Yeah, this does look like Stallburn, but we have Rhoda, and we haven't seen the face downs, so yeah, maybe it's something different. Maybe he plays a giant orc, Goblin Attack Force or something, but I doubt it. Let's see. It looks like they're in the second game, and I'm pretty sure the 0-1-0 implies that Zalug won the first game. Is that correct? That's the part that confuses me about Dueling Book. This is something on the net. If I stream again, hopefully I do, I'll be able to tell you, but I think that that implies that because I'm watching this person, or like it has this as like my POV or whatever. Uh, what's happening here? Okay. Oh, did he not take the damage? Oh, he plays Toon Goblin Attack Force. That's cool. That's cool. Why would I say Giant Orc? Toon Goblin is way better. Because Giant Orc, you can deck Devastation Virus, obviously. Does he play Fusilier Dragon? Actually, no, I have his deck list, but I don't want to spoil too much. I'm confused. If you can hear my ASMR sirens outside, my apologies. Not much I can do to control that. It's going to make this a lot more interesting, though. So there might be a discrepancy. They're both copy and paste, or at least Zalug is copying and pasting from the log. Let me see. Let me check to see if they did a judge call. That could be it. I don't see anything in the judge call section. Let me check if they put it in the main chat, though. Yeah, I'm not seeing that either. We have about 20 minutes left in the round, so a little over 40%. I don't know what the holdup is here. Based on the Jinzo match, where I don't know if you all were present for it, Reasoning revealed a Jinzo. The Jinzo went to the graveyard, but then there was also one in play. And when I refreshed the page, now all of a sudden the opponent had Sacred Crane, Thousand Eyes Restrict, and yeah. So I'm wondering if this is my my Dueling Book doing this. Not seeing action or comments from either person. There's 7 people watching. Alright, I'm going to risk it, and I'm going to refresh the page, and honestly, I hope that they're still not doing anything, because that means that it's working correct on my end. Okay, yeah, so we are at some kind of an impasse, and I'm not sure where it came from. But once again, I don't see any judge calls in the tournament. Let's see if I can get some insight on my end without bothering either player. Just city ASMR. Yeah, that's something. The microphone I'm using it can pick up stuff like that. Hopefully not too often, but yeah, occasionally I do get to hear the beautiful sirens of the city. I assume that there's some behind the scenes chatter happening, maybe with the judges trying to resolve this. Before I refreshed, we had a comment here that was a copy and paste of a Zambira attacking this, which makes me think that return winner maybe didn't take the 500 points of damage from the difference, but that's the only thing I could possibly gather from that. Yeah, I'm not sure otherwise. don't want to just sit here and watch us stall. Oh, we have some typing from Zalug at least. Alright, let's see what this says, and then we'll decide if we go to another match. 10-minute extension. 10-minute extension, we are in damage step. Okay. They get a 10-minute extension. So I guess I joined at a difficult time. Okay. So I guess they didn't post that in the judge call. Right. Yeah. I'm not seeing that. So what I'm going to do is, if we don't have movement here in like the next 10 seconds, I'm going to go find another match, and we'll watch that, because I don't want you guys to just look at a stalemate. That's not as fun. It is. I do want to know what's going on with this, because this board looks pretty incredible. I don't see how Return Winner, without a heavy storm, and probably a heavy storm with additional stuff, this kind of a deck typically plays like Magic Drain, not Dark Bribe. How good would that be? Solemn Judgment, or Fake Trap. So to protect the skill drains, and like if this Wave Motion has to be in this deck, right? Or Chain Energies. If this is resolved, please play at a reasonable pace. So it looks like maybe Return Winner is going slow, but I don't know that for sure. So what I'm going to do, because we haven't seen anything other than Zalug's message, is I'm going to go to another match, and we're going to find somebody else. Is Herney in this tournament? Just very briefly. Yeah, Herney is in the tournament. So we're going to check out Herney Hog. They do pretty well in the online scene, so they are a staple of the format. Looks like they are playing Chaos Turbo, and I love seeing this. Zaborg brings the thunder. So it's always fun to see Zaborg in play, or at least in the fold. Dark Bribe and Starlight Road, that's the ideal ones. That'll help against heavy. Yeah. So my friend loves to play fun. I don't want to say fun cards, because that makes it sound like they're not good or something, and that's not what I mean by this. But he loves to play cards that can hose people and just get you because you're not expecting it. And one of those cards that he had a lot of success with in person was Magic Drain. He played Magic Drain in his Warrior deck at GGP Orlando and successfully top 8'd. He lost to Anthony Alvarado in the top 8 of that tournament in a series of pretty close games. And he also got to play against, you guys might know, AJTBLS in that tournament as well. And all three of those players top 8'd. They all did wonderful. I believe Anthony top 4'd and AJ top 4'd. Right? Is that right? And Insidious lost to Lucas. Is that right? Yeah. In the finals. So here we have a Graceful putting another Light in the Graveyard and a Serpent. Sork's going to hit the table and get rid of that. This one looks well in... what is it? JuXX77? I'm just going to call you 77 just to be easier. In 77's favor. By a considerable amount, 8,500 life points. We have a 3-card to 1-card ratio. If you count the goats, it's a lot more, but they're nothings. Now they do build a wall. That means it's going to take forever to deal damage to 77. But Herney Hog looks like has at least one more turn. Herney has all the draw spells in his deck. He does need lights. Okay. Looks like Herney is not in maybe a happy... If you're looking down this board, you know, how happy could you be? But a little passive there. So he did have a Chaos guy to banish his Chaos guy. We're going to see if there's a Solemn or a Ring of Destruction just to end it. Alright, so we're going to go to Game 3. And this is a classic match here. This one feels almost like a Metamorphosis style chaos control. I only say that because I see Zaborg. You don't often see Zaborg. AJT mentioned, love that guy. Yeah, AJT is a great person. I see him very often in person at the GGP events or at his local. I occasionally go there because they hold non-GGP like cash tournaments or whatever. He's a great guy, great duelist. I've had a handful of matches with him, and each one has just been really well played on both ends. He regrettably knocked me out of top 8 and GGP Cleveland last year in the last round, which seems to be my my curse. Insidious knocked me out in Orlando. AJT knocks me out. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes going forward. Hopefully, in the next couple of matches I play against him, I might get at least one of them. But we'll see. So a knock is going to come down to handle that Dekoichi immediately. 77 goes to the motions. Herney is playing a full set of Decos. Funny enough, AJT does that. Not saying it's just him, but I've seen him do that in person. So we're going to see a duo come down and do the old die roll instead of clicking, which is the exact same thing. RNG is RNG. Doesn't matter if you roll a die or just click one randomly. It's the same product. But people really like to roll dice. So we're going to have a Sangan come down, deal 1,000. Alright, let's see. Damerick. I will check out D. Damerick. Hopefully I said that right. And I also want to check out this person too. I'm going to keep this one in suspense because I want to show you all this person. So once we've had some incredible matches. We've had a couple of water decks today on stream, which is pretty cool. This is the first like chaos versus chaos match we've had today. Still very early. I'm sure we'll see more as the tournament goes on. Hey, the last couple of tournaments though, we've had decks that I would say, um, are those what are they called? Like last wild horse? That's not it. the a deck that shouldn't have a shot perform incredibly perform very well in these tournaments. So, a long shot, I guess. Is probably the word I was looking for. So we've had a couple long shot decks come through and actually perform well. I feel like the most fun one that we've had recently is the Cyberstein deck that goes into King Dark Horse. That's definitely it. Couldn't think of it. I said Wild Horse. The Cyberstein King Dragoon Horus deck is so cool. It's a very cool way to play Yu-Gi-Oh in this format because Horus level 6 is a beast of a card. You can't, if it's the only monster I have, you can't play creature swap. Like, isn't that wild and enough? It survives through Dark Hole. So it can attack through swords. But yeah. So we're going to have a big whopping 1,200 come through. Yeah, like TT Mirror Force. Yeah, it's or Tribe. Like, you really just, if King Dragoon hits and you have an actual good dragon with it, good luck. Like, if you can get Horus level 8 out with a King Dragoon, very difficult for the opponent to beat that. Flipping a heavy is nice. Pro heavy set by Herney. I'm going to have 3 cards versus a 2 in hand and a pretty weak board. Herney is only at 2,200. 77 is taking their time to think on this back row. That's fair. Is he going to ring the Sangan? He will. 77 is going to put Herney to 12, himself at 54, and the Sangan will be searched for. Are we going to see a Serpent? Or are we going to see a Tsukuyomi? I feel like those are the big ones. Then again, it might be something wildly different. You cannot play Creature Swap if one person's only monster is Horus level 6. So let's say I have no other monsters and just a Horus level 6. You can have as many monsters as you want. You cannot activate creature swap. Google it. Swap does not work in that regard. Okay, check the wiki page specifically on horse level 6 and creature swap. I would say you will find something different. Specifically on goformat.com and the individual card rulings. Alright, so we have a Sork, 2 back row against a set monster. A knock here would be amazing. Oh, he's gonna flip a dust shoot. Let's see what he's going to pick here. I feel your Master Reactor. It is, I would suggest looking it up. You know, never take somebody at their word. Always check for yourself. That's the big thing. I wonder if this is... 77 is going at an interesting pace with the... not that this is a good indicator of how many games are played, but it might be an indicator of how fresh they are to playing on Dueling Book. And it looks like... there's a chance that they are a newer player. And also, if I'm wrong on that horse level 6 ruling, specifically, once again, if horse is the only monster that one of the players controls, you know, I like to admit I'm wrong. I like to learn. Serpent, Knight Assailant, Suku Priest, Knight Assailant's back. Yeah, I saw Herney literally said, could you in your turn? When there was nothing else that 77 could do. So Serpent, Sook, and Priest. Game Raider. Yeah, both players must have an eligible monster for swap to resolve. That is how I understand it as well. This is an interesting one on 77's end. If this is a burner account and they are very familiar with GOAT, these kind of things are a little, this is a big if, theoreticals. It's difficult when people know how to play and know what they're doing, but then, like right here, if Knight Assailant is in the graveyard, hopefully this isn't a Sir Priest, okay? It would have been funny if that was a Knight Assailant, though. But it's difficult when somebody knows how to play and then they like behave as if they don't. Herney is at 200 life points and has made this a true match. So we got the Sork here. Okay, Thunder Dragon. It's better to have that maybe this turn than next. Since this turn he's in not the worst spot. Did he shuffle? Is this going to be a Knight Assailant? Okay, Gravekeeper Spy. That gives 77 something. Also, I know some people, as wild as this is to me, play this game on their phone. I can't imagine trying to play this on my phone via the browser. But I know some people do. Alright, so we're going to keep that spy or the Sork set. Both knocks are gone, and he's playing around Snatch among other issues. Now with the Light and Dark, though, he didn't get the Serpent back. That will do it. Unless, 77 gets that one after playing a little slower than most people would want. So hopefully in the future round, 77 picks up the pace a little bit. Alright, let's see who else we have going. let's see. We should only have a couple of matches left. Oh, I believe Kiram is Aaron. That is the person that runs the Atlanta Goat tournaments. It looks like he might be finished though. I would have got him on here. Geist D is in the fold still. Let's see. Geist's match. Ooh, this is a busy game. So we're in game 3. A lot of cards in Geist Graveyard. Only 3 left in the deck. We've seen a lot of Desert Sunlight. Oh, because I've watched Pot the Master twice. That's why. With 3 cards left in deck, 1 Sork is gone. So there's still a Sork and a BLS at play. Both are live with lights and darks. Right? Yeah, enough darks. And it looks like they also have BLS and Sork in play along with this one. This one could be a Sork, but I doubt it. So next round, I'm going to try to check out D. Damerick and another player that has a little bit of spice that is too nice to not be seen. So hopefully they performed at least well enough that they're still in the tournament. I know some people, they'll drop after 1 round. Some people will drop after 2. I myself have dropped after a single round loss. And then after, in the middle of the second round, I'm like, why did I drop? Now I'm going to sit here with while my friends play for the next 6 hours. So it's a little different online. You're at home. You get to do what you want. So yeah, we're going to see the first discard be Sengen. And that just adds another Dark and a Spirit Reaper, which at this point, creating a wall with only 3 cards left in the deck isn't ideal. Looks like this is going to set up the second Nobleman a cross out. Then again, maybe not. That attack went through completely fine. Maybe as a Torrential Tribute set. No, Torrential's in the grave. They still have their Ring and their Torrential, which they don't have Ring. I think they would have played Ring unless we went into this game at nearly its end, it looks like. So it's hard to say whether they know that this is like Book of Moons or Solemn Judgments or something. Gonna have 4 back row. Oh, wow. Geist has the card advantage by a couple, but life totals usually don't come up too much, honestly. That life is just a resource for you to use. But when you hit a certain threshold where Ring of Destruction becomes legal, things get a little more interesting. Is he going to target the face-down non-Sork monster with this one? What do you think Geist targets here? Yeah, so I just saw Master Reactors talking about the slow playing strategy. There are well-known old school in-person players. One player really comes to mind, but I won't say names. But they were known for, stalling as much as they possibly could. Back in the day, and I'm talking like this format, strategies would be side deck wave motion cannon for time. Of course, back then, we didn't play upstarts in the main deck or solemn judgments either. So, the format's wildly different. And that's time in the round, it looks like. Let me make sure here. I should have realized that. I should have checked that before going into this one. Yep, the time was just called. So turn 0, then we have 3 additional turns, and it looks like they're on top of it. So yeah, if you're playing online, think. Take your time and think. But be very aware that, if you take too much time, you'll get penalized for it, right? You can't take a minute and a half per turn. If you need 10 to 30 seconds to think out a very crucial part of the game, tell your opponent, big think, whatever people say in the comments. I just need a moment, that kind of thing. Just make sure that you communicate well and don't just enter your end phase with 2 back row that you just set and just never pass the turn with no cards in hand. So there's, that becomes slow playing, and you don't want to see that in any capacity in any tournament. So yeah, just be very mindful of that while you're playing. I trust that most of you, if not all of you, do. We're going to see a heavy storm come down to try to finish off Geist. We have 39 to 3,000. A BLS is lethal here. And we know BLS is very much in play as only Chaos Sorcerer, which is face down. Actually, he doesn't even need BLS. We just need... Pot the Master just needs a monster that is 700 or more with the current board state. We'll see if Raigeki Break gets chained. Geist is, this is turn 0, so Geist still has turn 1 and 3. Should turn 1 and 3 happen. Asim says, I play super quick, so even the slowest player would finish without worrying about time. My matches last up to 20 minutes. So historically, I'm pretty quick at playing too. It's just when you start to see sequences of cards, you can make faster plays. However, because of my speedy play, sometimes I miss some tiny crucial detail that's enough that can lead to a loss, and that one loss might be the loss that loses you the match. So you just need to make sure that you play at a reasonable pace as best you can, in person, online. Just be respectful and communicate with your opponent mostly. Communication is it's gonna be it's drilled into everybody's head. Communication's key. Oh, we're gonna have a heavy storm flip up a scapegoat, which is interesting. So that's gonna keep Geist alive, unless we see a lightning vortex, which I love, and I hope. Oh, he did have the solemn, but he didn't have anything else. That's a tricky one. Do you solemn the heavy to have the scapegoat go through in battle phase? That way it can't be countered. And then you possibly get to keep the snatch steal. Now, yeah, Pot the Master just needs to do nothing. Just try to win by life points. It's only 900 though, so there's Ring of Destruction still in play for either player. Oh man, this is going to be interesting because now Geist has a Chaos card, and that's at minimum going to kill the Sorcerer. If it's BLS, it's going to kill the Sorcerer and maybe this. So Geist is going to set up his turn 3 win this turn unless he has a Nobleman of Crossout. A Nobleman of Crossout on the middle card with a BLS would be not lethal, but put Pot the Master to 900. So yeah, knock BLS would be very, very strong right here. I play against Canadians often. Well, versus just Father Poland. No, yeah. When I play at Game Time, I have to bring in. It's not even for the slow play, but I have to take Mystic Walks because I go with Wolf, who plays Burn, and Will plays Burn. If you guys aren't familiar, there is an in-person player named Will, and Gurkic. I'm going to mispronounce their last name. So sorry, Joe, Will, Alex. But he's incredible at playing Burn. He's incredible at playing Chaos Turbo. I've had the pleasure of playing against him once, and I got lucky in that match. I genuinely think I got lucky. A very amazing player who, once he starts traveling some more, he will perform at a high level at every event he goes to. But the point is, I bring in Mystic Walks because all of those guys play Burn. So I have to play 3 Mystic Walks on my side. Okay, we're going to see a... Excuse me. Is this a knock BLS? You just realized he has game? Oh yeah, Dan, you've played Burn. You've played the Zaluga deck that I was in for a few minutes. Just a skill drain, big shield guard in that deck. What's the game they use to play Goat? Like this website? Is that what you're saying? Like what program or how are they literally playing what I'm streaming? Is that what you're asking, Proxy Head? Yeah, as Gamerator said, Dueling Book. That's the website. It's a browser, and you can build decks on there. Yeah, it's a browser. Yeah, we still don't have like a really good software, which would be nice, especially some stuff that's slightly automated. Um, okay, so BLS is going to get through for 900 here, except wait. How did the token die? Oh, did he crash token against token? Nothing happens, right? He didn't do that, did he? What did I miss? I looked away for a second to read comments. Oh, thank you, Riku. Thank you. Yeah, be sure to check out the Discord. And once again, this is round two. As you can see on the stream, it says round one. I foolishly made that to where I can't change it. So maybe after this round, I'll try to make a very, very, very quick graphic just to like overlay on top of that to show you what the round actually is. We're in round two. We're gonna do 6 rounds today, and I want to verify with the judge staff, but I believe it. I should say this before I say we're doing 6 rounds today. I believe we're doing 6 rounds today, 2 rounds tomorrow, followed by a cut to top eight, and then that top eight playoff will be played as soon as it's announced. So for today, we have another 4 rounds ahead of us. We've had some exciting matches. This is the only one where I would say we've had like a chaos deck versus a chaos deck. Like a more traditional chaos deck against a more traditional chaos deck. We've had a lot of fun decks, a lot of water decks. We had a deck with golem sentries and nightmare penguins, and we've had some fun stuff today. Okay, so the BLS did connect for 3,000. We have so you guys know Geist has a face down chaos sorcerer and 2 goat tokens. This is going to be Pot the Master's final turn coming up. This is going to be the second turn of time, and so after this round, or after this upcoming turn from Pot, Geist will have the last round of the game, and then whoever has higher life points wins the match. And so there's a chance, depending on how Pot's turn goes, at the end of Pot's turn, we'll have a concession from one of the players. Pot has to deal 2,100 points or higher. Oh, and we're going to have a Suku flip. The Snatch is gone, right? Okay. Yeah, so Snatch was gone, so that doesn't matter as much. And this is Pot the Master's last turn. And just really quick, if you're still here, Proxy Head, you can go in on Dueling Book and actually organize by different formats in the deck builder, and that way you can just see the card pool available for those formats. Goat is the big one. I'm pretty sure they have that for Edison too. Could be wrong. I haven't navigated the Edison format on Dueling Book as much as I have in person. It's a lot easier for me to build decks in person for some reason. I like to see the cards and like maybe get inspiration that way than clicking through a page. Okay, Graceful is going to keep Pot the Master alive, and they are looking for something to help them in this predicament. Geist was looking, honestly, almost dead to rights, but I guess with 2 cards left in deck, and knowing that one of the, at that point, 3 were BLS, yeah. There is still, right, there's a Chaos Sorcerer still around, unless they only play the 1. So either this card in hand or one of those top 2 is a Chaos Sorcerer as well. There's plenty of lights and darks, so you don't have to worry about that. Pot the Master hasn't played Mirror Force yet. Neither has Geist. They might not have it in at this point. Okay, so we have a Tribe hit. We're going to see their BLS. Oh, that would be not enough by 500. So a discard pops the tokens. A BLS clear 1600 direct would put Geist to 14. So Pot the Master with a BLS here would need another 500 points of damage to tie the game. For those of you in the chat, Ginger Tyler, as he's affectionately known, runs the Cleveland card shop that often does Time Wizard events. Okay. So did they have Sork? Sork is bad. Sork is bad. He's looking for BLS. BLS knock would be game. Well, no, it wouldn't because he doesn't have a card to get rid of for the tribe now. So actually, I'm not sure here. I mean, he drew the BLS, which is fine. Okay. This is, I mean, Pot the Master knows exactly what they need. They got the BLS, but is that going to be enough? They could set a Ring of Destruction here if they have it. And then Ring of Destruction would draw the match, and they would have to go into a sudden death game 4, which would be cool. But right now, okay. Oh man, if this is a Ring of Destruction to tie, please, come on. Oh, go to Infant, right? He's gonna play out his third turn. Oh, it could be Mystic Walk. It could be Walk. I forget that people do that. Oh, sure. He's just gonna go for it. Let's see. All right, we're going to a sudden death game 4. This is going to be interesting. This is cool. All right, well, we have a game 4. Oh yeah, Proxy Hit Prince, welcome. I hope you have a blast. It's a very fun format, of course. We have. Okay, how to prove. You have to instant accept side decking. So he didn't have enough cards. So just really quick, Zogler, if he discarded the Ring of Destruction and killed both goats, he still had two monsters in play, right? So he had a face down BLS and a face down Sork. So at that point, he would have had BLS kill both of the monsters because their defense is too high for Tribe to kill them. And Tribe would have attacked directly, and the life points would have been 1,400 to 900. So it wouldn't have been enough to kill Geist, even though the board state would be immaculate. So he had to literally go for a Ring of Destruction, which I didn't realize was still in his deck. All right, let's see if Geist can do it. Remember, an Upstart Goblin. If somebody plays an Upstart Goblin here, they lose because the opponent gains 1,000, so they can't even play those. They can't play Solemn Judgments. They can't play. Well, I guess they could play Ring, and we can go to a game 5. So this is going to be interesting. I've not seen an accidental Upstart Goblin happen before, but I sort of want to see it, or a Delinquent Duo without thinking. Set 4 activate emergency provisions. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Yeah. What is the Watcher's Chat? Is that what this is? Is there a Watcher's Chat that you can use? Who all's in here? Oh my gosh. I'm in here. That doesn't make sense. Alright, Geist is going to think this out. Once again, first change in life points is going to... Oh, Big Eye is for the Watcher's Chat. Thanks, chat. Alright. Let's see. So we're going to have a T set, maybe a second back row, or no? These kind of matches are really fun. I mean, they're also very stressful for the players. You know, it's very, you have to play incredibly perfect for the rest of this. Yeah, now that could be real master reactor. Yeah, attack into a spy, or you know, heaven forbid, something even stronger. You know. See, so knock Raigeki break is lethal. I'm excited to see what happens here. So Geist might be deciding on using this. Oh, Geist has the knock. It was one of them had spy, so good call on that. Um, yeah, last will Grandmark would be match, right? Almost no matter what. I'd have to read the wording on last will versus bottomless trap hole, but sure. um, Here it's hard to not just summon something attack. Honestly, like it's gonna get mirror forced or something, or Ring of Destruction doesn't cause a draw at this point. You wouldn't go into another game for Ring because the life points stay the same, right? Would Ring draw a game 5 with sudden death? That I should know, but I don't know off the top of my head. I might actually cause a game 5 because it's still a change in life. So that's match. Okay, guys won the match. That was easy. All right. No, wait. No, sudden death. What are we doing? It should be. It should be just the first change in life after that. Am I missing in a match procedure? Is this not sudden death? I guess I need to check with the judge staff. Okay, I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. My bad. My bad. Yeah, for some reason I thought that it was just immediate sudden death. Yeah. Nick Rari, thanks for joining. I decided to use a Snapchat filter again. Yeah, the head judge of the tournament is saying that there are 4 turns, then sudden death, but it ended up not mattering. It looks like, yeah. So my apologies on, I guess, not knowing how sudden death worked. But yeah, here we go. So that's the end of the match. And that was likely the last one that we were waiting on. Let's see, we had Geist, and that was the only one. So we're going to be in round 3 very momentarily. And while I take this, what I'm going to do while we have this little bit of break here, it's going to be very short, and I'm just going to stick around with you guys. I'm going to verify that we're doing 6 rounds today. Let me make sure. Actually, they probably have already said this. I don't want to ask something that they already have said. Okay, so we are playing 6 rounds today. The rest are played tomorrow, so the other 2 tomorrow. There are 8 rounds of Swiss total in this tournament. 6 rounds today. Everyone that goes X2 or top 32, depending on which is higher, they will all make day 2. And then there will be a single elimination top 8, which makes sense. And the top 8 deck lists will be published, so everyone will be able to see them based on that right up earlier. So yeah, we have 4 more rounds today, and then tomorrow, and I'll have to check the start time for tomorrow, likely the same time, like noon or so. We will do the final 2 rounds of Swiss with the cut to top 8. Yeah, we had a nice amount of people in this one today, 140, and we should have round 3 pairings up fairly soon. They definitely like to keep that. We already have them. They like to keep this one rolling. So the first person I'm going to check, because I said I would, was the was it D Damerick? He's playing against Leo. Leo is another staple in the GOAT world. Good to see. They're not up yet. Oh wait, their name might not be. Alright, so they're not up yet. But they will be soon. That's who we're going to check out first. Yeah, sorry about the sudden death rules. I guess I didn't realize that yeah, you get to have 4 additional turns. But everybody said so. So I was wrong on that. Honestly, I can't say I've ever been in sudden death in time. In a game 4. I've been in sudden death in game 3, but not in the 4th game. Alright. Still no Leo. Oh, because it's Quavo Huncho. I knew that. So D Damerick. Alright, let's see. So they are both 2-0, I believe. Let's see. D Dame is 2-0. And Leo is 2-0. And this is going to be our match. So it looks like D Damerick is going to start us off here, with Quavo being on the draw. And they're starting off strong with Pot of Greed. Let you draw 3 additional cards from your deck. With a very strong... I love seeing instead of back row, especially if it's like Torrential or Ring. Big fan of that. We have a Thunder Dragon coming down. Very strong start for Quavo. With his own Pot of Greed. Leo drew pretty well. He got the Thunder Dragon pot into Breaker. Breaker's going to attempt to break the back row. It was a Saku. That was a great break. It's going to do 600, and we're going to get a Sing and Search. Typically here you would often see Serpent, maybe Tsukuyomi. Yeah, Serpent comes into Damerick's hand, and we're going to finish it up with a couple of back rows for Quavo. So D Damerick's going to start his turn with 7 cards in hand. The Serpent got him up to 6, and now he's trying to draw his 7th for turn. A lot of stuff to choose from here. We have 6 unknown cards, and Tribe is going to come down, discarding that Serpent to clear out the Breaker and try to poke through for 1,600 damage. Raigeki Break's going to meet that with a discarded Thunder Dragon, and going to be 5 cards each. The board is stabilized, a lot more simplified, even though it was already pretty simple. Stand by. We're going to get that Serpent back on Damerick's end. Spear Dragon! Whoever suggested this, thank you. Spear Dragon is one of my favorite cards. It behaves like Goblin Attack Force. but you can switch it back immediately on the next turn, and it also has piercing, so it deals damage over defenses. This is one of my favorite cards. When this came out in Legacy of Destruction, I played Legacy of Darkness, not Legacy of Destruction. I played 3 of it in all my decks for a long time. Back when, this was pre-beatdown. This was, you could use like 2 Graceful Charities in your deck. Torrential Tribute was at 3, MST was at 3. Those were a wild form. Fiber Jar was legal. Yeah. It is very good against Goat. Yeah, it has the Air Knight Parshath attack point thing, but it can also sort of protect itself by going to defense. So if you're low, you can strike, get some damage, and not have to worry about dying on the swing back. Spear Dragon's a cool card. Not what I was expecting to see. So already it's still 3,800. It's did its job. Dameric still has 7 cards in hand, one of which we know is a Serpent. We know that Quavo still has a Thunder Dragon live, and that is about it. So we're going to have Duo come down for Quavo. See what this one hits. We're going to roll a die for it or just pick. We're going to roll a die. Okay, what's happening on Dameric's end? Oh. Hopefully, he doesn't shuffle the hand. Okay. Oh my god, a second Spear Dragon. Oh, that was so unexpected, but it was also great. Okay, so Quavo's going to start doing stuff here. We're going to see a knock come down. What is this going to be? Is this going to be like a Slate Warrior? Is this like a wind aggro deck, or is this just like big beefy 1900 normal summons? I'm here for both. That's going to hit how Slate Warrior, if you don't know, is a flip monster. So it's going to hit a couple. Yeah. Stamping Destruction would be pretty cool. Sure. Yeah. So it's Quavo's turn still. He just finished Nobleman of Cross Outing. He just ended his turn. If this Spear Dragon connects again, that is a lot of damage. Oh, he accidentally banished the Serpent instead of putting it back in his hand. I was like, is Aqua Spirit's coming down? So Cold Wave, huge. This is lethal if it resolves. Scapegoat comes out. That still might be lethal if he has another Spear Dragon. This is going to be a very exciting turn. Can we get a second Spear Dragon? The third one, I guess, because the other one's in the graveyard. How wild would that be? Or even something tribute for Air Knight, This is pretty cool. Alright, so just 1900 is going to come through, put him to 13. Quavo can't play spells or traps. Quavo's going to have to deal with this Spear Dragon on his turn. I assume we're going to see another monster get set. Yep. And turn is passed. So once again, Quavo has no spells or trap that can activate because of Cold Wave. For those of you that don't know, can only be played in main phase 1. No spells or traps can be activated or set until your next turn. Okay, so this back row indicates that the Spear Dragon is not lethal. Now he's just going to run it right in, and it was lethal, it turns out. So he attempted to do the bluff. That was a game that was taken down single-handedly by a Spear Dragon. If you want to play fun stuff that other people might not like, do it. Just do it. Because stuff like this happens. You go on runs, you get some games in, you play well, You'll have results no matter what you're playing. It's fun to play with cards. Like I occasionally I'll play Dark Roller Hot S, right? Not in the main deck, in the side usually, but those kind of cards are fun. Spear Dragon is a different breed. Spear Dragon is awesome. It is very cool to see that card do some damage there and actually attack for game, along with a Slate Warrior that got killed. So I have a this is a promising match for a lot of fun. In this tournament especially, a lot of the Chaos decks side into the Chaos Turbo decks side into the Scapegoats now, or they even main deck them in some cases. So if you're Reasoning Gate plays goats, Chaos Control plays goats. I'm sure there's other decks that play Scapegoat that I'm not thinking of off the top of my head, but yeah, when you get to play cards that punish that card, and then you actually see those cards, when you're playing your anti-meta card, it's very nice. Okay, starting off with Pot of Greed again. This is going to be a very good tournament if Daedameric starts off turn 1 with Pot of Greed. He's just going to summon a big beefy Slate Warrior to swing into that face down. Best case for Leo, it's a Spy. Or I guess a Night Assailant. So Daedameric's going to take 100, and Quavo. No way. How many does he have in his hand? He didn't get a spy off of that. So he either has 1 or 2 spies. Did he open with 3 spies in his opening hand? That is wild. That is unexpected. Okay, that's a pretty good creature swap. Yeah, he realizes that this is the beatdown deck. He has to, in this regard, start being the aggressor. There's no reason to turtle up. If he has a Raigeki Break, that Raigeki Break is looking pretty good with that Serpent now. Cold Wave is going to come down for Daedameric again. Into Abyss Soldier, bounce back the Slate Warrior to your hand, kill the Spy. What else can you do this turn? Is there anything else? Or is that it? That's enough, honestly. That's enough. He can't set another Spy. He has nothing that I know of that can get over 18 unless he summons a Breaker, which would be a great summon. So he might just... Well, you probably still set. I was going to say you could just pass it back, but I'm like, you need to make him use the Abyss Soldier and get rid of the Serpent, or else he's bouncing back rows at that point, and that's not conducive to you winning a game. This is going to be a tough one, I think, for Quavo to get out of, unless he has a pretty good reactive trap here. Abyss Soldier can be pretty punishing. Oh, a great Torrential Tribute on the Spear Soldier, Abyss Soldier. Spear Dragon, Abyss Soldier. That was a pretty good Torrential Tribute. So we know he has a Slate Warrior in hand, talking about Daedameric. And that's all we know at the moment. And we know that Quavo has a Sinister Serpent. Premature Burial, great. Yeah. And so now next turn, or even this turn, if he has another water, he can bounce the Premature Burial back. And now he can summon Spear Dragon, which I'm assuming who he will pick. Can't imagine you want to pick Tribe just because it'll wipe the whole board if it gets taken. So that's 37, putting him to 37. It'll be 4,200 to 3,700 on Quavo's turn. Quavo has a Serpent and will have 5 unknown cards with his draw. We're going to see something happen this turn, or else that's a good start. Pot of Greed is the best start here. Might come down with a Thunder Dragon too. Let's just say I'm good at guessing. Yeah, so now he's all the way up to 8 cards in hand. We know 3 of them, 5 unknowns, a couple of Thunder Dragons, and a Serpent. Might be enough to handle this board. It's definitely going to banish the Abyss Soldier. It's a little too strong, unless he has other plans for it, but yeah. Anything kills the Spear Dragon, so something's getting summoned. We knew that... Oh yeah, we knew he had at least one other spy, probably two, because the spy was attacked and he didn't search. So I think we know 4 of his cards in hand. I actually think there's a spy in there too. Quavo definitely opened poorly, even with the Pot of Greed and the Thunder Dragon here. Okay, I have to read this one. Sylphid. Can't be normal summoner set. You can banish a win to special it. When this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, they discard one randomly. Your opponent does. Okay. So this is that line that comes from like Aqua Spirit or Gigantes, or there might be a fire one that I don't know about because I didn't know about the wind one. But yeah, they have each of the attributes that are non-light and dark, I believe, have you can banish one of this attribute to special summon this card. $32 to $42. Quavo is starting to gain a footing here. He's going to swing with the Sork into the face down. Let's see what this is. Slate Warrior. So Sork will lose 500 attack and defense. So go down to an 18-15. And Quavo's going to attack with Sook to put D. Dameric down to 31. Now, this is much more in favor of Quavo. Even with the... Well, the life doesn't really matter because they're both essentially at the same life points. Another set monster. So this is a bunch of... Oh, this gets reset, I believe, when it goes up and down with Sook. If they do that. And that is lethal with the Tsukuyomi flip-flopping the Sork. So we're going to go to game 3. Unless D. Dameric has Karibo. Yeah. Kai, I understand. I am JDZ. No, I'm filling in for JDZ today. He was a bit busy, so he wasn't able to do the stream. But I'm happy to be here with you guys. And I sincerely hope that I do an acceptable job and make this a fun event for everybody in the ways that I can, when honestly the people that are doing all the stuff that's fun are the people that we're watching. D. Dameric won game 1, if you're just tuning in, by attacking with Spear Dragon about 7 times. And then in this game, he was looking pretty good, but Quavo was never able to draw a Pot of Greed that helped him extend into some cool plays. And now we're going into a much anticipated game 3. And just to give you guys that are joining and don't know, my name's Kenny. I've played GOAT for a long time. I mean, I started Yu-Gi-Oh! When Magic Ruler was the newest set, so all the way back in 2003. And I played competitively until 2012, right around the time of like the tour guide Dino Rabbit deck. That was the last time I played current Yu-Gi-Oh! At a level that was very competitive, I would say. Like with current Yu-Gi-Oh! I should say. So I came back with Burning Abyss, but I didn't really play test. And I came back with Sky Striker, but I didn't really play test. And like the Spellbook deck, but I didn't really... So I never really played in tournaments for those, just to give you a little background on me. So D. Dameric opened with Pot of Greed for 3 straight games. That's all 3 games. Quavo's also had Pot of Greed each of the games. We'll see if he can match D. Dameric's openings. So we have a duo come down. And if history's told us anything, this might be a set Slate Warrior. Let's see what this one discards. Sangan. And D. Dameric will discard something else cool. Dameric's also playing Cold Wave, which you don't see often. Tribal attack. A Set Stein. Okay, man, Dameric is hitting heavy hitters. I was not expecting Cyber Stein. Maybe I should. He can get out King Dragoon, which can summon all of his Spear Dragons, which is just very fun. I wasn't expecting Cyber Stein set there, though. Which is good. I would rather be surprised. It's way more fun when you're surprised. Cold Wave's coming down. We might still get a Cyberstein. Oh, Breaker. Breaker's good. Breaker gets to attack and kill a back row, which is nice. And it can't be chained. Alright. Okay, so no back rows for Quavo this turn because of Cold Wave, but Tsukuyomi will easily handle the Breaker. Come on. It's lagging, I think. Yeah. And so those of you that don't know Cold Wave, it just says when this is played until the person that played its next turn, nobody can activate or play spells or traps from their hand or the field. It's going to be an 1800 that goes on direct. And I believe that puts him to 49. It's a little hard to read because of, yeah, he took 300 and then 1,013 to 67, 1849. Yeah. The dueling book glitched a little bit and it's just telling me done siding. Also, this is important to note, on the stream right now it says this is round 1. It's actually round 3. I'll try to fix that by tomorrow, but the graphics, I edited on the main one. I edited the rounds on the main graphic and didn't put its own overlay like I should have, so that'll be fixed in the future. But for this one, it is round 3. I'll try to make those announcements every now and then. Yeah, it gets out of the Souk kill with the 1300 defense. That is nice. And we haven't seen many traps on Dameric's end this match anyways, or the last couple games. The Cyberstein was still unexpected. Now, because of a card like that, Quavo has to realize that, I need to... This is why you see cards like BLS get discarded here, because he has to play around the possibility that Dameric could win in one turn. Whew! Graceful into pot. Quavo is cooking with fire. Also, it's important to note that Quavo last game had a turn 1 spy get attacked, and he did not search for another one because he had them in his hand. Either 1 or 2 copies. We saw the second copy come out eventually, but I have a feeling there were 3. So Abyss Soldier gets straight up banished, probably for the best. That 500 life points I don't think matters as much as making a premature burial potentially dead. So going to be, 49 to 69 in favor of Dameric. Card advantage, though, handily in favor of Quavo or Leo P. You might know him better as Leo. Especially if you're in War League. He's a mainstay in the War League. And if there would be top tables, how they would be in person, he would also be a frequenter of the top tables in the end rounds at tournaments. Very strong player. And Dameric is holding very well his own, playing perhaps unorthodox cards in Slate Warrior, Spear Dragon. He's playing a really cool tempo beatdown deck with Cold Waves and Abyss Soldier locks. So this is a very fun match to watch. Compulsory Evacuation Device is cool too. So that's going to set back a little bit. Does he have another light and dark? He does not have a dark. So that sort of handles the Sork for now. We know there's a Souk and one other Thunder Dragon or 2? There's one other Thunder Dragon in the hand and a Souk and a Sork. So there's 2 unknowns. Which the Souk is probably being set right there. No, it's going to be the... Oh, it is. Just to get the dark in the grave. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we're going to see this Chaos Sorcerer hit again. He's attacking to put him under 5,000. He's respecting the Cyberstein, realizing he has a 2-turn clock. He just wants to get the damage in, try to win this game as quickly as possible. Okay, with a set back row. If he has a knock, anything, this should be all they wrote. I like the attack. Alright, so he's going to put him to 800. And 2 back row. This is, it's not literally game unless he has a Ring of Destruction in the draw phase, but it's usually not even good to just flip Ring there either way because the Book of Moon just makes it all for nothing. So Sylphie's going to come out in defense. Once again, this is like Gigantes. If it gets killed by battle, they make them discard. Mobius coming down into a Solemn for game. That was almost an exciting into a match. That would have been crazy if that would have resolved and popped both into an attack here. Oh, wow. What a match. That was a crazy good match. So we're going to get out of this one. Congratulations to Leo P. or Quavo for winning that one. And honestly, Damerick, best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Hope to see you later in later rounds. Let's see if Poyo is playing. Still not, but I saw a Pop is playing, so we're going to watch them. And we have already seen SSBM Army earlier today. They were in the first round. They might be playing the water deck. I'm not 100% on that. Okay, let's see here. See if I have their deck list. I have a Pop's deck list, and it's really cool. All right. Ooh, Apop has the Dark Magician sleeves. Big fan. Upstart's going to come down to start us off in this third game. So this is another Dream Clown. Heard it here first, folks. We're watching Clown Control play against... I should remember what SSBM was playing, but honestly I don't. In my heart, they were playing a water deck. But if we get a typed out hand, we'll definitely know from that. And just for everybody watching, be sure to like the stream. If you're not subscribed to the YouTube channel, please subscribe. If you hit that bell button, that helps out quite a bit. We're going to start trying to pump out some more content for everyone. Okay, so the hand was not written. But we saw a Cyberjar. Oh, he's playing the... that's right. He's playing the Chaos deck that... the RON deck, right? Is that it? RON? So this is going to connect for 12, putting him to 78. And main phase 2, we're going to keep that 5th back row tight. So yeah, as I was saying, be sure to like and subscribe, all of that stuff. Helps out the channel, helps us out, and we can continue doing this going forward. We're in round 3, and let me see how much time is left on the clock here for you guys. Looks like 24 minutes is left. And after this round ends, I'm going to have to take a very short break. But I'll be back pretty quick, like 5-10 minutes at most. Probably 5. True Nade. So he's going to try to go for it here. With a jar, a Book of Moon, a Book of Tayu kind of thing. Vortex! Finally! I have been hoping Lightning Vortex would hit the table today. It's one of my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh cards. The art is phenomenal on this card. That's really the reason I like it so much. So that's going to handle the jar. If that's a morphing jar. Oh, Magician. What was Magician going to grab? Another Vortex or True Nade? I guess it could have got the Monster Incarnation, but not as likely on that. So those of you that don't know, we're playing 8 total rounds of Swiss over the next 2 days. 6 today. We're in round 3 currently. And then an additional 2 tomorrow that will be played right before we announce the top 8 cut. And all of those that either are in the top 32 or all of the X and 2s, whichever has the higher number of players, will be making day 2 to play those additional 2 rounds. Oh, D. Damerk dropped! to let him know, or let them know. Yeah, that is All right, we have a Trunade coming down to bounce it all back and attempt to do this again. See if we have anything solemn is going to happen. Apop is another one of those players that, and Army might be as well. I'm still getting familiar to the online scene. I'm more of an in-person player. I'm familiar with the top performing mainstayers though, and I feel like I see Apop do pretty well in the PWCQs and typically in the GFCs or the FLCs as well. And for those of you that are unfamiliar, we have the GOAT Format Championships. There are Format Library Championships. There are, GOAT Grand Prix, which are the in-person. There's the GFECs, which I think is the GOAT Format European Championships. There's a lot of attempts, or a lot of chances to play online for pretty good prizing, and in person. I'm going to have a Kaiku hit the table and just swing into that face down. It's going to be a Mystic Tomato, which is maybe grabbing Sandgen here. Maybe another Tomato and put it to defense on your next turn. So it's just going to get Sandgen. Alright, so we're going to get a main phase 2 Stumbling. Stumbling says when a monster enters play, normal, special, or flip summoned, it goes to defense position. So in today's tournament, we've had a lot of interesting decks. We've had Water, we've had Dragons, we've had Slate Warriors, we have Clowns. We're not just seeing the normal Chaos Turbo versus Chaos Turbo, though we've had one of those matches. It's been an amazing amalgamation of different types of decks. It's really refreshing, honestly. All right, let's see here. So this is a without a heavy storm hitting play to really simplify this board. 2 Trunades have been used and already a decree is gone. How much time is left in the round? Because if there would be a match that goes to time, it looks like we have 18 or so minutes left. In phase Dust on the set, probably a decree. No ring. So yeah, after this round ends, once again, I'm going to be taking a very, very brief break, like 5 minutes or so, and then we'll be good to go for round 4, 5, and 6 today. And then once again, there's 2 rounds tomorrow, and then we will do a cut to top 8 as a Sangin finds a Cyberjar here. So once again, if you're unfamiliar, Army is playing, it's essentially Chaos Turbo that happens to play both of the jars, a set of Bookatayus, and a set of Bookamoons, and a D-Mock. So it's not really Turbo, but it is Turbo. It plays like all the Turbo-y cards, but then it can do this really cool, like, get you with a random deck out, or just like D-Mock advantage kind of thing. Ryan Spicer, good luck everyone. Swiss is still rocking around 6. 6 p.m. Central, if I remember right, you're in Central Time. Should be, or it might just be wrapping up at that point. Hope to see you back, and if not today, hopefully tomorrow. Oh, Eastern Standard. I just remember back in the day, if I remember right, I always associate Ryan Spicer with Texas. So that's probably where I'm getting that from. But yeah, we should be still at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, I would say. Oh, okay. Texas to Florida, down there rocking with Alvarado, I see. Maybe not in the Orlando area or wherever, but yeah. It's good to have you in here. Appreciate the comments. All right. Once again, we're rocking at about 15 minutes left in the round as we have a pretty complex board state with a bunch of back rows on the control player side with a stumbling, which makes handling anything pretty difficult with there being a Kaiku in attack position. Not many things can, well, I say not many things, but Tribe Infecting Virus can definitely handle Kaiku. Tribe will go to defense, though, after Army decides to first discard. Okay, there we go. Now we're back caught up. Now we're caught up again. Actually, stumbling affects priority too, so he wouldn't have even had priority to activate that until it went to defense. If I remember correct, pretty positive that's the case. But either way, my body as a shield protects the Kaiku for 1,500 life points. So Apop's turn. He's already down 2 Dream Clowns, so a third one would be nice, or Roto would be nice, just to start really doing the taps here. Tapping for magic is what I think of when I see a Dream Clown use its ability to go to defense. So Tomato will grab a Night Assailant, which of course would go in attack position. Stumbling triggers, moves to defense. This is game 3, so both players are trying to really play this one as perfectly as they can. They understand that, you know, the round depends on it and possibly their position in the tournament. It's you never want to go to X2 early in a tournament. It's really difficult to, not saying impossible. It's very difficult to claw your way out of a very early X2 finish to stay at that X2 or hopefully never X3. Now this match, I'm actually not sure. I didn't check standings. They might be 1-1 or they might be both 2-0. But yes, Tony, this is clown control. Lightning Vortex came down earlier to clear out the clowns. There's still one at least. Well, assuming this Apoptosis plays 3, there's a couple of Rotas, I'm sure, and at least one more Dream Clown in Apop's deck. Exiled Force is going to hit the table via Flip Summon. Can't, maybe he uses him, I doubt it, but wow, okay, In Phase Decree. This is going to be a tough choice for Apop. They are likely going to be thinking, I have to Solemn Judgment this, I have to Space Typhoon it, but it's initially going to resolve. So right now Army is feeling pretty good, 2,500 life points. Army just really needs to clear out 1,000 defense monsters. Shallow Grave hitting the table. So this is a little unexpected. I know that this is the Jar deck, the Heavy Slump deck, but I don't recall them playing Shallow Grave typically. So this is pretty cool. We might get a Shallow Grave into a Book of Teu here, which... Or Book of Taiyu, not Teu. Book of Taiyu comes down, and yeah. Another My Body as a Shield. Wow. Wow. A second My Body to protect his board. What a play from Apop. Yeah, Clown Control is fun. Clown Control, it's a, it might not be like the strongest deck in the meta or anything, but it's a fun deck to play. It has interactions you don't typically see. It interacts with priority because of stumbling, and so sometimes you can get their Chaos card just because they can't activate it. It's one of the very few times that happens in Yu-Gi-Oh! We have approximately 11 minutes left in the round. I guess I shouldn't click off of this. I want to see. Here, let me do this. I'll put it on this over here. We still have several matches up. Which I'll pull that back over here in a minute. After this round ends, I'll let you guys see what the standings look like. We're going to see a snatch steal maybe on the Exiled Force. Oh, and the Kaiku, okay. That's also fun. Oh, Book of Moon meets that. Okay, so Apop has had some pretty good counters for nearly everything that Army's played in the last few turns. This might be a difficult one to claw his way out of. Okay, Apop wins the match. Army, I guess, was done with all of the counters and didn't want to try to stick around, draw their way out of it. Now, do I think that there was something to do there? It's really hard to say, but that was a pretty early. He wasn't in that much of danger because this flips up in defense. This flips up in defense. This is the only thing that can move to attack. So, a Ring of Destruction there was gone. Okay, maybe not. Maybe it was actually over. I still think that was a slightly early concession. All right, let's check the standings here and see how things are going. We're going to look at the standings first. Jeremy Crespin, who is playing the Blue Eyes White Dragon deck that we watched in round 1, is 3-0. 3-0 with Blue Eyes White Dragon. That's amazing. We have Dale, who, those of you that know Dale, is also 3-0. Dueling High's 3-0. We have Zogler, Leo that we just watched 3-0. Ivan is also 3-0. Grump is 3-0. Ghost Rider. Tons of 3-0s. A lot of mainstays there. And the 2-1 bracket looks very similar. Tons of names we know. Looks like there's still a couple of matches that are being played, so we're going to try to hop in one more of those. Actually, how's Jinzo Dude? I just saw his name. Jinzo Dude's 1-1, so he's still playing. Let's see if we can watch him or... actually, let's see. Is Karam still playing? No. Let's see. Jinzo still playing? Jinzo's still playing. Let's watch Jinzo's match. This is going to likely be Turbo v Turbo. With Jinzo at the top. Purple Drunk at the bottom. It's 1-1. And it looks like Jinzo Dude is in control of this match. I will say, Paladin of White Dragon is genuinely like one of my favorite cards. Does that mean I think it's like a tier 1 card? Probably not. You have to play a lot of really weird cards to play that card successfully. But it is, just a big Mystic Swordsman level 2 that can get a Blue Eyes is pretty cool if you get it out, turns out. Yeah. So I'm a fan of that deck. I'll be looking to maybe put him back on stream after I watch one of this person's match, which I still haven't been able to call because they finished very quickly, it looks like. Really quick. Let's see how much time is left in the round. 7 minutes left in the round. So this one ends at roughly 13 after the hour, depending on where you are, maybe 14 after the hour. An evil version of Paladin White Dragon. That I'm not sure from... If it's a newer card, I don't know. If it's an older card, I don't remember. Another, ritual that, didn't really see. Like Shinato, King of Higher Plane. There's the Masked Beast. There's, Dark Master Zork. Is that who maybe you're thinking of? I'm not sure about an evil version of Paladin of White Dragon. Is there one for Red Eyes that existed eventually? But for right now, it is Purple Drunk's battle phase, I believe. There might be a judge question happening. Let me check here. Yes, there is a judge question, and it looks like it's being resolved. Um, they will have, even when time's called, should time be called, and they will have an extension because of this. So right now, purple gained 14. Maybe they took. Oh, maybe a summon had already happened this turn? I'm not sure, but for some reason, Dekuichi went back into Jinzo Dude's hands, and yeah. All right, looks like that got resolved. We have a Suku bouncing back to join double Thunder Dragon, single Thunder Dragon. That's interesting. It's very interesting. I'm not sure what happened with that. Why was there... Playing around Trap Dust Shoot makes sense, but I don't know. That was weird that that first Thunder Dragon didn't grab this, then this one didn't just grab this immediately. Unless this is the first turn. It might be. I'm not sure. Either way, Jinzo Dude has a set monster. We have 5 cards to 3 cards. We know that there's a lot of Thunder Dragons in play. If this is a Deco, this Deco gets to hit the Sook, and then either force the Sook to... Well, the Sook will flip itself down more than likely, so never mind. Maybe it won't. The best case scenario here would be like... Okay, so they get an extra 5 minutes. So their round ends in about 9 minutes. 48 to 69. So Jinzo has lights and darks. He's debating if he can get a kill shot this turn, probably. Knock is coming down. Oh. So that's a... I apologize. That's a Thunder Dragon and a Sook. I forgot that I miscounted the Thunder Dragons earlier. We literally just went over this. So with a BLS is 44, he's 400 off. If he has BLS Monster that's not Sinister Serpent, Night Assailant, no, he doesn't. So 34 to 69, and then we're going to have the Sook flip it down, keep the Deco alive, a back row. This is looking pretty good. Sook, Thunder Dragon, and X. What is X? Set Monster Pass, Deco flip to draw. See if we have a Raigeki Break or a Nobleman or a Mind Control. Jargreed is digging for it. A BLS would also be exceptional here. Jinzo Dude is working with 8 cards against 3. The card advantage is well on Jinzo Dude's side. This is the 3rd game, so this is the deciding match. Fix It Again, Tony. Is that a newer card? That's not an older card. I don't recognize that one. I have a pretty good knowledge of the card base or the card pool for most of the older formats. Okay, it was a Night Assailant, so that's a pretty good draw. May not be the one that Jinzo Dude necessarily wants to see here, but that was a good draw for Purple Drunk. We know that Jinzo Dude has at least 1 Thunder Dragon in his hand. It looks like 2, and a Tsukuyomi, or this could be Sook, but I doubt it. So there are 2 unknowns and an unknown T-set. We have Sook and Thunder Dragon over on this end, and a top deck Chaos Orc. Not bad. We'll see what this back row is, if it's something that can help this. He might have Snatch Steal, so he might just let it go through. Snatch Steal with Tsukuyomi's lethal, regardless of what, because he could play Sook and flip the Sork down, but oh, that's huge. That's huge. So now all I can do is set the Sook, pass turn, and with a BLS it's lethal, with a knock it's lethal. Knight Assailant should be lethal too. Oh, Knight Assailant Sook, yeah. Good game. That was a well-played match by Jinzo. Purple stuck through until the end. Overall, great match. Congratulations to Jinzo on the win, and good luck to both for the rest of the tournament. Well played by Purple. All right, so we still have a couple of matches up, I'm pretty sure. Let me check, though, really quick. Let's see. Yeah, we have 1, 2, looks like 2 to 3 others. So before these end, before the fourth round starts, I'm going to take another very quick break. We'll be gone for maybe 5 minutes. Just a second to grab some more water and all of that fun stuff. Stick with me. Make sure you like and subscribe, all that stuff. I'm not going to bore you with all those details too much, but I do need to say them occasionally. But be right back. We'll be back for round 4. We're back. All right. It looks like this round's still going on. I'm going to check and see if we can find... Looks like Geist is still playing. So we'll see if they're currently battling here. See how this one's going. The game is paused. Okay. Looks like this is one of the age-old questions of who has turned 0. So looks like we had Fox go into the log and find that Geist was turned 0. So Geist is on evens, which is 0 and 2, and Mario is on odds, which would be turn 1 and turn 3. I guess I could have opened this bottle. Sorry for the SMR. We need more Bokoichi the Frightening card being played. We really need to draw these additional cards, everyone. Something else I should have done while I was off camera, but my lips are super dry. Sorry. Alright, it looks like everything is good now. And there will be some... Well, it's not an extension. They're in time. And this is game 2. So this is going to be an interesting match. It looks like Mario really needs to win this one to get the match. If Geist can win this one over the next couple of turns, we're going to go into a game 3 with 4 turns and then sudden death, as we learned from last round. I should say I learned from last round. So the time was called 13 minutes after the hour, and then Geist ended their turn on the 14 minutes after the hour. So that's enough to show with the stamps that it would seem like Geist was turned 0, which is what the ruling would be. Now, of course, you know, everyone's going to have an opinion, and I'm sure Geist has one too, and I wasn't here to watch it, so I have no input. I'm reading the chat and ascertaining from the judge call part of the Discord what's going on. But if that is the case and there are timestamps, then Geist would be turned 0 in that, which is what was ruled. So, you know, I trust our judge staff. They're knowledgeable. They know what they're doing. They've done this a couple of other times, probably about 22 other times, for just GFCs. So those of you just joining or seeing me and going, who is this guy? This isn't JDZ, our goat father, the goat father himself. You're correct. My name's Kenny. I'm just a guy. Just a guy that likes Yu-Gi-Oh cards. And I'm here to hopefully make an entertaining commentary for you guys. At least one where you're not bored falling asleep. And if you guys like what you see, make sure you like the stream. Not for me. Do it for JDZ. So when he comes back, he's like, whoa, these guys, look at them. But no, appreciate everybody watching. We're coming at you with another 3 rounds after this one ends. We're going to have 4, 5, and 6. And then tomorrow, we'll have 2 rounds cut to top 8. And everyone that is X2 or the top 32, whichever one has more people is good, they will play in the rounds tomorrow. Yeah, so time is an interesting thing. It seems like when it hits somebody once, it's going to hit them a couple of times. And sometimes, you know, there's not much you can do about it, like as a player. It's not even deck choice. Sometimes you have matchups where this happens. Sometimes it's nefarious. But in this case, I don't think Geist is being nefarious. Now, once again, I joined this game 3 minutes ago, or however long ago this was. But, yeah. Yeah, of course, I'm happy. Yeah. It's hard to say what caused the time in this. It looks like, I mean, it probably on a little bit of both of the players because this is only game two. Once again, I mean, if you look at the graveyards though, this has been a battle. We have Wing Blast, Saku's Ring, Night Assailants that likely flip. There was a couple, Book of Moon. This one has Solemns galore, Torrential, Scapegoats galore. So this is a match. When you bring Scapegoat and metas into the equation, the game slows down considerably, and that makes it difficult to try to pump out quick wins. Not being, they might be playing at a reasonable pace too. Now that they're in time, you're going to see the game slow down a little bit. I'm sure the players will still play at a reasonable pace, but time's been called, so take a couple extra seconds to think your plays through when you're in that kind of thing. You realize I don't have the pressure of the clock now. Now you still have the pressure of the judges and the rest of the player base going, but you do have an extra brief moment to think your turns through. Right now, both players are attempting to, Maru is attempting to just win the match, and Geist is using this turn to deal hopefully at least 2,100 points of damage to force a, well, actually, that should still be the match. He has to deal 2,200 points of damage and then stall on anything else. Why does it feel that Chaos variant decks are tried and tested? Well, they are certainly the most played. And that's because Black Luster Soldier is the best card in this version of Yu-Gi-Oh! Bar none. So that is the main reason that you're going to see a lot of Chaos decks, and the cards that happen to go around those decks happen to also be incredibly strong. You get to play with cards like Gravekeeper Spy, which when I first looked at this card when I was 13, or well, actually maybe 14 when this one came out, I was like, yeah, this has a lot of defense, but why would I want this? Then I watched Max Suffrage win Nationals with it, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe he was onto something. Then you get to see, then I saw him play him in person, and it was really fun to be able to see the evolution of my thinking at a local level to go into regionals and SJCs and, stuff like that. Hey, JDZ's back. See, I told you guys. I did just have a Snapchat filter on, but he's back. Looks like Mario did get this one. Geist admitted defeat. He wasn't able to quite get there with the Torrential Tribute on that final card. But that was a well-played match by both, I'm sure. I only got to catch the last, 2 minutes of it, regrettably. But we'll see how many we have left after this. Let's check the bracket really quick. Do a quick refresh. So that match is going to be... That was it. Okay, that was the last match. We should have round 4 very soon. YVD, oh my gosh, I miss YVD. No, gee, trust me, JDZ, the people, they want you. Based on every comment today, they want you back. I'm happy to be here for today, though. This is amazing. Happy that I can, hopefully provide some insight to people. But yeah, Max, I never played against him. I knew of him, obviously. Everybody knew who he was. And you saw, we would see him at any Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana event. He was always there, and he was a mainstay at the top tables, obviously. I was fortunate enough to sit next to his feature match at against Jerry Wang at 2006 SJC Columbus. That was pretty awesome to be able to watch. I had a broken leg, so I couldn't, navigate through the crowd as well, so I had a designated table. And at this point, I didn't even know what metagame.com was, which was the initial, coverage website back in the day, which, was the Bible for people that were wanting to play at a competitive level. So I was next to the feature match table for the entire tournament, and I was blessed to be able to watch so many of the game's OG players just play at such a level. I learned so much in that one tournament. That was very fun. So that match was just reported. We should have round 4 up any moment. And once again, just very briefly, we have 6 rounds today. So we're going to do the next 3 rounds, and then it's going to be a cutoff. You either have to be X2 or in the top 32, which I feel like X2s will be higher than 32, to play in tomorrow's additional 2 rounds of Swiss, cut to a top 8, which we'll all be streaming, having fun here. And I'd be happy if you all can join us on this ride. Let's see what's going on here. right, so Geist just reported the loss, and we should have the replay, which will help generate this next round. Actually, I think that does it alone. Uh-oh, I clicked it too many times. I'm clicking too much. We're crashing challenge. So this round, I would really love to watch Poyo play. Hopefully they're still in the tournament. Alright, people are using film, so I feel like this next round is up. Get ready for round 4 Goat World. And we are going to go in and do our best to watch if they are still in the tournament. Oh, I don't think they are. No, I miss Poyo. So Poyo is playing a really cool deck. Oh, it looked like they were 0-3 today. That's unfortunate. Let me see if I can maybe pull up what that looks like in like another window. Just because I feel like that deck looked so cool that I really wanted to feature it in a match here. But there's another one that's pretty cool that I think I see is still in the tournament. So let's see. All right, we're gonna watch Mr. Big Noodle. This one is another very cool match, which he's not up yet, but that'll be the focus here. Oh wait, I think he's playing Nova Ethos, right? Oh no. Let me see. I think I have Nova Ethos' deck too. Let me see. Just really quickly, I'm gonna go over Poyo's deck. Let me see. Gotta find it here. Well, maybe. Oh, yeah. Alright, so this was Poyo's deck today. I don't know if I should show it, but I'm going to. It was one of the Horus level 6, level 8 decks. It only plays the one copy of Stein, but it plays cards that are awesome, like Mirage Dragon, which is in the battle phase. Your opponent can't activate traps. Twin-headed Behemoth, which you don't see any magic cylinders in here. We have a single Waboku. This deck's all over the place. I love it. It's really innovative and pretty cool with the draining shield on the side. I really wanted to show that one, but it doesn't look like that was the case today, unfortunately. Well, Big Noodle's not playing, and they said watch Nova Ethos. So let's see if we can get Nova on the screen for now. And, well, I'm not seeing Nova either. Let's see. Is there something going on in the goat thing? Let me check that really quick. Okay. So Jeremy's playing Nova. Yeah, let's get that one on the board. If once they start playing here, that's what we're gonna focus on. Jeremy, if you didn't see, is playing Blue Eyes White Dragon. We featured him in round 1, and he is currently 3-0. And it looks like Nova Ethos apparently is also playing some spice. So we're going to have an interesting tournament today. We've only had a handful of, like 2 Chaos Turbo matches on the stream today. And some of the matches I've just clicked randomly. So it's been amazing. I'm very excited for this next round to start. We just need Jeremy to start it up as soon as they both find themselves here on Dueling Book. See who else is playing this round. I also would love to get Karam on stream. A very, very good player that we haven't featured yet today. And there's, I'm looking at the list. This is a great match. Alethea versus Michaela. Yeah, Dueling High against Grumple. Like, Dale against Ghost Rider is actually pretty cool. Let's see. Okay, is Dale playing? Alright, we'll watch a little bit of Dale's match. Alright, we'll watch a little bit of Dale. Alright, we got the Axe Raider. So Dale is playing some kind of a Chaos variant. The last time I saw Dale play in person, he was playing Mystic Tomatoes and Shining Angels. We'll see if that's still the case. Or if, he's moved on. So, we'll see. It's entirely possible to do GOAT format on Roblox. I need some Robux. I got to get a Break of the Magical Warrior from my deck. We see a couple of discards here on the Graceful Zaborg and Spy, and we're going to see a Blade Knight hit the table at 16 to attack into a set, and it will negate the effect of Knight Assailant, so a very strong Blade Knight attack there. Didn't hit a Spy. He decided that there were enough other flip effects with his spell engrave to go ahead and swing that Blade Knight into it. Following it up with a Dust Shoot is gigantic. This is a great set of series of plays on Dale's end. So Serpent gets sent back, and the hand is going to be notated. Okay, so we have 4 cards on each side. Blade Knight will... Oh, well, that's pretty good. Blade Knight will get stronger shortly. Upstart. Not bad. Alright, so we're going to end that with a set monster, and there it is, Shining Angel. So Dale is playing a very similar deck to the last time I saw in person. It's going to attack into a Spy, which grabs the second one out of the deck. And that is a nice wall that, well, Dale has plenty of lights and darks. He's not too concerned about a couple of Spies. If anything, he's okay to wait. He has a back row, a grip of cards. So at this point, he's just going to turtle up on his end as well. And when I say turtle up, maybe you don't know what that is, and I'm going to explain it just for those who don't. I mean, like, you're building a wall. Turtles have their hard shells, hard to break through, hard to deal damage. So that's what I like to say when you have a nice board of monsters that are hard to get over. Angel's going to attack another monster. It's going to be a Deco. So Angel does get to kill the Deco, which will draw a card. And then he's going to follow it up with a set monster. And we are going to see a main phase 1 from Ghost Rider. After this game, I'm going to switch over to the Jeremy Crispin, I believe is his last name, match. So we can get some more of that good Blue Eyes White Dragon content in our lives. Graceful's going to come down for Ghost Rider. Great draw. He might have already had it, though. We have 2 incredibly experienced, seasoned players. Dale was a Hall of Famer, while there was, I guess I'll call it short-lived, Yu-Gi-Oh! Hall of Fame. Yeah, so the round 1 I can't change. This is actually round 4. That should be fixed by tomorrow, but for this stream it's only going to say round 1 because I foolishly put that as on the base of the overlay instead of creating a quick overlay. That's editable. That one's not editable. I'll have to go in and fix that, though. So that's why it says round 1. That will be fixed by tomorrow's finishing. Please tell Carter I said hi. Carter, I miss you. You're amazing. So we have a Break of the Magical Warrior coming down for Ghost Rider. And it might break. This might be chain, though. No, it's a Dust Tornado. Okay. Game 1 Dust Tornadoes. Dale, I love the cards that Dale plays. So it's going to attack into his own Spy, which is going to further complicate this board state with massive unkillable creatures. As soon as Tribe Infecting Virus comes down on either player... Does he not? Oh, he has both in the grave. Fair enough. A Tribe here would be pretty brutal for either player. I guess it would be significantly better for Dale, of course, because he gets to keep his Angel. And Dale's going to start us off on this turn. Duo's coming down. All right. We're going to see some little bit of action here. Solid hit. With the Serpent in the graveyard, that's an incredible hit, actually. It's going to make a difficult second discard for Ghost Rider. That I'm sure he did not want to see. Likely at least one Chaos Monster here. He just doesn't have the light. So we might see a Sort get discarded, maybe? Because it's a dead card, but yeah, Sort gets discarded here. That's just, it's rough to discard that card, but more than likely he has a spell and like another monster in his hand, and this is certainly the weakest of the three. Alright, so Dale is thinking, he's in the tank a little bit, debating on what else to do for the rest of his turn. He could summon, he could just roll out a Chaos Idiot, but I don't think that that's the best play here. He has a back row, but he saw a Raigeki Break gone, so he might read this as another Raigeki Break, or maybe a Mirror Force. I can't imagine that it's a Mirror Force, but I feel like this is maybe a Raigeki Break, or another Jar of Greed or something. Maybe Ring. So once again, Dale just turns to defense, sets his own back row, and passes. We'll see if Ghost Rider goes to standby to get his Serpent back, and he does, it looks like, but he might skip it because he put him to 4. He doesn't want to get Death Shot again. Great play on Ghost Rider's end. If he doesn't need the Serpent this turn, there's literally no reason. Now, next turn, he might get some information on what this back row is, and then he could add the Serpent back then. So that's something that a lot of players I notice struggle with. And it's something to just be mindful of. Remember that Trap Dust Shoot is a very strong card. Knock comes down to hit the Sangan, which is a great play on Dale's end, getting that little critter out of the way. But playing around Trap Dust Shoot, just making it to where they have an unplayable trap card is gigantic. Like one more turn, if this doesn't get flipped, like it might be easy to say that that's a Dust Shoot. He's just going to pass it back. I'm going to go to standby. Likely going to skip the Serpent again. Yeah. So this deck is a slower version of Chaos Turbo. It's more of it's not really a turbo deck. I think he still plays Thunder Dragons though. I could be wrong on that. He didn't open one. You have something like a 34% chance to open a single Thunder Dragon in your opening hand. Carter, I will not be eating hot dogs on stream. My apologies. maybe next time. And those of you that don't know, Wolf is the Wolf that won the FLC last year, playing Burn, Panda Burn. Very, very accomplished Burn player. He's also topped a GGP playing it. It does look like the deck that Dale was playing in Detroit 2023. Right? 2023? I don't remember when that was. It's very similar. It has a very similar feel. Mostly Shining Angel. That's it. Whenever you see that card, you're like, okay, well there's not too much you can do if you're playing Shining Angel. It has to be very similar to before. which Shiny Angel is an interesting card. It grabs itself, which is enough to fuel your. That's a good card on the Angel. It fuels your graveyard with lights just by replacing itself with itself, but it can also get a DD Warrior Lady, which is great. Obviously, that card is sick. It's very broken. Oh wow, Ring of Destruction with a Heavy Storm follow up. Does he have lights and darks? No lights yet, but he might be holding a Thunder Dragon until all of this resolves. No Thunder Dragon. He just wanted to simplify the board state, and I respect that. He had a pro set heavy with the Jar of Greed. Dale was going to attempt to get him. So, excellent play by Ghost Rider, and honestly, an amazing set by Dale there. Against a lot of players without the heavy there. Even with the heavy, if you don't have game, a lot of players just won't play heavy, and they'll set a couple of back rows. So, Dale was going to blow him out. So yeah, once again, those of you familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh! History, Ultra Reality Games did their own championship series, a decade ago now, and they had the inaugural Hall of Fame, and the Bolito brothers, Dale and Lazaro, were both inducted in that inaugural class. Phenomenal players with a track record that, just shows how ingrained they were in Yu-Gi-Oh! Which, Lazaro especially, he went on a tear there for like 4 years where, I don't know, he won like 5 SJCs or something, including the big one in Costa Mesa, I believe it was. Okay, so he drew his lights. So now Ghost Rider is more so online than before. The Heavy Storm's gone with a couple back rows, so now he has to worry about those, but now he has to really start to worry about these back row, because the back rows that are all gone are all, other than Mirror Force, not the strongest ones, like a Dust Shoot. We know he doesn't have Dust Shoot, he would have played it. So it's likely maybe a Torrential Tribute, certainly like a Ring of Destruction kind of thing. It might be a Ring and a Jar of Greed. Could also just be a bluff and it could be a bluff and a trap, actually. That was a very, very good question. How do you look so good, Dale? How do you look so young, right? Was that it? How do you look so young? Those in-person shenanigans that I've witnessed at these tournaments. So Breaker's going to hit. Breaker's going to keep his counter. He might attack over Breaker, attempt to get the 2-for-1 on Breaker, or 2 or more for 1 on Breaker. He's going to swing. And we'll see if a trap is reacted with here. Raigeki Break will hit the table, killing the Breaker. So he didn't get 2 cards for 1, but he did, force a Raigeki Break on a Breaker when there's an immovable object via Gravekeeper Spy in play and a couple of back row. We're going to go to standby. He feels comfortable that now Bolito doesn't have a Dust Shoot, so he's going to be more inclined to bring that Serpent back in the standbys, and we'll see if Ghost Rider can put something together to get over the Spy. He might have just set a Night Assailant, maybe a Magician of Faith. He could have also set the Serpent just to try to get a knock out of the way. I feel like a knock might be set. See, I've done this before. So I feel pretty good that this is a maybe Ring of Destruction. There's just not a very good target in play for it. We'll see as soon as a Chaos guy comes out, unless he gets a Space Typhoon first. If a Space Typhoon comes out, he'll kill maybe one of the Spies, depending on if there's lethal presented with killing the Breaker. So Dale is working in a little bit of a disadvantage. We do know that Ghost has a couple of Thunder Dragons in his hand, though. And a Sinister Serpent. So 3 of his cards are fairly dead. So it is like a 5v5, honestly. It's just that Serpent. When that Serpent gets rolling, if you guys haven't had a Serpent just win a game nearly by itself, it is an astonishing feat. When you just are able to get so much advantage because you have a free card to discard, or just a monster that can eat a couple of, if they only have one monster, you can eat a couple of hits just by body blocking with Serpent. It's an amazing thing. So yeah, Dale had the really, really strong Nobleman of Crosstown on the Magician of Faith, which Dale didn't get rid of a Magician of Faith. So does he not play Moths? That's interesting. Not playing Moth is so interesting. It makes Nobleman's worse. I mean, that's his thing. He's, trying to circumvent your opponent's Noblemans, make them dead cards. Which certainly, I would say Ghost Rider, I mean, statistically should have one. So that's like 4 of his cards are known. I mean, if you put one as Nobleman. Um, See, the thing with the Chaos Mirrors is this is the first game. So actually, after this game, I'm going to switch over to the Blue Eyes White Dragon match, who's currently 3-0. It's just his match wasn't starting, and it was like 5 minutes into the round, and I'm like, well, I want to have something on. But then this match is like a typical Chaos match, which there's a lot of just a dust tornado. I read that as a ring. Jeez, he's playing how many dust tornadoes? Okay. Um, but yeah, the chaos matches, it's a lot of like spending 30 seconds to like break down what is live, what's not live, what should I do here, and you know, we have a Sork coming down trying to prio banish Sork, which happens. Another set monster. This one might be Serpent. It's gonna hit. He didn't hit the face down. He's just gonna clear the spies. Interesting. I'm surprised he didn't hit face down attack Sork. Leave the spies. Maybe because, what does he think? Sook is live and Sook will kill the Zaborg? No, Sook's dead. Unless he plays 2. Interesting. He just knew that that was a Serpent, I guess. I mean, that's fair. It's pretty telegraphed that it was, but I'm just a little surprised by that. Shouldn't be. That's why he was in the Hall of Fame, and I'm not. Absolute great read by Dale there. We're going to have 2 backers and a Zaborg against a couple of Thunder Dragons, a Sinister Serpent, and a Unknown Set. That's 2 Zaborgs for Dale, too. So once again, after this game, I'm going to switch it over to the Blue Eyes White Dragon match, and hope that they're still playing. If not, we'll revisit the Dale match, and we'll get some more Shining Angels in our live. Well, it's here, I guess. I'm trying to show it off, and I can't even find it. So he attacks the new one. Deco lets him draw. Let's see, do we still have BLS live over here? Well, both Sorks are gone, so he's just banking on BLS. The Heavy Storm's gone. The Magician of Faiths are gone. Breaker's gone too, right? Am I imagining Breaker gone? Yeah, Breaker's gone. So there's just a Mystical Space Typhoon left to handle back row. That's going to be really tough to get a BLS to like stick at this point. Mirror Force is gone though, which is nice, but Dale sets another, flips up his own deco. Interesting sequence. Usually you see the back rows get set after. I guess ultimately it doesn't matter in this board state. Well, both heavies are gone. How crazy would another Zaborg be? Or a Mobius? He has 2 Zaborgs, so now why wouldn't he have 3? Meta into Dark Bolter attack. The Serpent would be good too. For those of you just joining, we're not in round 1, even though that's what the stream says. We are in round 4 of 6 today. Then we'll have 2 rounds tomorrow, followed by a cut the top 8. Right now we are watching Dale playing Shining Angel Chaos against a more typical Chaos Turbo deck helmed by Ghost Rider. Both are well-known mainstays in the GOAT community. Zaborg is going to kill Knight Assailant, which of course will kill the Zaborg. Alright. 4 back row with a deco. I mean, that's not like the worst board to look at, but when you know you're heavy and your breaker are both gone and all your moths to get back to heavy, it's a little tricky. Wait, why did he... Oh, he thought he dust shot, I bet. Oops. I wonder if that was an intentional reveal. to, um, so Serpent's gone. Dale knows he has Double Thunder Dragon and an unknown card. The unknown card might be a spell or trap. It was. Excuse me. Dale is typing here. Dale is at work today. So I appreciate that he is playing. Thank you, Dale, for playing today, despite being at work. I look like I'm in the office today, even though I don't have a job where I have to wear a suit to work. I just thought I would be nice for you guys, because you deserve it. Let's see here. So Dale sets one, passes it back. We're going to have a draw from Ghost. We know he has Double Thunder Dragon in his hand and then an unknown card. He only has a BLS left for like the big guys in the typical list. Maybe he plays Tribe Infecting Virus, which we haven't seen. A lot of cards gone in this match. BLS hits the table. He's going to run it out there. Like, he has 3 back row. He knows he has a Torrential now. Prio maybe banish face down? Maybe not. Maybe you just don't. It's really difficult because if you say yes, TT might happen. If you say no, TT might happen. There's not really a good way to get this TT to not happen unless you have Solemn Judgment backup. But then you have to hope that Dale also doesn't have Solemn Judgment. This is an interesting play here. And it's all hinging on whether or not to use BLS priority. Especially if this is... Can it be Sangan? Sangan gone? Could be... Yeah, it could be Sangan. Sangan with a Torrential Tribute, because Dale... I know this is Torrential in case you missed it. Dale accidentally revealed it while trying to flip a Trap Dust Shoot. And so playing around a possible Torrential, especially if this is like a Sangan, is just... It's rough. We are joined in this by the United States of America, as Ghost Rider still thinks on what he wants to do. Now this is game 1. I was initially going to switch over to the Blue Eyes White Dragon match when this game ends. I'm hoping I can still do that. Not because I don't want to watch this match. For reference, I do. But there's a Blue Eyes White Dragon deck that's undefeated right now. And I feel like, you should probably get them on, right? So waiting on this one to end. And this one is a nice grueling match. And right now, Ghost Rider is still debating on priority on BLS. He hasn't done another thing since. There's a chance that he disconnected. It's the app is, or the website does have that happen sometimes. Yeah. Okay, he just DC'd. That makes sense. That was the case. Yeah, Ghost, as Zacharoni and she said, Ghost Rider does incredibly well when they play. Um, can confirm. We have about 20 minutes left in the round. So already we have hit, what is it, 50-minute rounds, like 30 minutes? All right, Ghost Rider is back. Now we can decide whether or not to use priority. What the question we've all been waiting for. We have a 6,000 to 3,100 game. It's just a nice, just terrible board state with lots of spells and traps in the back. It's essentially looking like a chess game right now, and there's only one queen or king or rook or anything left, and that's this BLS. No prio. No prio sets up an attack here. Remember, once again, Mirror Force is gone. Now, Ring of Destruction's live. We know this is a torrential tribute. So I feel like this BLS isn't going to be doing what it needs to do. If this face down was a Sangan or a Serpent, I think Dale would have just rifled off this torrential tribute. But that makes me think that it's like a Shining Angel. Or maybe even DD Warrior Lady. So I'm assuming that that's not this. I'm thinking this torrential might not happen. Yeah. So he's going to end up attacking here, and something cool is going to happen regardless. Um, oh, Jar of Greed. All right. Ghost Rider is lagging so bad. I feel terrible. I have a friend that I play test with, and he has a very good computer, and he has incredible internet access, but Dueling Book is not friendly to him. Several times in the middle of a game, this happens, and he lags out. Mind Control on the set. Let's see if it was, in fact, a Shining Angel. Well, he might not flip it up. Oh, it's a Deco. Interesting. Does that... Yeah, that's going to get the torrential activation. No Solemn backup. We'll see if he ends up playing Call or Preemie. It's not likely. Those cards are generally out of, like, the Chaos Turbo, dare I say, Zeitgeist. He's going to follow it up with the Tribe, though. That's a beater. Might be able to get in there for 1,600. It might meet a Ring of Destruction. No? It's going to get in there for 16. Okay, so we're at 44 to 31. This is a lot closer now. 4 cards to 2. That was a tough series of choices by Dale, I think. Whether or not to... the torrential was difficult. That's what I'll say. The torrential was a difficult play. He's going to summon Warrior Lady. Snatch Steel was the set card. That would be 31 if this goes through, which he's going to go for it. He's going to play, and he got it. You know, Dale is a very aggressive player. We saw that from this game, and it paid off. Do you guys hear that beeping? They obviously don't know that we're streaming a Go Format Championship. They're being very rude outside. I'm going to have to yell at them later. So we're going to really quick try to go over to Jeremy's match, and if not, we'll finish up with Dale. And Jeremy is maybe already finished. Let's see. Jeremy lost that one to Nova. Let's see. Is Kiram up? Because I haven't had him on stream yet. Kiram, it looks like, is also finished. Let's see. While they side, we'll go and let's watch Gravity and Jace. See what they're up to. In the middle of siding. But they're in the third game. So I think that we'll watch this one and switch back over to Dale after this, just to get a little bit of some variance in here. I say that and then they're in the middle of siding. So who knows? Maybe I'll switch back over. But Gravity has been in the chat today. I'm pretty positive they were in earlier, so it'd be nice. Next round, I'm going to do my best. Not do my best. I'm going to do it. I'm going to get Nova Ethos on the stream. Since they are 4-0 now, we'll see what they've been rocking. It looks like they're playing some Spice based on, and I don't know, is it Sosha Shoth? Is that how you say your name? Sosa Soth? I'm not sure. The X sound is a little difficult for my primitive brain. So if you could please tell me how you actually pronounce your username, that would be very helpful for me. I like to say people's names as accurately as I can. All right, so Jace is, or I guess it could be Hase, but I'm gonna say Jace. I feel confident. Is that Mystic Mine? Is that what those sleeves are? You know, that was one of the decks because I realized I could buy the whole deck for $30. I had all the other cards for it already from the other old formats. So I bought the playset of Mystic Mines with the intent of going to YCS Minneapolis in 2022, and I just didn't go. So I bought the whole deck, which was, you know, like $40 maybe, and then I didn't even go. I feel confident I could have played that deck without needing to read anything. So Gravity's going to start us off with a Pot of Greed against Jace's T-set. And with 7 cards in hand, they're going to set a monster and probably a back row. So we're going to have a T-set +1 against a T-set. Let's see what Jace can do to reply to this. Are either people going to rifle off a Knock, flip a Deco, a Spy, a Night Assailant? See, I didn't know what Jace was playing. I'm just guessing they're both playing Chaos Turbo, but that wasn't the case. And here we're going to have a DD Assailant get flipped. We might get a Knock, yep, against a Sangan, which is also very nice. This is going to be 17 direct, and that is going to go through. And with that, we're going to probably see another set monster maybe with a pass. Then again, you might just pass. Oh, back row. All right. So it's 7 cards versus 6. Life points are close. We have a Smashing Ground come down to handle the DD Assailant. Nice 1-for-1 with a set monster. Back in the day, when Smashing Ground was a fairly new card, it was a common back in IOC, and copies of it were $10 each because you had to have 3 at one point in the game. It was the best removal spell for a long time. So good that I believe they put it to 1 on a ban list. I could be wrong on that, but I think I remember Smashing Ground being at 1 because it was a little too strong, I guess. So Road is going to come down, likely grabbing Swordsman level 2 or Exiled Force. There are a couple back rows, but it doesn't look like Jace cares about those too much. Maybe he has a Call the Haunted set. Book is going to come down on Summon. It's an interesting time to Book of Moon. That usually you see those kind of things happen in the battle phase. Now, just in case, like if Jace had something, they could possibly do it. Yeah, I think it was the Troop Dupe format. That I'm pretty positive, and then by PC format, it was still at 1. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Smashings were short printed for sure. Gigantes is coming down, and it's going to attack that set Magician of Faith. And in response to the attack, he's going to flip final attack order, so he will take 1,600. For those of you that don't know how that interaction works, Magician of Faith flips up in defense, and then final attack orders is always active. It triggers, puts it to attack position, and then the damage will be dealt. So final attack orders does work against face-down monsters, as Big Bertha Innovator Wolf KMH would know. Very, very fond of final attack orders, and one of the reasons that was a $20 ultra rare for a while. So we have a Snatch Steel come down to grab that Gigantes. We'll see if anything happens to that. This deck is likely playing some number of Dust Tornado. This looks like this is just maybe Earth Aggro with a little bit of final attack orders love in it. Yeah, Troop Dupe Scoop format was regrettably one that I didn't get to play as much as I wish I would have because I sold my card troopers right before it was the best format. And that was a me problem. So he's going to compulse the Gigantes back to his hand just so he doesn't have to deal with it. Which, now ask the question, what is the set monster, and why is Jace protecting it with a compulse? We might find out. Maybe it's a set Lily. Lily would be a pretty good card here, I feel. Well, Lily with final attack orders would be able to activate, and then it would blow everything up so he'd get his Gigantes back. So I don't think it would actually be Lily. Oh, it was Swordsman. I knew. Come on. He Book of Mooned it. I forgot. You're right. Gerhat, you're right. I just saw that. I completely forgot it got booked. Yeah. So 2 goats in the end phase for sure. Okay. So now this opens up a meta card creature swap play. Meta is quite good against final attack orders. Jinzo. Okay. Jinzo is pretty good. And then main phase 2, he could switch all of the goat tokens. And he is in a pretty good spot. I mean, life point wise, Jace is still in a strong position. Jace is, potentially with like a snatch steal, and Derry has a sure pre-snatch steal. With final attack orders and Thousand Eyes restrict. He did have a sure priest. The other guy had a sure priest though. That's funny. I honestly I can't remember how that would interact. It might have to do with assuming Jinzo's not in play in this theoretical. It might have to do with which one was played first. In which case, Final Attack Orders was played first. So I would assume that everything. No, I don't think anything can switch. I think Thousand Eyes Restrict overrides that as soon as it hits the table. I that's a question that I would have to ask the head judge. I feel like I'm pretty good at rulings, but that one I'm not 100% on. Because if Thousand Eyes attacks a set monster, does it go to attack? Thousand Eyes says it can't. Final Attack Order says it has to. Final Attack Orders is on the table first. I think it goes first. I think. Alright, so we have a Gigantes against a Jinzo. We have 24 against 23 of the Chaos guys hitting the table. Unless he has something exceptional, that will be game. He's just going to attack into the Gigantes for sure. And the Assura Priest, just to make sure a Book of Moon doesn't win it for him. That should be lethal. Yeah. Let's see if he flips his face downs. There might have been a book down there, but yeah. That was a good win by Gravity there. Or sorry, yeah, by Gravity. That was a hard-earned match win. And we'll get out of here and go back to that Dale Bolito match. We'll see if they're still playing. All right. These have tokens. Why do they have counters? Maybe because they were summoned this turn or something? Or they've already like manually switched? Well, regardless, looks like in this game specifically, Ghost Rider is in a solid position. Alright, so we're going to go to game 3. As soon as I join, we go to game 3. This one is going to be likely the rest of this round. And once again, this is round 4 of 6 today. Then we're going to have 2 additional rounds tomorrow, followed by a cut to top 8. And that will all be live streamed as well, right here on the YouTube channel. I wonder if he was on Bertha. Well, Gravity's in the chat. Wolf, was your opponent, or sorry, Gravity, was your opponent playing traditional like Earth aggro, or were they playing like the burn deck that sides into it? All we really got to see was final attack orders. So while they're siding, let's take a look at the standings, see who we see. So a couple of the 4-0 highlights are Scrub for Life, Pikatron, Nova Ethos, Dueling High, Ivan, Morpidorp, and Don't Copy along with Akko. We have Zalug. Leo is at 3-1. Dale is at 3-0. Crespin lost this last round to go to 3-1. Jinzo Dude's at 3-1. Grump and Rickshaw. HNVP. There's a lot of 3-1s here that are all vying for a spot, at least to get into the X2 bracket, just to make day 2, and hopefully, they're all trying to make it to top 8. The 2-2s are going to have a little bit of a tougher time. They have to win out for the rest of today. It's only 2 more rounds though, so it's definitely doable. Apoptosis, who is playing Clown Control, is at 2-1. They are still battling, it looks like. So for next round, though, our priority, hopefully, we'll be able to watch Nova Ethos play. All of the 4-0s have locked their position in day 2. And the 3-1s still have to at least win one more. Okay. So, I didn't see what he got back, but a Night Assailant was discarded with a flip effect off of this duo. So the duo effectively only hit 1 card and gave Dale a piece of info, which is going to be Dust Shot, so he'll know all of his hand. Well, it looks like there's a lot of spells and traps in his hand based on that. Alright, so Dale is going to set a monster in a back row. Or, I am so sorry, it's Ghost Rider's turn. My apologies. Ghost Rider is in the think tank whether or not to set some of these spells or traps before he passes back to Dale, who has a T set at the moment. Just unorthodox T, I guess. Alright. 3 cards in hand, so a Dust Shoot's dead, but it's going to be a Raigeki break on the monster in the standby phase. Unfortunately, oh wow, hitting his Umbira. Wow. Dale's just going to end turn after that. So this is an interesting game. We have a couple of Raigeki breaks already in the graveyard. Magician of Faith went back in the deck. This is going to be a slow burn. Oh, yeah, Dust Tornado is going to meet the Gyro Greed, so it's not a big loss for Ghost Rider. Obviously, you still want Gyro Greed to happen, but it's not as Mirror Force or Ring of Destruction or anything like that. If the part we were watching was actually bigger. Okay, Brad, I will look into updating that. Try to move things around where maybe it's a little bit bigger for everybody to see. I can shrink my my video. Yeah, my video is like 40% of the screen of the size of the game. So I'll shrink mine and the chat window down and try to extend that here after this round. It won't be that much bigger, but it'll be bigger. So hopefully that's helpful. I hate Patrick Mahomes is watching this game. That's very important. Deco gets flipped to Drew, and he's going to attack into a spy. Take 600 life points. Ghost is going to get another one. He'll set a monster before passing it back over. And we're going to have Ghost Rider go right into main phase. No lights for his Chaos monsters, should he have them. Dale over here is also lacking on lights. But Dale, it's hard to say if this is a flip monster face down. He's not playing Magician of Faith's game 1. At least in the first game when one was knocked, he did not banish any. Which is safe to say he's probably not playing them because it was earlier in the game and there were not very many cards unaccounted for. Dale is going to flip a spy, get another one, attack that Magician of Faith with Deco, which will grab Graceful back into Ghost's hand. And that's going to be followed up with another set monster. So this game, unlike last, is showing a lot of flip effects on Dale's end. And an additional back row. So last game, Dale was setting spells in the back row more than traps, it felt like. So there's a chance that those are both bluffs, but he also, is a master player. So there's a chance that he showed him that he's not afraid to set spells in the back row to maybe make Ghost Rider think he's setting bluffs. So for this game, he can hose him with all of his powerful trap cards. Oh yeah, this is time in the round. Oh wow. Excuse me. I guess while they clarify that, I'm going to pull this up and see some of the other 3-in-1s, 4-0, see how they did. So it looks like nearly everybody, there's only a couple of matches left based on that. Let's see, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that was pretty quick. I didn't want to linger on that too much. Knight Assailant getting discarded. We'll add back the other Knight Assailant. The oldest trick in the book. Heavy's going to come down. Booking the Deco. So right now it is turn 0 on Dale. So Ghost Rider is turn 1. If I'm understanding the chat correct, so there's only going to be 2 additional turns. Gale will only have his one final turn, and then Ghost will have the last turn of the duel, in addition to the current one that he's currently formulating in his hand, or in his head. But the double wall, so is this game 3? This is game 3, yeah. So right now, I mean, because of no lights, Ghost Rider is in a pretty good spot. It's almost worth just building more of a defense. This lets a snatch steal happen, though. Which, Ghost Rider, obviously, both of these players incredibly good. He's going to banish the set, which is the Deco. Doesn't want to give Dale any extra cards to work with. See if he follows it up with another set monster, or maybe some kind of a summon, maybe a back row or two. Okay, so this is a lot of defense for Dale to get through on this last turn, which I think is his last turn based on what Ghost Rider is saying he was turn 0. So this would be Dale's last turn if that part is correct, which I'm sure the players will communicate that with each other, right? So he had another Deco. Of course he did. So he's still going to get that extra card. He's working with 4 cards now to try to create some kind of an escape from this dire situation he finds himself in, which right now, if he has a snatch steal for this BLS, it's pretty phenomenal. Dale would be in a ridiculously good spot. Assuming that set monster is not another Gravekeeper spy. Okay, he did have Snatch Steal. This is an insane board. So now the Warrior Lady kills the face down. The BLS clears the other two. Then we're going to have, what is that, 3,800, putting him to 4,252 with the life point gain. So Ghost Rider will have to find 1,200 points of damage at the moment. The DD Warrior Lady might take damage on this attack. Need some honey. My throat is, from talking, is starting to get a little dry. Well, this is Dale's last turn. He doesn't really have a lot of choices on not attacking here. We don't have any Thunder Dragons accounted for. No more lights. Which, if this is another Moth, that would be a problem with the Heavy Storm. It's definitely lethal. If it's another Moth, yeah, this match doesn't matter. Let's see what he says. Oh, there's a... okay, so he might get in there with a Spy? Is that what he's thinking? And then it deals... you need to deal an extra 300, so you have to do 15 with the Snatch Steal life point gain. Buy a humidifier. Yeah, I should. I'm moving soon, so now would be a bad time. It's just another thing to pack. I did proxy head Prince. I'm trying to get them on camera. So I started this game because they hadn't started playing yet. This round, I really wanted to have Jeremy on this, or the Blue Eyes deck on this, in this round featured, but they didn't start in time, and I wanted to get a game on camera, and then we watched a 35-minute game one. So next round, I will wait, and we're going to watch the Blue Eyes deck, hopefully. But I also want to watch Nova Ethos because they're playing incredibly well. So he's going to risk it. Hope it's a Moth. It was a Night Assailant, which gets to kill that. 26 puts him to 54. 1,000 life point gain puts him to 64. So all that... okay, people outside are screaming. Perks of living in a big city. So now he just has to deal 1 point of damage to Dale. Because on his standby phase, he's going to gain 1,000 from the Snatch Steal. If you guys can hear the people outside, I'm so sorry. I don't know what's happening. Okay. So Dale is still thinking, it looks like, on what to do. Which, as far as I can tell, he can't do anything else. Everything's attacked. He just set the Speller Trap. There we go. Okay. Oh! In draw phase. Sure. That would put it... that would dampen Ghost Rider's plans on winning this turn. So now he needs to... well, a Chaos Sorcerer wins him the match. Deals 1,100 over a Spy. Zambira deals 9. Snatch Steal, that does it. That is 1,100. Actually, it's a lot more. Don't worry about that. It's 2,300. Which is 1,100 that he needed to be at. Never mind. I was right. So that's crazy. That was a great win by Ghost Rider. Very well top deck. Brad, I like that idea. The chess thing, I would always have a full clock. Yeah. Great job by Ghost Rider getting that one. Phenomenal. Well played by him. Well played by Dale. That was an incredible match. Yeah, good goats all around in that one. All right, so let's see who's left in this round. We'll look at the round 4 pairings here. So that one just finished, and it looks like Morrow is still playing. Let's see if they just finished too. I believe they also just finished. Okay. See if we have round 5. Not yet. All right, so Mario's match just finished. They got theirs. Just waiting on Dale, and then we can start this 5th round. Yeah, Michael, I'm happy to do it. I know everybody is missing JDZ. I am too. He's been in here a couple of times though in the chat, so he's bouncing in and out every now and then. I'm just filling in for him this week for this event. Hopefully, the rest of the rounds go well. We've had an exciting first 4 rounds today. There's 8 total, 6 today, 2 tomorrow. Tough shoes to fill. Yes. Yeah, JDZ is a great guy. I've only met him the one time. We went to GGP Orlando this past summer, and he went to that one. He's a nice guy to meet in person too. If any of you happen to get a chance to go to one of those in-person events, yeah. Oh, I like streaming. So I used to do my local. I owned a card shop in West Virginia, and we would do F&Ms and Friday Night Magics. We only really did Magic at my shop because that's what the player base demanded. Even though Yu-Gi-Oh has been my baby ever since. But I would commentate those, and it was a blast. I had like a little room that was separate from everybody, so nobody could hear me. So I do like streaming quite a bit. I just haven't had a great. I don't know. Propensity to try it, I guess, with GOAT format, but with things getting busy, it's I'm happy I was able to be here today for this, and I'm happy everybody's watching it. We should have round 5 any moment. Doing great. Oh, thanks, Gulas or Zaluk. Stream's very clean. Oh, thank you, Void. Thank you. Okay. And yeah, I decided to dress down. I wore a suit instead of a tux today, so. No, but yeah, I wanted to look nice for you guys out there in the GOAT world. Okay, we are in round 5. We have the round 5 pairings. And like I said, I want to see Nova Ethos. But I also want to see Jeremy play because he's playing Blue Eyes White Dragon. And that is exciting. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to Nova because I said I would. He's not playing yet. Is Jeremy playing yet? Neither. They're just now tagging. The round literally just went up. Michael's playing against Nova. So what I'm going to do, just because we only got a little piece of Jeremy's match in round 1, I really think I want to start with him. And I say that because Nova has locked his, as far as I know, has locked his day 2 spot. So we have more chances to see him. They're requesting. All right. So I was told that I should check this match out. So I'm gonna go in there just to make sure. Yeah. Okay. I'll go into copies. So we're going to watch Ivan against Don't Copy. And looks like Don't Copy is starting things off very strong with a Thunder Dragon Upstart Goblin. Remember, always do your Thunder Dragons before you draw your spells. Even though the odds might be minute to draw that other dragon, it exists. So you always want to thin out your deck and draw your actual cards you care about before you draw. Just repeating things that are obvious, but some people might not think to do that. So I always try to word it out there. And Ivan is going to come out strong with an upstart into a pot of greed. And a Thunder Dragon. So we have a very strong start from both players. Ivan's is a little bit stronger. He got the magical pot of greed, draw 3 additional cards card. Which in this case might have been literal because of I assume he drew Thunder Dragon as one of those two, which got two of itself, so he did get 3 cards off of Pot Grade. One of the few rare times that'll actually happen. Followed with a back row, just a classic T-set. Classic T-set pass. So after this game, I'm going to bounce around into a couple of other ones while sidings happened. Let me write down some things. A set knock. Ooh. On Spy. That's fantastic. So already the walls are out of both players' decks. And now we just get some good old-fashioned Yu-Gi-Oh! Battles with weak defense monsters. What now? Is Thunder Dragon the highest, and then it goes to what? Tsukuyomi on the non-chaos guys? Not bad. So Ivan is going to start off his turn by thinking. He's got 7 cards to work with, 2 of which are Thunder Dragons. Don't Copy only has 1 Thunder Dragon in their hand, so he has a few that we don't know about. And this is where the game slows down a little bit. Ivan is likely formulating a handful of things that are, it's hard to even make them tangible. He's trying to read the back row. He's reading what the other 3 cards are based on the sequencing of cards that have been played. What are the outs to the cards that he could play? Are the odds there? Playing Turbo in the Turbo Mirror, which is what this looks like. The turns can be very, very quick and brief, but then sometimes you go into these like sequences where I have to play the sequence of cards exactly correct. There's not room for error. If I forget my Serpent in standby phase, I lose the whole match maybe. Like there's a lot of those kind of moments in the Turbo Mirror. As we see a Raigeki Break handle the breaker. So we'll see if Don't Copy grabs their Serpent. Big thinking in main phase 2. So he's just going to go ahead and run that out. Does he not have lights and darks? He doesn't have darks. Okay. I like it. He's putting pressure on with Chaos Sorcerer now. And just going ahead and dealing the damage. Getting him closer back to that starting life total. Only 900 points separate the two now. Serpent will go back. We'll see if no Dust Shoot in the standby or in the main. Heavy will clear out Jargreed, maybe? That was a Raigeki Break. Raigeki Break's very strong there. Alright, so we have a Tribe, Serpent, which is great. 1600 to 58. Does he have a back row follow-up? He does. If this is a Raigeki Break with the Serpent in the standby is pretty nasty. So Ivan has 6 cards. He has a Dark and 2 light. He has 2 lights in his hand for sure. 2 Thunder Dragons. 4 unknowns. Could be Moth, Night Assailant. Magician of Faith would be a pretty great card if he doesn't have the Raigeki Break. He doesn't. So he might have Nobleman. He's just going to swing in. And it was Serpent. Okay, so he's feeling pretty good right now. Don't Copy. Ivan does have a couple back row, but he knows 3 of the cards in Ivan's hand are pretty dead. It's essentially 2 cards in hand versus 2 cards in hand with a couple of back row versus a couple of monsters in a back row. It makes life a lot simpler knowing what your opponent has in their hand. You can sort of see what the card advantage actually looks like. Like, yes, these cards add card advantage, and yes, they're important to remember, but, Sinister Serpent by itself does nothing. Thunder Dragon by itself does nothing. So there's a lot of dead cards in this match, and making sure to keep track of the hands, especially with all the movements and motions that Chaos Turbo does. It's very important to remember those things. And if I'm rambling too much, that's just who I am. So right now, Don't Copy is in the think tank. I lied. It's Ivan Risotto's turn. For some reason, I really thought it was Don't Copies. So that's an interesting one. He's just ditching Thunder Dragon to play what? Is he going to run out of BLS here? Just into the open back row like that? Huh. It's interesting. So you have to hit the... Unless you think that Mind Control, or you have Mind Control Snatch. Alright, so Prio means that it resolved. She's going to hit the face down, which was a Deco. Do you have Mind Control Snatch, Raigeki Break, Wing Blast, Ring, something to handle this tribe? Maybe Book of Moon? Book of Moon would be good, but how good? Maybe not that good. Especially with a standby face Serpent. Oh, okay, sure. Okay, that's tricky. Are you going to solemn this? Do you have to solemn this? Do you even have that? This is pretty good play for Don't Copy. So Serpent's in his hand, I realize. Oh yeah, the Raigeki Break follow-up. Okay, so that's pretty good. I mean, it was Ring and Raigeki Break to kill a back row and a tribe. That's about right. Oh man, does he have Snatch? Pop all the back row, take the BLS? No way. Or can he play Zone? Yeah, no, he can't. He did have Solemn. Wow. Would it have been better to Solemn and hold the Raigeki Break, I wonder? But then the Ring happens. Yeah. Oh, this is a lot of damage. So that's 44. He needs 3,900 more, which is not going to happen this turn unless he plays Dimension Fusion. Yeah, so the Blue Eyes deck is going to be after this game, which this game is going pretty quick, so I feel confident that we'll get some of the Blue Eyes match in here. So yeah, as soon as this game ends, not this match, we will be switching over. So he banished the Dark, which I guess he didn't have Darks in his yard, so that's for the best. Set Monster and pass. Let's see what we got from Don't Copy. Don't Copy still has a Serpent in his hand, so that's one of the cards. Likely one Chaos Monster. Depending on this set card, this might just really be it. If it's a Magician, it's pretty good. I mean, honestly, anything. 54 would put to 19 if it's a Spy set. If it's a Deco, that's 44 down to 29. He doesn't really have Spell or Trap backup, it doesn't look like, though. So he might just swing with just the BLS. This might be a Night Assailant. That not getting flipped up is pretty indicative that it's either Night Assailant, Sinister Serpent, but he just got Serpent back, right? So yeah, the longest round one. I can't switch that until tomorrow. Yep, I know. I put it on the initial graphic. Yeah, that one was my bad. Hey, this is the first time I've done this, so at least in like 6 years, 7 years. So okay, that was a really well played game. But we are going to switch it over to Jeremy against Crash Bolt. And those of you that haven't seen, we're in for a treat, hopefully, in this match. Though it does look like Crash Bolt won the first one. So, this one might be a little quicker. So it's 4 cards to 3, 4 with Serpent. Amanju, the 10,000 hands would be a great card. Now, those of you just joining, we are in round 5? Is this round 5 already? Wow, we're in round 5. Okay. We're in round 5 of 6. We will be playing 6 rounds of Swiss today with a cut to either the top 32 or all of the X and 2s. And then those players will play an additional 2 rounds of Swiss tomorrow for rounds 7 and 8. And then after that, they will cut to a top 8 for a single elimination playoff. And we'll try to find out, hopefully by 5 p.m. or so Central Standard Time tomorrow, who our GFC 23 champion is. All right. So Crash Bolt is looking at a Gravekeeper Spy, a set monster, and a set speller trap. He has a pretty good inkling, I'm sure, that the set monster is Sinister Serpent based on previous turns, even though we're just getting here. The Zombira is looking pretty good. You know, it can kill everything but this pesky spy. A Tsukuyomi would help that out quite a bit. We'll see what happens on Crash Bolt's end. So he's just going to run it into the face down, see what it is. It's that Serpent. So now Zombie is at 1,700. So a little bit more manageable. Now a Kaiku can kill it if need be. Tribute. Tribute for what? Thunder Dragon? Alright, so that's the last of the Thunder Dragons. Looking at traps, no traps. Okay, so that's a pretty good start. He's putting Crespin essentially on a 2-turn clock here. That's 5,100 points of damage in play, which would at the moment be a 2-turn clock if everything went to attack and attacked successfully. So we have 4 cards of Crespin. Lots of dust shoot happen. No dust shoot on Crash Bolt's end. Great news for Jeremy. So he's going to standby phase. That's an interesting one. If he had a dust shoot, that's like almost draw phase worthy to play that Mystical Space Typhoon. But it's fine. He knows what he's doing. He's made it this far. Breaker's going to come down to dispatch that Thunder Dragon. Maybe a back row backup. Let's see. No lights in the grave. No standby phase. Yeah, no standby phase Ring of Destruction. This Breaker is going to get banished. There's not much you can do about that one. 1,200 going through to 49. Probably going to happen. Do you have a... could have been Scapegoat, maybe. Scapegoat would be interesting. Have a back row set. Alright. So we have a Spy and Attack, a Sorkin defense with a couple of unknown cards. And over on Jeremy's end, we likely have a Sinister Serpent set with an unknown back row. We only know that he's had Serpent in rotation the past several turns, so that's why I mention it like that. We're going to have a Wing Blast hit the table. So, a lot of people argue between Wing Blast and Raigeki Break. In this instance, I think it shows that Wing Blast can be exceptionally brutal. Now, not only do you draw that monster that you don't really want, more than likely you don't really want, now you have to set it again. And that takes up, not only, it takes your draw away, it takes your monster summon away. When you're staring at a Chaos Orc, That's not what you really want to see. A knock would be an insane draw here. Um, Upstart up to 36, so now he's not presenting lethal anymore. Kaiku. Wow, what a draw. I think it's... If this is a Mirror Force down, it would have been worth... Oh, wow. So he still has Serpent in his hand? Okay. Alright, Jeremy. You have a couple turns left to turn this one around. Let's see if you can do it with this impressive draw. Digging deep, looking for some answers. With the Sork, it's difficult. Like, even if you get the Paladin of White Dragon to kill the Kaiku, main phase 2 sack it to get the Blue Eyes, it's a little tricky. If he can handle the Kaiku, oh, that could do something. Does he have Chaos? No, no Chaos. So you have to banish itself. Okay, so it banishes itself. He's going to set Serpent, maybe? Pass? Yeah. Okay. So, Crash either turns the Spy to attack. I feel like Mirror Force is out now. Just because Mirror Force certainly would have hit a Spy and a Sork, right? Oh, he really still hasn't played Serpent. He didn't concede, which, I don't know. Somebody else did that earlier. It's hard to say. All right, so Zangian keeps him in. He's going to go down to 1,000, and he's going to get another Zangian search. This time he's going to get Manju. Now he can summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon, and it looks pretty good. Still susceptible to a Blackluster Soldier, it looks like, but... Oh, wow. Paladin into that is great. Right? Like, you just Paladin attack the set? Wait, do we know it's Serpent? I genuinely don't remember at this point. This might be a Serpent, too. Oh, this is not the line of play I was seeing. Oh, I guess if you don't have the Paladin or the spell card, you can't do it that turn. I get very excited. Is he going to 200? Alright, so Jeremy gets that one. Alright, so we're going to switch back over to copy. If they're still battling. And this is just game 2, so we didn't miss a ton switching over to the Blue Eyes deck. We still haven't seen a Blue Eyes White Dragon hit the table. As Jeremy goes to 3-2, he'll have to win that last round to make day 2, which, for Blue Eyes White Dragon's sake, Blue Eyes certainly hopes he does. We're going to have a suit come down into a BLS. Knock, and that is... Excuse me, lethal. And just like that, we join just in time for Ivan to win the match to continue at 5-0. Well played on that, Ivan. I did switch around there. I'll try to stop doing that, and I'll just stick with a match. But I was very, very excited to... hey, we get to watch a little bit of Nova Ethos, maybe. Nova is playing Strike Ninja. New Doria, Giant Orc. This is my kind of battle. Over here, Scrub for Life is playing what looks like, I would say, just normal Chaos Turbo. Looks pretty good. Always has the fun cards. So it's exciting to see Nova play, cards like Strike Ninja and Enablers that help him keep Strike Ninja active, which is nice. Right now, Nova is up Scrub is up 1-0. So Nova has to win 2 straight to stay in this one, but the last 2 cards played indicate that he's on a bit of a heater. Card advantage wise, he's up by 2. Of course, I don't know if I don't see a Thunder Dragon, but they could have a Serpent in his hand. Alright, so Kaiku's going to attack. Try to force lethal this turn. It's not going to happen. It's going to be shut down with a Raigeki break. Strike Ninja is going to try to get in for that 17. Which, you know, it's a little fruitless to try to kill him, especially with the number of darks that Nova has in grave. This is going to be a tricky one without drawing. Scrub pretty much for this round needs to draw a pretty strong monster. Nova in the kitchen. Nova is out here with this. I mean, first off, this is a great card. Genuinely. It's a lot better in format, in future, well, in like the next format than it is maybe in this one. But it's still very strong. It's crazy to see Giant Orc. I assume that means he's playing Deck Devastation Virus. I wonder if he's playing Return or Dimension Fusion, because a Return here would be maybe not the best time to play it though because of the back row, but Return seems like a very, very cool way to win. Yeah, okay, so he has Return set. This is an interesting one. Mirror Force is gone, so it might be worth that. Yeah, it probably is, right? Like, what could he have to handle 4 monsters with Mirror Force gone? Oh no. Oh no, Nova. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. For Nova. I mean, the card advantage is still pretty like it's very favorable for Nova, right? He has 5 total to what will be Scrub's 2. Scrub draws a Pot of Greed though, or a Chaos Monster. He's in pretty good shape. Even being at 300 life. Oh, what a card. Did he not summon Zambira that turn? I don't know. I didn't catch it, but okay, he just wanted some info. Okay, so we're going to game 3. Yeah. Zambira was the... So he used Strike Ninja once. I assume he wouldn't be able to use it again, even though it was in a different... Right? It like did like a soft reset, sort of like a Chaos Orc getting flip face down and up. I'm not sure. The Strike Ninja doesn't come up often, so I'm not 100% on the rulings for Strike Ninja, whether or not he could or couldn't use a Strike Ninja that was in the banish pile. See, that would be my indicator with that. It would work like a, like a reset almost by going to a new zone. But ultimately, I don't think it, it didn't matter that game. He got that one. Nova got that one. But, yeah, we'll see how it goes in the next match and see if it comes up. So, those of you just joining us, this is GOAT Format Championship 23. I am Kenny, not JDZ, no matter how much I look like him. I'm still Kenny. And we are streaming a Strike Ninja Return deck versus a more traditional, just Chaos Turbo. We are going into Game 3. We saw Strike Ninja have plenty of resources in that last game, and he was able to just peck away at Scrub's life points. Scrub starts off incredibly strong with a Thunder Dragon this time, following it up with an Upstart. And that is a great sight to see. His Pot of Greed with the Pot of Greed sleeves. How about that? So with 8 cards in hand, we are going to see a T set from Scrub, passing it back over. We do know 2 of those cards are, of course, Thunder Dragon, but in this regard, I feel like Scrub is in a very strong spot. We have to see, like, Nobleman come down on Nova's end. So no TT now. He's just going to swing. If that is a spy, this is pretty brutal. This is a Deco. Okay. So he does get a draw. And it's going to follow it up with a set Speller Trap before passing it back to Scrub, who in phase will pop that back row, which was a Dust Tornado. Okay. So we know Sook and Double Thunder Dragon, but Sook itself is pretty strong against this deck. Like, we saw it's playing Giant Orcs. Like, it's bad against Tomato Newdoria, but it's very good against nearly everything else. Strike Ninja only has like 200 defense or something very small. It might be, I think anyways, is it 1200? Strike Ninja, did I just lie? Is Strike Ninja 1200? I feel like it only has like, no, Strike Ninja is 1200. Never mind. So, yeah. Sook doesn't handle that, but just about everything else. So Zombie's going to come down with a back row before passing it back over. Alright, we got a Tribe. A couple of free cards for Scrub to discard. Showed Scrub want to. Prio will be used, discarding Night Assailant. Deck Devastation Virus will be chained. So now our chain link is... Basically, what I was starting to get at is Night Assailant will resolve after the Deck Devastation, so he will get the Deco free. But that's pretty brutal. Deck Devastation. We've had Stein on the camera a couple times today, but we haven't seen Stein be used yet. It's been killed face down a couple of times. Okay. So strict. Wait, why 200? There you go. Alright, so for Deck Devastation Virus, which we are now under, this is the second turn, Scrub just drew a Chaos Sorcerer. Breaker will break. Pretty good break. At this stage, there was only one dark, or so sorry, 2 darks. My apologies. Oh wow, this is going to be a pretty good turn. Regardless, this is a good turn. That's a lot of damage. You do get your Strike Ninja back, but yeah. 39. So what does he have? 2 Thunder Dragons still? No, just 1. So 1 Thunder Dragon, knock, snatch, and that's all we know. Tribute for Blowback Dragon. Love this. This is awesome. Certainly going to target the Sork. I'm feeling lucky. Bag of Bolts. Alright, let's see. Oh, he has to go perfect on the other 2. Alright, moment of truth. Oh, he got it. Okay. So he's still in the game. He's going to take 700 here. Shortcutting a little bit, but the players understand where they are in this match. And this is the final turn of the Deck Devastation Virus. So we're going to see a milling of Upstart. So any card drawn off Upstart will also be under Deck Devastation Virus. So you might not see Scrub play the upstart this turn, but then again, you might. Oh, that's pretty good. Unless it's another deck dev. So now, Blowback, if he gets it, gets to target that back row. And if Nova doesn't reply, okay, yeah, Nova has to respond. He has a Dekoichi in his hand, right? We know about that? So that's lethal. Yep. All right, that is game. Scrub wins that one to win the match. Very well played match on both players' ends. It would have been nice to see the first game, but we got most of the second game, and then of course the definitive third game. So let's see who else we got. We still have a handful of matches to look at. Let's see. We're in round 5. Apop is playing. Mikil is playing. Jinzo dude is playing against Gulaz or Zalug. Let's look at Apop again. They were playing Clown Control. We'll go from there and see how this one goes. And yeah, so Apop's up 1-0 in this one, and it looks like they're ahead in life points, and it's about even in card advantage as well. This is going to be a slow match, especially with that stumbling. Okay, so a few back row. We saw this earlier in that match that was, in my opinion, conceded a little early. Now, I don't think they had outs, but, there was plenty of time on the clock, and they were at a lot of life points. So Dust Tornado will clear the stumbling right away. That is an obnoxious card. For those of you that don't know, it says whenever a monster is summoned, essentially, change it to defense. Oh, wow, following it up with a heavy. Interesting. Okay. So that was a pretty good deal 3,300 spell card that MST'd one of his back row. That's the way to look at that here. Flipping a Dawn. Dawn is definitely going to get in there. And against this deck, it's probably worth milling, honestly. He might not, but, he's not, what is he going to, he's not playing Gigantes, is he? Yeah. And even if he is, I think it's, yeah, that's huge. I mean, maybe not the Heavy Storm, but the Preemie was pretty nice. Time in the round, let me check. 15 minutes. 15 minutes left in the round. Dream Clown does hit the table. Oh, Snatch Deal, huge. Heavy's gone. Does he have like a back row that could help? Yeah. Mirror Force maybe? He did see Trap Hole. Oh, let's see what happens. Oh no, that's not very good for Killer. Oh, did Apop get this one? Just with that, the Snatch Steal set into the Dawn is pretty good. So he's going to go to 49. He has 2 cards to work with. The big thing is the Heavy is gone. So sorry. Okay. I mean, that's lethal if it goes through. Oh, do you have a Solemn? That would be so good. Okay, so we have a back row. Both players are top decking. Apop is only at 1900. If Apop can draw a pretty good card here, it's going to be a little more difficult for Killer to get out of this, I think. No lights. So a Rhoda would be an incredible draw, or just one of the very many warrior monsters that has a decent attack. Like level 2 might not be the best, but everything else. Oh, that's pretty good. No other monsters, unfortunate there. Set that, yeah. Churchill? Sure. So top deck monster gets it to force a game 3. Or actually, my apologies, this would be match, not a game 3. That is lethal. No Necro Gardener. Alright. Oh, that's 1-1. My apologies. I guess I misread. I thought 0-1 means... Oh, 0-1 means a pop 1-1. And so he won the other. Never mind. This is... I know that it's from my perspective, the one that's on the bottom, but this still confuses me slightly. I really wish that it just said like 0-1 here and like 1-0 here or something. So yeah, we have Clown Control on the board, and they're going to game 3. We saw Stumbling come down, and that card is an interesting card. It interacts with Priority, which doesn't happen very often in Yu-Gi-Oh! In this version of the game anyways. And on top of that, it can create board states that are very annoying and very cluttered and congested. Yeah. One of my friends loves to play decks like this, that are essentially like you're playing a different game. Like you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And you still have the same staples, but when you're like turning clowns sideways to kill monsters, it feels pretty good. So I'm told. So here we go. We're gonna see Killer start, or sorry, Apop start this one off almost certainly. So I could try to get the Stumbling with like 3 or 4 back row. Couple upstarts. Life points are now in favor of Killer. Let's see how much time's left in the round. Looks like 10 minutes. So 10 minutes, 23 after the hour is when... Oh, so he just stumbles and passes. Interesting. Huh. And after this round, actually maybe after this game, I'm going to attempt to adjust the screen where you can see the game a little bit bigger. And not maybe so much of me. Though I know you all love my beautiful face. Very bonita. We will summon Don's Lug from Killer. And it does go to defense. We'll see what he does from here. Remember, if Apop just summons a Dream Clown, as long as that clown isn't negated or a Space Typhoon or Dust Tornado takes out the Stumbling, it will come in, change the defense, and immediately its ability will activate, killing the Don's Lug. So we might see that on Apop's end. He'd also likely plays a couple of Reinforcement of the Armies to find those. So they're, up to 5... Oh, wow. What a card. What a card. That certainly has Killer thinking differently. Nothing is honestly as scary as like a Spirit Reaper or Don's Lug when you have cards that you don't want to lose. He might just attack straight up, no monsters or anything. Yeah. That goes through. It does not. Okay. Still not too bad. The Snatch Steal got 2 cards. So that is a 2-for-1. And that's the kind of trades that you look for in these kind of games. Of course, it would have been nice for Apop if that Don's Lug connected. But, I'm sure he's happy to take the 2-for-1 there. Anytime your card generates that kind of advantage, it's nice. So he's up by 2 cards here. We're going to see if he sets a monster, sets some back row, whatever Apop will do. Snatch is always in hand. Yeah, Snatch it seems like is. Yeah, I can adjust that too. The giant gaps on either side. Yeah, I'll try. I'll do that. It'll definitely be done by tomorrow. It's hard to say if I'll mess with it before this because we only have one more round today. I might still do it before this next round, but I also need to fix the round 1. Once again, we're in round 5 of 6. that's this many. So we're going to be doing 2 additional rounds tomorrow before cutting to top 8. All right, 5 versus 4. He's gaining a little bit of traction here, Killer. Premature. This is the Don Zalug game. They recognize how important hand advantage is. Both players, and they're both doing their best to generate as much advantage as possible. And this is what you like to see in Yu-Gi-Oh games. As an MST, handles that Don Zalug easily. And we're going to go to main phase 2 for Killer, and he's going to have to concoct a different way to do something. But yes, for the suggestions for the stream, they are taken to heart, and we will. I'll make sure that is taken care for. Now, if Call the Haunted is set, that's pretty good. That's not so bad, but I don't think it is. He is still in battle phase, so maybe. I feel like if he has call, it's not like a snap call, right? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. What are you grabbing, like DD Assailant? Blade Knight? Yeah. Alright, so he's going to get a Blade Knight. Set a back row with it. So best case scenario is another Stumbling, I think. We have 5 minutes left in the round. Ooh, here we go. I mean, if you look at this not knowing that this is clown control, you read this every time as what, a morphing jar, right? Like, and it still might be even in clown control. But he also might have just set 2 bluffs or even 3 bluffs in a live card, and is just really hoping that he doesn't break or, I don't know, Dust Tornado or Space Typhoon the live card here. So this would negate it if it's a flip. Oh, it's a Serpent. Okay, so no jar, no dice. In the standby, he's going to get a Serpent back, and right now, at this rate, Apop is going to have to get something going damage-wise. We're getting incredibly close to time. There's only like 3-4 minutes left. Still 4 minutes on the clock officially. TD Warrior Lady, not bad. Trap Hole meets the Warrior Lady. No banishing the Serpent today. Well, unless that gives him a light and dark. Is he going to BLS the Serpent? It looks like it. It's just going to be Torrentialed. Solemn. Solemn coming down. Impressive. Once again, we have like 3 minutes left on the clock now. So Apop is fighting an incredible uphill battle. I'm not saying it's not impossible or anything like that. It's just going to be a difficult road for Apop to pull this one out. Serpent back to hand, goes up to 3. A second Blade Knight. Now they're both at 2,000. That matters. essentially putting him on a 1 turn clock. I guess still 2 turn, this turn, next turn. We'll see if this one gets stopped. He might take this damage though. No. Okay, good. He's protecting it with a book. 3 against 4, but now his 3 is looking a lot worse than Killer's 4. Another back row for Killer. And Apop is drawing. Checking his graveyard, getting that Serpent back. Let's check the timer. 2 minutes left in the round. Sasuke Samurai number 4 hits the table. This one is when a card battles a monster, toss a coin, call heads or tails. If you get it right, destroy it without flipping it. Or just destroy it with this effect. Doesn't matter about flipping, it just kills it. Mirror Force is going to stop that though, but its ability activates as soon as the attack happens, right? Does it need to stay in the field to resolve? I'm pretty sure it still happens. Am I wrong on this? Gamerator 959, I know you're good at rulings. How does that work with Sasuke? Because it says before damage calculation, but that doesn't say like declaring the attack is before damage calculation. So how's that work? Oh, it's bringing it back. See, these are the interactions that you don't see in an average game. And so when they come up, you know, I'm like, well, shoot, I'm not 100% on what would happen here if this is how it happens. But I trust that Apop has played this enough that he didn't, you know, say that he gets the ability. I would have assumed he did, though. It mentions damage calc, but it just says call it before. Like, what does that mean? There's a lot of steps before, so that's tricky to me. Alright, time in the round. Apop has a large margin to make up. I mean, he's now by 7,600 points. That's just to tie the game. Sasuke Samurai is going to run into a Sakuretsu armor. And Serpent will come down with a back row. So we'll see if Apop has a little bit of life. If he's just going to swing, kill the Serpent, bounce back, and then have his other Blade Knight die. Looks like this might be the case. We'll see here in a second. Mirror Force. Mirror Force. Okay, so they're in turns. But so Yeah, these folks are in time. Let me make sure they know. Let me make sure they don't have a time extension before I do that, actually. They could have a time extension. Brad, I do agree. But at this rate, I don't know if we can sit through another 25, no, so sorry, 30, nearly 30 turns, 28 and a half turns of Sinister Serpent attacking. All right. I guess I'm just now confusing them, maybe not helping them. But it looks like they had a 5-minute time extension. And so that ends at 4:28, or 28 minutes after the hour. I'm going to give them like 10 seconds because I did type them. I don't know why Bob is replying like this. Very passive aggressive, very helpful. Good communication all around. Um, all right, so. Alright, so now APOP has a long way to go. 7,000 damage. There are 2 other matches going on right now. Okay. So at this point, I mean, Killer's play. Yeah, is this game 3? Well, APOP, that I was not here for. I can't speak on that. It's ultimately up to. It's ultimately up to the head judge. Whatever the head judge says, you do. That's been the case since the beginning of organized play in any card game, Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic, Pokemon. If the head judge says it's time, it's time. You know, excuses, no excuses, ultimately doesn't matter. The important thing is to be cordial. Even if he had another 2 turns, it's still 7,000 points of damage to make up with a stumbling in play. It's pretty difficult to do. Yeah, exactly. Ryan Kirkpatrick. He has almost an insurmountable amount of damage. He's honestly relying on killer playing cards and having snatch steals and creature swaps at this point. Um, Not saying it's not possible, it's just improbable, is maybe the better way to say it. Yeah. Not much to do there. Unfortunately, Clown Control is taken down on stream. It's always fun to see these kind of decks do well. But congratulations to Killer with the win there, and well played by Apop as we slowly move into the last round of Swiss before day 2. We're going to see if there's 2 other ones. Ale was one, and it doesn't look like Ale is playing, and Jinzo Dude is almost done, or also done. So those are the other 2 matches in time. It looks like Jinzo Dude lost to Zalug or Gulaz, and Ale was somewhere. Pike Freak beat Ale. So after this gets reported, we'll be in the final round before day 2, which day 2 starts tomorrow at the same time as today's tournament. So if you're in the States, that's Eastern Standard Time, noon, or if you're in Europe, 6 p.m. Central Time, or 1800 hours, depending on how you tell time. So this should be a pretty fun next couple of rounds. As you can see here, we have the standings. We have Ivan and Dueling High, and actually I haven't seen Dueling High play yet, so we'll see. We might be able to get Dueling High on the stream this time, since I've covered just about everyone else I've wanted to. We've had a handful of these folks already on the stream so far. Grumple is still vying for a spot. Jinzo Dude's still vying for a spot. So is Zogler. There's a lot of folks that are still looking just to clinch that 4th win, so they can make sure that they make it to day 2 before playing for a chance at top 8 tomorrow. So right now we are looking at round 6, and it just went live. We are going to look for probably Ivan and Dueling High. That's high up on the list. Nova Ethos and Gulas are both playing for a spot in the top 8, or sorry, a spot in day 2. The Blue Eyes deck is X and 2, so if Jeremy wins, he makes it. And he's playing against Marvin this round. Sorry, a little bit of the tournament staff chatter there is fun. Looks like this is running fairly well today. You know, we started at noon. We're already in round 6. It's only been, like 5.5 hours. So I would chalk that up to a great day, even with all the end of match stuff that's been going on. It's been running fairly smooth. So let's see if we can get Dueling High on the camera in the last round. He's already locked up his 2nd day. So maybe it would be better to watch somebody that is vying for a spot, but you also want to see what's doing best at the undefeated records. And so Ivan is, let's see here, starting us off with a pretty good start. I mean, he has an upstart into a dust shoot, and we're going to see what he picks out of Dueling High's hand. Ooh, looks like this is a bit of a spicy hand, maybe. These are always fun. Obvious dust shoots are pretty good because, typically it means there's only like 2 cards in your hand that hurt me and I can pick one. But whenever you... Blade Knight, it looks like. Okay. So is Dueling High playing Warrior, or is he playing a Chaos deck that happens to play Blade Knight? I've seen those a couple of times, not too often. I would wager he's playing... Does he know his set mouse? Does he have knock? Oh, he's playing that for the knock. Sure. Just in case it's a torrential. And so now, Ivan knew that was the case. He knows his full hand. He knew that was the line of play that would be met. And now he just has to play around these 3 back row cards, which are a lot easier to play around then Spirit Reaper hitting a random card out of your hand, and no board. So we'll see what this. We'll see if this monster gets flipped here. So this is the last round of Swiss. This is round 6. If you're just joining, I'm not JDZ. I'm Kenny. I'm JDZ's clone, and I look exactly like him, I know. And we will be streaming tomorrow as well, starting, same time as this event started today, 12 Eastern time for the States, and in Europe that is 6 p.m. Central time. So those of you European players where it is, what is it, 11:30 for you, 11:36, thank you for joining us. We appreciate you. And everyone else that's watching and playing today, thank you so much for playing. We had 140 folks today join this tournament, and that's good for 8 rounds of Swiss. So after this round, we're taking a break until tomorrow, where we will rejoin and ramp things up with 2 rounds of Swiss, followed by a cut to top 8, and that will all be live streamed here on YouTube on the goatformat.com channel. And we should be posting some new content here in the next coming couple of weeks here. We're going to try to get some nice content videos, maybe some interviews or deck profiles up to try to help engage and show folks what the current metagame of GOAT format looks like. Even though it's been solved, right, for a while, it's still pretty cool to see innovation happen. And there have been some innovative decks today. Once again, I should have it on camera, but I've had it on camera a couple times, so I want to give other folks a little taste of the light. Is a Blue Eyes White Dragon deck is currently playing for a position in day 2. There's a water deck performing well. There's a couple of decks that are just, it's wonderful to see. Let's see here. Sorry for the ASMR. I live in a big city and there's not much I can do about that. Alright, so we have a couple of monsters set and a breaker in defense from Ivan. Dueling High is going to draw, and he's hoping to probably draw a Reinforcement of the Army. That would be the best card for him here, if not just naturally drawing a level 2. We'll see if he gets either. Doesn't look like it. So this is going to take out the breaker, and he's probably going to set a back row pass or a monster pass. Yeah. And thanks again to everybody that's watching. Make sure that if you could, please like the stream. That helps out quite a bit. If you could subscribe if you're not subscribed. If you like what you see, subscribe. If you don't like what you see, I understand. But this is a fun time. We like to have fun over here. So we're going to see Dueling High draw. He has another monster set from Ivan before passing it back over. And Breaker is going to attack the newest, which is a spy. So we're going to take 100 on Dueling High's end, and a second spy is going to come down for Ivan. Alright, so Suka's going to come down and target the breaker. And a Torrential Tribute is going to be played by Dueling High, and that is the only card that Ivan didn't know from that initial Trap Dust Shoot on the first turn. So that is a pretty big one. There was a Sandgen in there, though, and the third Spy, so he didn't lose any Magician of Faiths or anything. So Ivan still has all of those fully live, as he passes over to Dueling, who has a 2,000 attack Blade Knight and is certainly going to attempt to get in there against Ivan's single back row. And those of you unfamiliar with these players, both play at an exceptionally high level and have a lot of success at that level. Ivan's a mainstay in the GOAT events, both War League and constructed, organized via goatformat.com. Same for Dueling High. I don't know if Ivan plays in person as much. I assume, but I've seen Dueling High at events. So he's also known to travel. Not coming down. Great top deck. On the Moth too. That's a phenomenal one. That's going to clear out Ivan's sets of Magician of Faiths, and we'll see if he has a monster to follow it up with. He does. It's DD Warrior Lady, putting Ivan down to 800. Warrior is doing its stuff. If he has a ring, it's lethal. No ring, at least unless it's the freshly set Thunder Dragon coming down. Does that give him lights and darks? It does. What a top deck by Ivan. So he is going into 3 back row, and he knows what a majority of them are, if not all of them. I realize that this might not be Ring of Destruction. And so if he solemns that, he's open to another Chaos monster. So he has a solemn. Ivan knows that. For back row, Dueling High only needs to do another 800 points of damage. Ivan is looking down the barrel, doing his best to stay alive. We know he has 2 Thunder Dragons in his hand. And this is... Oh, never mind. Magician, right? Magician was the one. Two monsters. So this is a classic Warrior versus Turbo match where if Warrior doesn't get it immediately, it becomes a very long, tedious match. But it looks like Dueling High might have some stuff to do here. He has a 2000 attack Blade Knight that's going to get in and kill a Serpent. Serpent goes back to Ivan's hand. That puts him at 4. Doesn't look like a Dust Shoot's going to be played. Another Light and Dark gets banished. We're going to see Chaos Sorcerer hit the table here, and Dueling High lets that resolve without issue. Priority will get rid of the Blade Knight, and we're back roughly to where Ivan is maybe back in control of this game a little bit. He is down a couple of chaos monsters though. His magicians are gone. The spies are gone. So against Warrior, he's starting to run out of his breaker's gone. His bread and butter cards, I guess. Suka's gone. And meanwhile, Dueling High has not lost much. He's lost 5 of his monsters. He probably plays 12 to 15, somewhere in that range. It's typically like 13, 14. There's a YCS next weekend. Let's see. I'll be playing Go Format. Which day is it going to be? Elver. I'm not sure. Good luck in the YCS. Best of luck. I hope you do well. I hope you get the results that you want. All right, let's see what Ivan can do. He has 3 cards to make something happen. If he can get an extender like Pot of Greed or Graceful, he's in pretty good shape. So he has a monster set, likely Serpent, and a couple of back row. Now I think Dueling High has to decide whether, well, he just swung in with the Sork to try to attack for game. And that was game. Okay, so we're going to game two. Dueling High got the first one. Both players are going to side. Dueling High is playing a more traditional warrior deck, which we haven't had on the stream. One round we had a warrior game, and we have Ivan who is on Chaos Turbo, and so we have one of the age-old GOAT matches of Chaos Turbo versus Warrior, and right now Dueling High is looking pretty good. Both of these players have played this matchup, no exaggeration, probably a couple hundred times each easily. So they are both quite familiar with what the other decks can do and what cards are important to pay attention to. And as I was saying, like, Ivan was out of a lot of his really strong cards. Not saying that he didn't have outs or anything, because I'm sure he did. It's just when you see, like, against Warrior, Suku's gone, and Spy's gone, and Moth's gone, and multiple Chaos guys gone. It's a little tough to make that. Breaker was gone, too. So he's going to start off this one, though, very strong. Thunder Dragon in a Pot of Greed. It's what Chaos loves to see turn one. An Upstart Goblin to follow that up. And just like that, he's 11 cards deep in his deck with all those nasty Thunder Dragons out of it. So with his 8 cards, he's going to decide on some monsters and spells or traps to set, and elects to do a T set, 1 to each, and before passing. Knock comes down for Dueling High. Oh, and it hits Serpent. That's not what I would have expected, but hitting a Serpent with Knock is... honestly, it feels better than everything but Moth to me. Like, I love getting Serpent out of the way. It's just, it generates way too much advantage. With the Raigeki breaks and, well, some Chaos Turbo decks play, like, Card Destruction, that kind of thing. It's a graceful, like, it's very nice to get that one out of the way. Alright, Ivan's in the tank. We know 2 of his cards are Thunder Dragons, so there are 5 unknowns. I love seeing good Warrior play versus Turbo. Yes, and both of these players are what's the quote? Masters of their domain, right? Dueling High is an exceptional player, loves playing Warrior, and just like with Warrior, Rosito, so sorry, hopefully I said your name right. Sorry, Ivan. With Chaos Turbo is another master. Both of these players are a master class in dueling, so you're in for a treat. We get to watch 2 of the best do it, playing 2 different decks, the 2 most popular decks in the format, and I feel like this is a nice fitting way to end the coverage today. I mean, if this match ends fast, we'll look at other games. I'm not just going to cut it off as soon as this match ends. And once again, tomorrow we're live again. 12 p.m. for you folks in the United States or Canada or Mexico, the Eastern Standard Time, 12 p.m. And then folks in Europe will be 6 p.m. Just to keep everything consistent. Spy gets flipped, Chain Torrential. So the way that works, Chainlink 1 is Gravekeeper Spy, Chainlink 2 is Torrential, Torrential resolves, then Gravekeeper Spy resolves, and you get that Spy in defense. Once again, we have a couple of Thunder Dragons in Ivan's hand. So these 2 back row, I assume one is probably a Jar of Greed and the other maybe a Raigeki break. But I could easily be wrong on that. So Ivan is thinking. We see Dueling High set a second monster. It's either, I mean, there's a dozen cards it could be. In this match, people often set, I mean, Tribe Infecting Virus gets set a lot. Obviously, DD Warrior Lady and the Magician of Faith, if they bring one in or have one in their deck, or the Spies. Moth got knocked game one, so he doesn't main deck Moth because he never banished one. He could side it though, but I'm inclined to believe that this is not a flip effect monster. Could be a DD Warrior Lady. BLS is going to come down. Maybe not banish. He put in an attack position. We'll see if this gets negated by a Solemn. The thing is, just running into multiple back row against Warrior, like, I don't know the actual odds, but it has to be like 80% chance of it being a kill spell or a kill trap, like a Sakuretsu or Mirror Force or whatever. He elects to banish, which makes sense. Wonder if it was okay to put BLS in defense. Well, I guess Spy is such a problem for Warrior. They only have Sasuke really to handle it. 4 back row from Ivan against Dueling Highs 2. Card advantage is in favor of even with the Thunder Dragons, in favor of in favor of Ivan. Okay. This is another hard-fought battle. Life points are not moved pretty much at all. We have a BLS, so many back row. We're going to have a Space Typhoon hit the new one. Solemn Judgment, not a bad hit. With a clear board, it's almost a 2-turn clock, right? 4,284. With the Spy going to attack, but of course with double back row, you haven't hit a battle trap yet. It's pretty difficult to make that call. He is going to swing in with the BLS. Dueling High has a choice here. He's looking at a Snatch Steal in his hand. This could be difficult to Sakuretsu or Mirror Force this card. He took it. Okay. That's a huge hit. So BLS has done a lot of work this match, or this game already. He's banished a card, and then he dealt 3,000 damage. Can't really ask for more out of him other than maybe a double attack. So it's pretty phenomenal. Blade Knight's going to come down. He's only 16 at the moment. Did he say Prio? Am I missing? I see. Okay. Yeah, priority. Is he holding priority? Never mind. I see. He knew what he had. So Trench will try to clear up a little bit of this real estate. So now we have a BLS that's gone. He does have a Light and Dark, so Ivan could play a Sork. We know he has 2 Thunder Dragons left in his hand, though. So we'll see how Dueling High... Oh, Dueling High has a Heavy Storm. He has a Light and Dark. A BLS would put him to 5,000. This is interesting. Solemn coming down. Huge Solemn. Oh, another Solemn. Okay. So BLS will come down and maybe another back row. Doesn't make much sense to do this heavy storm if you're not following it up with something. Yeah, that makes sense then. And in Dueling High's case, he's really hoping for okay, a back row. Good. Alright, so 5 cards versus 2, but the 2 are pretty darn good. Well, at least the 1. We know it's a BLS. It's hard to say what that face down is. But this is a master match. We've had a couple of solemn judgments that have just kept people in. Right now, it's, Ivan is only at 1,000, but a Snatch Steal could win him the game, A Tribe Infecting Virus puts him in a pretty good spot. He's not dead to a Blade Knight or, a Rhoda or something. So Breaker's going to come down to clear that back row. Wait, did he not have... Oh, he didn't have a monster. He had to get rid of both monsters. Okay, so this is going to put Dueling High down to 14. With no back row, he could win here, right? Maybe? No, maybe not a win. Top deck the monster. Might be something like a Donzalute Exiled Force. His best bet is Spirit Reaper. Spirit Reaper. We saw that game 1. It could be a Spirit Reaper. Okay. All right. So we're going to a game 3. Masterclass. That's what you guys are being exposed to right now. A masterclass in the Warrior Chaos Turbo match. It's a difficult match. I feel like Warrior, if both players play perfect and draw ideal, it's really difficult to see who wins. Like, Warrior has such a good matchup because of how much back row they have. And, Turbo is often doing things to where they, they try to win in a couple of turns, like 2 or 3 really key turns. And there's a lot of, fluff, whereas Warrior is consistently having turn after turn after turn after turn of really good stuff. And maybe I'm evaluating that wrong. I mean, I easily could be, but that's how I see it. They typically need the oomph. And it looks like Ivan, on the back of a couple of Solemn Judgments, well-played Solemn Judgments, got there. Duo hit his duo. That's a pretty good start. That is a pretty good start. We'll see if Ivan draws Thunder Dragon Pot of Greed. I believe he did that in the first 2 games. So we'll see if that stays the same. If it follows suit, that he does it in game 3. But for right now, we are going to have 2 back rows set for Dueling High, who passes. Standby phase pause. Trap Dust Shoot. Okay. All right. So we have a Dust Shoot being resolved by Dueling High, who's looking at a hand of 4 monsters. And he's going to send the BLS back. We're looking at a Sangan, a Tsukuyomi, and a Magician of Faith. With Dueling High knowing everything, he left the Sangan and the Faith in there. Now, I think you take the BLS here regardless, but I think it's safe to say that he probably still has something where he doesn't care much about the second Magician of Faith. So Ivan's going to set a monster. Dueling High draws. Standby. Checks for Serpent. No Serpent. Main phase 1. So we have 5 to 3 cards. It's a little bit in advantage. Yeah, there's a knock for the Sandgan. Hey, that's not too bad. Because at this point, if he just sets some back row, summons some monsters, that Magician of Faith getting back a Delinquent Duo doesn't matter as much. Yeah, right now, Dueling High is in a pretty good spot. Once again, Chaos Turbo, as we all know, all it takes is like one card to extend into about 20 cards. So we'll see if that happens. It's likely to say, it's one, there's a Tsukuyomi either in hand or in play, and the other card's a Magician of Faith. We know both cards for Ivan. It's safe to assume that it would be Magician of Faith face down, though he doesn't have a Dark in the grave anymore. And so now if he draws a Pot of Greed or a Graceful with this, if he can start flip-flopping Magician of Faiths, it's going to be an interesting day. So this might get 1,100 points of damage through. I feel like the Suk hits the table here. Ring of Destruction on Magician. Alright, 1,100 damage coming through. And see if any back rows get set. Set 1. It might be that duo. Once again, Dueling High's top decking, so there's not much that duo is going to do. But each turn the Dueling High doesn't draw a monster, which once again, Warrior only plays like 13 monsters, maybe 14. So if you don't draw the monster, oh wow, pretty brutal Zing Zen Hu coming down. The Raigeki Break is going to come down to stop it. Now, he might target a different card. The important part is he doesn't want the Zing Zen to shut down both, right? So he's just going to target the Zing, and we're going to see Dueling High hope for a monster here. He has plenty of other things. That was one of the best ones, if not the best one to draw. I'm sure he'll just go ahead and break that back row. Swing in there for 16, and now we have a game. It's heavily in Dueling High's favor at the moment, but once again, all it takes is a Pot of Greed or a handful of other cards to really get Ivan back in the card advantage portion of this game. So he's going to set 1. Dueling High draws. A Rhoda or a level 2 would have been good, but it wasn't found. Spy's going to get flipped and bring out a couple of those. So now Dueling High is looking at a table of walls. He has a card in hand, which is unknown, likely a chaos monster that's not summonable. Oh, that's a heavy storm. That is a pretty good heavy storm because it went through. Dueling High is in an interesting spot now. No darks in grave, so chaos monsters are dead, but we knew about the Suk. So just like that, that's all it took. And now Ivan is in an incredible position here, leading by 33. Kaiku hits the table. This is a wild game. Now, once again, Tsukuyomi's in play, as in it's like in the cards right now. But, you know, this is a pretty impressive string of top decks on both ends. So Suk will target the Kaiku, which that's going to be good. If this is a Mirror Force, that'd be so... Oh, it can't be Mirror. Oh, sure. Yeah, you could go for the second Spy. Then put both in defense. Okay. Alright, so Suk is going to attempt to clear the Kaiku out, being met with a Sakuretsu armor. The Spy will take the Kaiku out, following up with a back row, and Dueling High needs a monster. He draws one in the form of Reinforcement of the Army, and that is likely going to find a Blade Knight, unless he has Elemental Hero Wildheart. which would be a pretty good top deck. But no, Blade Knight's going to hit the table. We're going to have him at 2,000, and he is going to attempt to attack the Spy. And that one's going to connect for 800 points of damage before passing back to Ivan. Ivan has a Jargreed set, not bad. Now he has an upstart, and Dueling High needs that 1,000 life points there. Sets a back row, a couple of them pass. Heavy Storm's still in play for Dueling High, who top decks a Pot of Greed. What a time to draw that. Let's see what happens here. 2 back row set, and he's gonna push that damage in. He's gonna be met with a Sakuretsu armor. Call the Haunted's gone, so we know that Dueling High doesn't have that. It's safe to assume that he has maybe a Solemn Judgment set, just because he has 3 of those, right? Another Rhoda off the top. What a top deck. He started viewing immediately. He knew, based on his back row, that this was going to happen. This is also going to happen. He's going to Solemn that, right? Yeah. Solemn that, take the card out of his hand, make him top deck, a way to win. Let's see what this card is. Chaos Sork. That couldn't be played due to lights. With the back row. Oh, Ivan. Unlucky, unfortunate that he drew it in that sequence and not the other way around. If it was the other way, the Rhoda would have grabbed an Exiled Force to kill the Sork either way. But that's sort of heartbreaking to see on Ivan's end. A monster will, he didn't have a monster. But a monster would have likely won that there. I guess 1900, it would have had to be a Blade Knight exactly. Swords coming down for Ivan. That's pretty good. We'll see if that gives him enough time, or if we have a Dust Tornado, which we do. And we're going to see Ivan's final card. He has Lights and Darks against 2 back rows and a Donnie Z. Let's see what happens. He top decked a Chaos guy. Unbelievable string of top decks in this match. Solemn Judgment comes down, locking it up. Congratulations to Dueling High on finishing today 6-0. And a heck of a game by both competitors here. Ivan played, I think, flawlessly. And then Dueling High just played exceptionally well. It became a top deck war in that third game, and well, Dueling High just got a little lucky by drawing the Pot of Greed and the couple of Rhodas there at the very end after going a lot of turns without a single monster. And once again, Ivan got unlucky by drawing the Thunder Dragons very late. But there we go. That is a match that is completed. Let's see who we got left. And we'll get another one on the stream. Let's see. Who's playing for a top here? Jinzo is probably. Crash, Pikatron, Nova. Nova was playing the Strike Ninja deck. So I'm going to go back to Nova. And he's playing against Gulas, who's playing the Kaiser Coliseum deck. If you're unfamiliar with Kaiser Coliseum, if there's 1 or more monsters on the field of the controller of this card, opponents cannot place monsters that would exceed the number of monsters that the controller of this card has. The cards that are already on the field are unaffected. So essentially, if I have 2 monsters and I have Kaiser Coliseum, you can only have up to 2 monsters. Or you can't play a monster if you have 2 or more monsters. Maybe that's a better way to word it. So this creates unique situations. Like right here, Nova can't play a monster because of the Toon Goblin. So it's an interesting little thing here. Let's see. So with a level limit 2, this is a brutal lockdown. Yeah, so we have a really cool stall burn deck that's playing the Toon Tables, which I've actually, funny enough, I thought to do something like this a long time ago, but I didn't play it successfully, and it looks like Zalug has definitely played this one a little more successfully. Swift Gaia the Fierce Knight is 10 out of 10. Love to see it. Love that so much. There's a person at my locals way back when that would always play Swift Gaia. And he would get me with it sometimes. I'm not going to lie. You just play this big donkey and it gets in there. That's exciting. This is a cool looking match. what a match to maybe end the tournament on day one. This is game three. So one thing to note, once again, we'll be back tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. So for the North America, Eastern Standard Time is going to be our start time tomorrow for the final 2 rounds of Swiss in the cut to top 8. And in Europe, that would be 6 p.m. So 1800 hours over there for our European friends. All right. So Spirit Reaper hitting the table, and Reaper is going to connect, and we're going to get into this little war of attrition, just piece by piece trying to hit some cards. And keep in mind, this Reaper's only doing 300, and that Snatch Steal is going to effectively gain him 700 life points here. So over time, he's going to be gaining 700 each turn. So Nova still has to find a way to push through the damage. Oh, or he could just Book of Moon the Snatch Stolen card. So left in his deck is certainly a Heavy Storm somewhere. So Nova is really hoping for that. And over here on Zalug's end, I don't know. Like, if he's missing one of the... Wait, who is this? I am JDZ. I just... I don't know. I'm not tan. No. So I am filling in. My name's Kenny. JDZ is busy today and wasn't able to do the stream, so I stepped up and hopefully I've created a stream that's a little enjoyable to watch. Riku, congratulations on the 5-1 finish. We will see you tomorrow. And Vaughn, hope to see you tomorrow. Yeah, so the round one thing on the bottom of the screen, we're actually in round 6. The final round of Swiss for today. I need to edit that tonight. And I'm also going to make the game bigger. This is the first time I've ever done this for goatformat.com, I should say. So I'll have to adjust things a little bit on my end. But, oh, Riku, I didn't know that. Hey, okay, congrats, Rickslaw. Yeah, I had you round 1 or round 2, I think. I put you on camera. Just briefly, it was like after a match finished. But, congratulations on your 5-1 finish today, and I'm sure you are going to do fine tomorrow based on how I know how well you play. So, yeah, very excited for that. All right, so this Reaper is going to keep connecting. Right now we have an interesting clock. We have 11 turns worth of Spirit Reaper attacks, actually 12, versus, well, we only need 8 turns of this Nightmare Wheel. So, once again, Nova is desperately needing a Heavy Storm. Oh, did I? Oh, yeah, that's right. I do remember. I randomly clicked your game, and then it was just the coolest game. You won in, you played Burn, right? You played against Burn, and... Did you play with Burn? I remember you won pretty quickly. Sorry, it's been a long day of streaming. Yeah. All right. Let's see how this one goes. All right. Nova is, once again, desperately looking for something to at least clear the level limit out of the way. So that's going to be another turn where he's going to take 500 points of damage. For those of you just joining in, my name's Kenny. I'm not JDZ. I'm just here filling in, substituting for JDZ to make sure that we have some beautiful coverage of this GOAT Format Championship 23 for you all. Right now we're in the final round of Swiss. I know it says round 1. I'm going to fix that, I swear. But this is the final round of Swiss today. Tomorrow we'll have 2 additional rounds. If you place X2, you will make it into day 2. And yeah, we'll finish the last 2 rounds tomorrow with a cut to top 8, and that'll all be streamed. And then we'll find out who our next GOAT Format champion is for GFC 23. Yeah, it's is it over here? Yeah, it's over there. It's a Charizard like fleece blanket, like a throw blanket or whatever. I got it as a gift a couple years ago. That's my favorite Pokemon. And I'm not a huge Pokemon fan, but Charizard's, I was a kid when the game came out or the cards came out, and I was a huge collector, and Charizard was the card to get. And so when I got like a couple of them as a kid, I was like, oh, this is the greatest thing ever. Been chasing that dragon ever since, as they say. So Spirit Reaper connects, discarding a Gravity Bind. So once again, we're on the Reaper versus Nightmare Wheel plan, and Nightmare Wheel is putting in work, overtime, some would say. So we have 4 more standby phases of Nightmare Wheel before it's lethal, and honestly, there's a lot of burn cards live too. Only 1 of the 6 have been played, so this is not going to be an easy game for either of these opponents or either of these players, especially for Nova to come back in this one. Which game is this? Game 3 as well. I believe they're both playing for a shot at day 2. So this is really like all, the stakes are high on this one. Their life in the tournament is oh wow. So 2150 to 19. But their life in the tournament is, hinging on the results of this match. 3 more turns. He needs a heavy. Or a Raigeki Break, a Dust Tornado. He has to get something over here to handle that Nightmare Wheel. Oh, he couldn't play it. Pretty good hit. That's a pretty good hit. It makes me wonder what the face downs are. Maybe a Gravity Bind is one of them. I know he discarded one, but yeah. All right, Nova has 1 more draw. Zalug is playing a pretty awesome burn deck that is essentially a stall burn, but he's using like tune tables to find goblins and of course themselves, which is pretty cool. It's a little innovation that you like to see. Cards like Kaiser Coliseum that saw play, and I think they're banned now. Is that right? Kaiser Coliseum's banned in the current game, or was for a bit, or maybe it's only ever been at 1. I don't know, but you didn't really see this card back in the day. Like, people didn't really play it. People played Kaiser Glider at locals, but nobody really ever played Kaiser Coliseum. And so seeing this combo here is pretty brutal with the level limit that you can't kill. Yeah. Pot of Greed and Graceful are gone, so next turn Nova has to... Genzo's gone too. I guess a Call of the Haunted would be good. If he draws it, and he could do it in... Oh, well. That's enough, right? Okay. So Ring is going to target the Strike Ninja, who will use its ability to stop that from happening. And then Strike Ninja will come back. And a standby phase, draw phase even, Ceasefire will be attempted for lethal. And he just drew his way out, which was Cannon Soldier. How would that have been the way out? Am I missing something? Did he have monsters to banish? He didn't have monsters to banish the Strike Ninja. I'm not sure how that was his way out. Oh, he had a Solemn either way. So this was, what a match. Congratulations to Zalug for hitting that. This is a cool deck. He's playing the fake traps. This is a pretty cool deck. And also, this is too, like, Nova, congratulations on making Strike Ninja look awesome. Like, he's always looked awesome, right? Like, aesthetically, this is a cool looking card that you want to play with. But this deck is pretty cool. Like, he's using cards like Newdoria, Cannon Soldier. He's playing Bottomless too, which a lot of people don't play. which is a good call, I guess, for the goblins. But yeah, this was a cool deck. Both decks. Congrats to Zalug on day 2ing. Maybe Nova gets in if they do like the top 32 finishers and 1x3 is in that top 32. Which they'll announce that. I'm not in control of that. Let's see who else is still playing in this. So we have Bananakin and Jinzo Dude, and both are vying for a spot. Let's see how Jinzo Dude is looking. Game 3, of course. Jinzo is at 8,052. We have 6 cards over here to, well, 4 cards after the Graceful, probably. No dark, or no lights. No, Decos were Noblemen. That's pretty good. Oh, Jinzo Dude is also playing 3 Dekoichi. Alright, sorry I click around a bunch, but I'm trying to get as much info as I can. So, Seto has a Thunder Dragon in his hand, unless he only opted to take 1 off of those. So we know that about him. This Night Assailant's going to add something back, probably a Dekoichi, into Jinzo Dude's hand. I guess it could be Spy. Yeah, I realize that all the spies are still alive, so... But as you can see, Jinzo Dude had to get rid of a Thunder Dragon. That makes Graceful very tricky. Sometimes that's what has to happen. And we're going to see what he does with the rest of his turn. Oh, he's playing against Seto Kaiba. How did I not notice that until just now? What a cool username. And we're going to see a Chaos Monster come down. And it's going to be BLS in defense. And then BLS will likely, if it resolves, use priority to banish this monster. And we are in time. Thank you, Jinzo Dude, because I didn't check that actually. Yeah, they are in fact in time. Alright, so Jinzo Dude being an absolute unit of a human, explaining how very quickly the end of match procedure works. After this, there will be 3 additional turns. Kaiba will be 1, Jinzo Dude 2, and then Kaiba gets the final turn of this round. And we'll see how this goes. And before we end today, I'm going to look at the standings with you guys, talk about how tomorrow will work, and we'll go from there, okay? So let's focus now on this. He's going to hold Prio in his draw phase, which indicates a mystical space, something to where he doesn't get trapped dust shot here. That's typically why people hold the priority in the draw phase. Once you move to standby, it's understood that, well, now a dust shoot could happen. So our Geki Break will discard a Thunder Dragon, popping the set. And now he's going to go to standby, more than likely, and then main phase. But the reason you do that, once again, you don't want live dust shoot to all of a sudden hamper your plans. And on this end, it looks like there are potentially up to 2 dust shoots alive somewhere in these 25 cards. And with 2 back row, it's safe to assume that one of them is likely a dust shoot. We joined this pretty late, though, so it's hard to say exactly. Let's see if a snatch steal happens here. See, one was a dust shoot. Oh, and a snatch steal too. Mirror Force was lost though, so that was a difficult heavy storm. That got rid of a couple of good cards on both ends. Oh, the Zone Chaos Monster. If it's a BLS, that's pretty good. Sork. Okay, so Sork's going to banish. Probably set a monster or back row and pass. Maybe summon Deco. Right now, Seto has to do, on the last turn of the game, 2,800 points of damage. Just to tie. So this is the second turn of time. Tribe's going to come down, and Tribe's going to clear away the Chaos Orc, and that might be enough. He's probably just going to pass. There's no reason to attack into a Gravekeeper Spy and take damage. You would do that before, but then you can't risk it if it's a Night Assailant. So I can't imagine an attack happens here, and he's just going to say, if you got it, you got it. If you don't, you don't. So pretty much BLS exactly is what he needs to top deck. Because like he has 2,800 points of damage. Even like a Chaos Sork doesn't do it with a Night Assailant here. I guess a Sork. Yeah, that's it. That's all she wrote. And that is going to be a win by Jinzo Dude to secure his spot in day 2. Congratulations to Jinzo Dude. And Seto Kaiba, well played. It looks like this was a very hard-fought match. 3 grinding games. Went to time. Sorry we didn't get to catch them all, but the ones that I saw, the plays that I saw were pretty awesome. And we're going to see a turbo deck make it to day 2, and unfortunately another turbo deck not. So yeah, that is, I believe, the last match we were waiting. Well, actually, Psychotic and Banana might still be playing. Nope. Okay. Just to make sure. Yep. Okay, so we're just waiting on a couple of matches to go and be recorded, and after that, I will be able to show you guys what the current standings look like. In the meantime, let me explain how tomorrow is going to work. So Ryan, welcome back. This is the end, roughly. We're just going to look at standings. The final round just finished up with the last match. Jinzo Dude just got it over, well, it says Crocodilios here, but I don't believe their username was Seto Kaiba. It doesn't matter. Jinzo Dude got that one. We're just waiting on the standings to be finalized for day 2. And how this is going to work. Tomorrow at 12 p.m. for those in Eastern Standard Time in North America, we'll be live streaming at that time, and for those friends that are over in Europe, 6 p.m. Central European Time, we will be starting our live stream tomorrow for the final 2 rounds, rounds 7 and 8 of Swiss, with a cut to top 8, which will be, of course, single elimination. And right now I just would love to go over these standings with you before we shut it down for today. Just waiting on Psychotic and Bananakin, which is a fantastic username. Just waiting on them to report and get their replays in, and we will go from there. And it looks like in the GOAT chat, there are a handful of questions at how this is working. And Fox, for those of you that don't know, Fox helps run all of these tournaments. Not helps, they're an amazing resource to the GOAT community. They are replying to them right now. So we'll have a little bit more clarity on exactly which people are making day 2, etc., etc., etc. So it looks like pairings for round 7 will actually be up tonight. So those of you that day 2, you get a decent chunk of time to, if you want, look at the film and then see exactly who you're playing, seeing what their habits are. You know, this is something that if you're familiar with the Magic community would always release the deck list Saturday for those that played on Sunday, and they would have plenty of time to study what their opponents were doing. Granted, with that, they don't have the replay value of being able to pull up everybody's match, right? In person is vastly different than online. So let's see if we have the final match in. Not yet. So I could show you the standings as they are right now. First and second, we have our 2 undefeateds, Scrub for Life and Dueling High. And then at the 5 and 1s, we have a nice little grip of people, including Ivan and Zalug and Ghost Rider, who we saw perform a phenomenal match earlier against Dale. Pikatron, Morpidorp, El Loco, Ravens of Anger, HNVP, VB, Rick Saw, who's in here as Riku, El Delista Pokédex, Shifty, Gurhat, Fungus Among Us, and Left Arm Suffering, all round out the 5 and 1s. And as you can see, the 4 and 2s go down pretty far into 38. So it looks like the cutoff will be all of the X and 2s, not just the top 32. And the last one we're waiting on is to see if Bananakin or Psychotic lock that last spot. So that's really all we're waiting on is that last match. We already have round 7. Oh, it looks like Bananakin got it, so Bananakin will be in the tournament tomorrow. Well played, everybody that played in all day. We didn't see very many misplays on camera. I would say a majority of folks played incredibly well. We were blessed to see that that last match with Dueling High and Ivan. They both played exceptionally well. And at this point, the Scrub for Life and Dueling High match, both have to be nearly a lock for top 8. Not quite literally, but very close. They're on both are on a roll. So that's going to be an exciting one to check out tomorrow and see who wins that. But for right now, we can see what the next round's pairings are, and I'll look at some of the lists and see who we're going to feature tomorrow. Once again, that will start back up at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the States, or 6 p.m. Central European Time for our European friends. I hope everyone enjoyed your substitute for today. My name is Kenny, and like I had mentioned, I'm no stranger to Yu-Gi-Oh! Or the Goat World. I just usually play in person, so it's a little... a lot of people probably don't know who I am, which is completely fair. And then you're expecting JDZ, and you get me, and you're like, what is happening? At least he's wearing a suit. But no, this is going to be... continued tomorrow here in, the next, what is that? Like 17 and a half hours. And we'll get to watch some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Being played by some of the best in the world at a high performance level. Be sure to like and subscribe and all that fun stuff. I appreciate all of you watching. And until next time, you guys, well, I guess next time's tomorrow. Like I said, 17 and a half hours. I'm not going to drag this on anymore. You all have a wonderful night. Thank you for stopping by and sticking with us on my first GOAT format live stream. If you liked it, once again, send feedback. If you're in the Discord, let us know how you liked it, how you didn't like it, if there's things to change, if there's things that you want to keep. For right now, my plan is to make the dueling screen bigger, so you guys don't get, a little screen. You have like more of a... You can maybe see a little bit more if I expand this, and I'll make myself a little bit smaller along with the chat. Yeah. All right, everyone. You all have a great night, and we will see you tomorrow.